Go! Go!
Hello everyone, how's it going? And welcome to the Saturday stream. It's weekend time, so you know what that means. Of course, for now, the 10th week in a row, maybe? Something like that. Tier list time. And we're not even done yet after this either. Still have several lists to go through, but you know, steady progress and all that. So, excuse me, how is everyone doing? Hopefully the weekend has been good. And hopefully today will be good too. Now, first of all, can someone just real quick open the VOD for the stream and tell me if you can hear the music or not? It shouldn't be there, but I need to check something. Because I was messing around with my PC earlier and some stuff got reset. So, including some audio stuff. So I just want to make sure the songs are not audible on the VOD track. Otherwise, I can post this to YouTube later on. So just to get that out there, if someone can real brief open the VOD for the stream and just say if there's music on or not. Seems fine, no music. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be fine, but yeah, just had to make sure. Because again, otherwise this would be kind of pointless if I can post this to YouTube. Okay, good, thank you. So yeah, if you want to know what happened, I was preparing to go live Well in time, but then I noticed I couldn't drag and drop images to Discord. It was just blocking it. I was like, what? Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like that. You should be able to drag images to Discord, right? So I Googled some fixes. Someone said run on admin, doesn't work, it's always on admin. And then someone said to edit one thing in the reg edit thingy, for Windows. So I changed one value, I restarted my PC. Good news is I can drag stuff into Discord now, but apparently it just reset a bunch of stuff on my PC as well. Mostly my logins are gone, so I had to relog everything. I assume it deleted cookies or something. Like I had to relog to my YouTube, Twitch, everything. Kind of annoying. So that happened. Someone told me that apparently it's a Windows thing nowadays, that if you change something substantial, it just nukes all your logins and whatnot. It even changed some of my audio setup, so I had to revert some of that shit manually too. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do more of that fixing later. But at least I should be able to stream now fine. So no worries for to stream at least. And on that topic as well, actually, just pray no blue screens today, because for those that missed it, we've had some blue screen issues this week, especially on the Thursday stream. We blue screened 3 times. Yesterday was free of blue screens, but I don't even know. I feel like, again, there's no way to tell if everything is fixed now. So I'm really hoping none of that happens today. That would be very unfortunate. Yeah, so a lot of technical difficulties on stream and off stream is what's happening. I don't even know, man. Let's just hope everything goes well. Right, alright. So yeah, today we're going to do a tier list. We're going to do the low stars part 2. Should be fine. So with this, we're going to wrap up the low stars, and then next week's we'll be covering all the gold and extras. Granted, everything goes according to plan, that is, of course. Okay. Let's see here. Hello. Maybe this is the first time some people see me after the haircut this week, but yeah. It's very short. Very, very short and basic, but you know what? It feels light and nice, so... yeah. It's good. Okay. Otto messaged me just after I went live that he's going to be like 10 minutes late, but we're not even, I guess we're kind of close to that right now anyway, so we probably don't have to wait too long for him to get online as well. I'm guessing he's just waking up and he's probably doing some morning routines or whatever. Getting as much sleep as possible. If anything, I should have slept more last night too. There's no excuse for that. I just, I just didn't sleep more. It's fine though. I'm feeling pretty good. No worries. Alright, I guess I'll ring up my co-hosts. Okay, let me call them up. Hopefully someone is up at least. Oh, some people are picking up.
Good morning. Hey, Puffy, I thought you said you were going to be late.
Oh, wow.
Somebody woke me up. It's fine.
Okay.
So wait, does this mean we're gonna have a 3-way discussion again? Or 4-way, rather?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was not expecting to see Rio today. Because, again, I assume you were not that excited about low stars.
Oh, no, just the first set suck. Who cares about those? This is the one that has at least something interesting. Plus, I can't have people... I hate Hans so much, it's unreal.
Damn.
He's not even...
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
We did have a discussion, I think. No, we had a discussion for like 5 seconds. So
Interesting.
actually, we didn't have
it was like 5 seconds. You're like, no, he's good. And I'm like, I hate him, though.
As always, I have to reduce the song volume a bit again so co-hosts are audible.
No, but they actually did the thing you dislike, though. Look at him. He has the gold border.
He has the gold thing. I hate it when people grail Hans. How dare they?
So funny.
Well, you can
Don't
blame
fall for
Copy
it.
for that, for making this template. He likes to put
It's
some
your
flair
one
in there
shape.
somewhere.
That's so funny. We didn't even plan this or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But that's exactly what he said last time when we briefly brought it up. on Smobcast. He's like, my biggest problem is people getting baited into grilling him game before gameplay.
I feel like
Like, I think
most
it's
people who
fine
grail
like
him
Hans, and I
don't do
think
it to make him better. They just like him a lot.
Yeah, he's
No,
a
no,
pretty,
no. People
pretty
got
nice
baited
character.
into it early on in FGO, like year 1, 2, 3. And no. There was a concerted effort by Reddit to go like Grail Hans. He's the best support. And
Interesting.
Reddit, I sure do hate Reddit.
Interesting.
Like
My arch
Hans and
nemesis.
Ku, like the two
Yeah,
most
Hans and
grilled low
Ku.
star probably.
Mm. So yeah, Otto will be joining us probably momentarily. It's like already like 10 minutes into the stream or something, including the intro. So I'm guessing he's gonna be joining us
Or
soon.
he just doesn't show up. You never know.
Yeah, maybe he fell asleep again or something. Who knows? I guess we'll wait a little bit longer, assuming he joins it, so he can catch the intro and everything. But yeah, again, no prep from my end at least. We're just gonna be winging it. Got 39 servants this time, so it's like one more than last week, I guess. As always, some of them probably will have more talk than others, but we'll see how it goes.
It's crazy how outside of the assassin class, it's so much more interesting low star wise than the first set.
Well, maybe it's because
Assassin,
there's a lot more
yeah.
like supporty, esportsy types
Yeah,
of low
and
stars on this
yeah.
side.
But there's outside of Matahari, there's like no worthwhile low star assassin. Like,
Hold on. Let me check. I'm gonna.
I mean, someone's
prove
gonna argue
you're
Izo.
right.
Someone's gonna argue. No one can argue Fuma. No, he's
I
just.
think
What about
Izo-
100 personas
Izo-
though?
I think Izo's actually fine.
Yeah, he got a new
because he
buff
got an
too.
MP
Yeah.
upgrade. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, he
I
got
think
an
his
MP
MP
upgrade.
upgrade is. Yeah, I think his MP upgrade.
He does
fine.
have. He does have the. Remember that? I don't remember what fight it was, but the funny bug where he just keeps screaming.
No. Yes.
Anyone remember that
Where
fight?
I don't remember this.
There was a fight where his voice line, he just keeps cueing the same one where he screams. Like
Interesting.
he doesn't have a yeah, when he attacks he only cues from the screaming voice. I don't remember what it was, but
Now I kind of want to hear it
Every time
again.
you hit him, it starts the voice line again from every hit. So like so if you have like a
Yeah.
multi-hit attack, it was just like yeah, and it just like it's the funniest thing. I don't remember what quest it was though. It
was
was
it like
a
an
couple years
exhibition or
ago.
something? I don't remember.
It was
Yeah.
exhibition or something.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, yeah, his like voice is broken. He just cues
it
the same
happened
line for everything.
In NA a year or two ago, which means in JP it happened like 4 years ago, and so I can't remember what fight it was.
Might be exhibition, but
fair enough.
Canis. I think Canis is because she wasn't done. Like they didn't finish.
Yeah, that was
at the
pre-release.
So. Yeah, so she had like one attack animation.
Yeah, it was the same attack over and over.
Dorsha.
That's funny. You got some funny FGO jank.
Yeah, they sometimes do that.
Good old spaghetti code.
Yeah, I don't even do it anymore, but it's funny to think about.
Yeah, their production pipeline seems a little bit more.
But then recently
who
we
decided to
had
show
the
up today?
delay because of something broke apparently with Kiritsugu's buff, for instance.
I can't hear you for some reason.
Oh, Otto's
Yeah,
hiding
you
behind
also
me, don't
aren't-
worry about it.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
didn't-
there. I couldn't
Oh,
even
he
see him.
is.
He's behind you because of last week. Okay, let's fix that.
I thought he was like, because he said he couldn't hear us, and I was like, oh, did he bug out? No, he's just.
Okay, I can hear you now. Hi.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry I'm late.
Hi.
Rio's here. What the fuck?
Yeah, apparently he is. He's interested in this
Otto, I
side.
told you this.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah, he said
Last week.
there are more supports in this list, so he wants to show up.
Okay. Well, yeah. Hello. Well, hi, chat. I was about to, almost said welcome, chat.
How was your stream yesterday, by the way? You started early, I assume.
It was good. We didn't do much up until a certain point where we broke out the fast food tier list and did
Classic.
that.
Which
thing.
I'm sure Myst can definitely relate to an American fast food tier list. I'm sure.
Yeah, totally. We
Yeah, I'm
honestly,
sure
a
he
lot of
has-
American chains are pretty global, but we don't have many of your guys' places. We have KFC, McDonald's has always been a big one, and then maybe a Taco Bell and a Pizza Hut. Anything else? Good luck
No.
finding anything else.
Have you ever seen something called a Burger King?
Oh, that's fairly big too. McDonald's and Burger King are definitely the two big ones. Everything else is
Okay.
you can hardly find anything
Burger
else.
King
Those two are big.
is foul.
Yeah, it's usually the place I would go to the least
know,
because it's
I
like
actually went
it's
there
usually good
yesterday.
value for money at least, but the food
Actually
is
went
like
there
whatever.
yesterday. It wasn't that bad. I had some of their chicken fries.
I've never
it's
had
like
those
chicken
actually.
nuggets.
That's actually
Yeah.
interesting because Burger King, I feel like, definitely is doing better globally than actually in America. Because
It's just because
in Taiwan, it's pretty
all
big.
fast food is getting more and more expensive. But I feel like Burger King, you still get a good amount of food for money, even if it's not the best taste. At least usually they have pretty good value for money per food, how much you get.
Yeah,
Like McDonald's,
I
if you want a
also
Big
never
Mac
felt
now,
like
it's
it
already
was
hella
that-
expensive.
yeah, McDonald's.
That's
getting
basically
expensive.
why I put McDonald's in the S tier entirely. Because if they didn't have a good mobile app with like good mobile app deals, shamelessly plugging a big corporation that's not paying me, yeah, they have a good app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say if McDonald's is expensive unless you sell your data to McDonald's, of course, and use their app, in which case they give a bunch of deals. It's like 40% off a quarter pounder, which turns a expensive burger into a normal priced burger, and you're like, oh, I can afford this burger now. Thank you, McDonald's.
It has the
Fair enough.
I always
Minecraft
get, like-
nether sauce, bro.
I actually
true.
like it. It's kind of like a spicier version of the sweet chili sauce they used to have.
They're doing the movie promo, and then like everything's like Minecraft. Like, what-
Stop. Wait, there's a document for stop
I'm looking at it
recommending
right
us.
now.
This is White
What is this
Manifesto.
Oh my god.
bro,
Hold on
what
a
is
second.
this?
Oh, this is very big,
I think it's
extensive
good,
even.
I love this.
Yeah.
though. What? When is this
You're
from?
better- You're better off. Yeah, dude, this was
7
in, like,
pages.
2018 or 2019, I think.
Jeez.
Holy cow.
I want to say it's been many years, but they
I'll leave
recommend
that open.
Paracelsus for new players over Hans. But this is back before art slooping was a huge thing.
No,
and
this is
it's
from
like-
2022. We had art slooping when
they've-
this document was
They've
made.
updated it since then because I remember seeing it like more than
I
2
didn't-
years.
I think the latest update is 2022 here. If
Oh,
unless
yeah.
they stopped writing those updates here at the top.
That's so interesting.
Right,
I guess I should
love-
save some until we actually get to him. But my opinions about him is pretty interesting. Like at least the timeline of my opinion changing for him.
Also,
Funny enough, my opinion has never changed.
before we
Yeah,
begin,
it's never interesting either.
I gotta mention this because not sure if you heard the intro when I was just solo yapping, but my PC, I don't know what the hell is wrong with it. Something is wrong. I've been trying to fix it, and I've been having a lot of blue screens lately. So yeah,
Uh-oh.
just so you know, if I suddenly disappear, that probably means my PC died, and I'll be back in like 3-4 minutes or something. Hopefully none of
Yeah,
that
it'll be a
today.
perfect
Yesterday's
opportunity
stream
for
was
real estate
free of
spoilers.
blue screens, but Thursday we had 3 in one stream. That was fucked. So yeah,
Are you on Windows 11?
yes.
That's your own fault then. I'm sorry.
Well, it
My
is what
condolences,
it
you've
is.
done this
Yeah,
to
I
yourself.
know. I don't like updating the OS either, but sometimes they're like, hey, just do it anyway.
I'm still on Windows 10. They're not taking my Windows.
I think
Nice
it's an
haircut.
issue with my processor as well. I have one of those really badly optimized Intel lines that it's causing me so many headaches.
I just recently updated to a 9950 X3D, which is the newest AMD one, and my streaming, like everything runs so much better with OBS running. It's actually outstanding how much a good processor makes a difference when doing stuff.
You are so smart to update your PC like right before the tariff shit.
Well,
Like,
as an
holy-
American, but like that's not gonna affect.
Yeah.
That doesn't affect Myst in anyway. He can upgrade at any time.
True.
I
But,
got this
yeah,
PC
well,
last year. I don't want to upgrade. It's a good processor. It's just a wonky line, sadly. I got unlucky with it.
Oh,
Like my parts
man,
are
never buy
good.
Intel. My condolences.
Yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, anyway, we're probably gonna get started here very soon because again, this
yeah.
is most likely gonna take a while. But so we're gonna do the usual
Maybe I
where I
wasn't
just
late.
yap like I did show, then you guys do your introductions. I guess we go from left to right again. So auto, audio, and then plushie, and then I yap the rest of the intro. Then we go unscripted, and yeah, that's that. Same as always. This is like the 10th week in a row now or something. Wowzers. Okay. Yes, indeed. So you guys are definitely well aware even of how this works. Let's see, where's my notes? I think I found them. Great. It's mostly the same every week. I just have to open the notes. All right then. Hello everyone and welcome back to yet another tier list, a weekly one at that. This is now like the 10th week in a row we're back, and yeah, we're still not even close to being done. After this, we're planning on doing 3 more at the very least, so yeah, buckle up, we're still doing these. And by we, of course, I mean it's not just myself. I once again have some lovely co-hosts, so I'm gonna let them introduce themselves right now.
Hi, I'm guy number 1.
Hi, I'm Rio Emerald. I'm in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's me. The one in between the other two people. The guy with the paper on his face. Yep.
Everybody, plushie here.
Shut
Otto
up! You
stole
talk
my
too
joke.
much!
Okay.
Okay, I'm actually going to do an introduction because I was trying to do a bit, but no one picked up on it apparently.
I assume we were going to do
Hi, I'm
guy
Otto.
1, guy 2, guy
How to
3.
do-
I
How to
refuse
be
to go
on
along with
YouTube.
your bits.
Yeah, I know. This is why I make fun of you every single episode.
Okay.
Fair
Anyways,
enough.
wow.
Oh, that was
what
it?
a
Okay.
horrible-
Okay.
That was
Yeah.
horrible. All right.
You know, that's gonna be fun to edit, but yeah, we'll make it work. I love doing these intros every single week. Honestly, they're one of the highlights to me. Okay.
I do my best.
It's good, yeah. So again, gonna cut as much yap of these intro as possible. I don't even have to list a bunch of differences this time around because we're literally doing the difference this time around. So again, we separate low stars into their own tier list. This is now the second part, the second half, if you will, of the low stars. So after this, we're fully done with them. So last week we covered the knights and the zerks, and this week we're going to cover cavalry and extra classes. So if you look at the screen right now, you can see all 39 that there are left for us to cover. So starting from next week, we're going to be covering gold and extra classes, and those will be in 3 parts, just so you know. So another difference compared to previous years is that I'm not really going to rely on too many sheets, and in this case even less, because in low stars it's there mostly irrelevant as well. But I do have a looping sheet open for AoE numbers. So for this one, shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamla for compiling this lovely little sheet. So there's a bunch of, best case scenario comps listed in a neat order. But if you want to delve deeper as well, there's individual tabs for classes that have all the servants in there with multiple different Cs, comps, etc. You name it. There's even a glossary in case you're unfamiliar with some of the shorthands, terms, etc. So it's pretty easy to read, I would say. Also, big shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this awesome template. He likes to interject some fun little golden tidbits and Easter eggs here and there, as you might see right now, but it's still pretty easy to read, I would say. So very good job. Always helpful with these to make our lives easier as well. And a big shout out to my awesome co-host. We have a 4-way today, so a lot of discussion, I'm sure. So their channels will be linked in the description as well, of course, at the top or close to the top at least. So do check about and also the sheets, this template, everything I just talked about, and also timestamps. So if you just wanna hear us talk about certain servants, then again they will all be listed in there in a nice order. So feel free to jump around with those in case you don't want to listen to the full thing, because if I had to guess, this is another 5-hour session or something. Who knows at this point? So honestly, with that, I feel like unless I forgot something, that's kind of my yapping is done. There's not much to say at this point. So again, like I said, we have 39 servants to cover, and I believe 0 of them are new to the tier lists. They all existed last year as well already, but there have been some buffs. They don't love buffing low stars a lot, but there have been some buffs even on this side. So, and obviously re-evaluation still happens every year. Like, even if some servant may have not seen any changes, they might still end up in a different spot because, depending on when you ask someone, they might feel differently about a servant. If they used the Bardot, if they found some new uses, there's always these variables. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes anyway. So I think we're good to go with that. So, as you can see, the servants are not placed like in a class order. It's not like we're going to cover one class, then the second, third, fourth, etc. They're in kind of a random order. The order is based on release date, okay? So that's the only thing that is, the order is based on. So it doesn't matter if they're a 3-star, bronze, whatever, or whatever class. They're just here based on their release ID, okay? So from oldest to newest, and that's the only order we're going to go with. So yeah, let's get cracking over here. Let's see, we have a lot of day 1 low stars, of course. And we're gonna start with a fairly well-liked one, at least character-wise. Unfortunately, gameplay-wise, I feel like Medusa could use some more love. In fact, when we had a 3-star rider buff recently, obviously a lot of people were hoping for more love for her too. Granted, there were several 3-star riders that could use buffs. She did not get the latest buff, but nonetheless, we're going to cover her anyway. So we're working with an AoE quick servant, and I want to say a DPS because you cannot really loop with her. It is basically impossible. And as a DPS, I want to say she's not the best either, but let's see what we have here. Again, I'm not going to comment too much on the stats this time around as well, because low stars, they're low stars. Some will have a bit higher attack or whatever as a DPS, which is cool, but in the grand scheme of things, they will still, struggle with stats, and it is what it is. That's why a lot of low stars that tend to do something besides just raw damage, they tend to be the ones to stand out. But, exceptions apply everywhere. So her deck is double arts, double quick otherwise. And her gains on base are not very impressive. They're just very basic at best. The quick cards are really bad. The arts are passable, and that's about it. So skill-wise, the first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she has a 100% chance to petrify one enemy for 1 turn. Good thing is that this can be applied to any enemy ever, as long as they can be debuffed with stuff like this. So it's not required for them to be like a gender or a servant or anything like that. And 100% base chance is okay, but it's still not very impressive. It only does that, so could be better. And with the recent buff she got last year, I believe, which is also new to this list, it's a bit unfortunate that this is not AoE now, especially because she herself is now AoE too. So that's another thing. So yeah, this is the new buff that pretty sure did not exist last year. So the second skill on a 5-turn cooldown gives her 30% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 50% power mod against immobilized enemies for 3 turns. So this includes all the stuns, petrifies, charms, pigifies, sleeps. I guess I didn't know this, but it's also card locks apparently. Interesting. I did not know that actually, that those count as immobilization. But I guess it gives her a bit more use cases. Although you can't deflect those on your side.
Yeah, as we all know, they're very useful for us.
Yeah. Sometimes there's gimmicks where they might card lock themselves, but those are extremely rare. Because, there's no way from the player side to inflict these debuffs. Yeah. But, at least I learned something new today, that those are immobilized debuffs.
The only example of that I can think of doesn't even get represented anywhere as an actual card lock. It's with the cavalry type quest in advanced quests. Like Boudica only uses buster cards unless you fun fact skill seal, which messes up their AI, and then they have a chance of using other stuff. But yeah, they only.
I can think of one example how you can get this debuff on your side at least, but you can't inflict it on the enemy. You can use Knock Naria for the art seal, but that's about it. So again, that doesn't help you though, because you need her to be on the enemy side at that point.
Yeah. Maybe if you fight her, fight someone else with a Knock Naria.
Yeah, then you could maybe get use out of that.
Maybe.
But as a skill, I think it's
also
fun.
A circumstance where there's like a challenge quest where Saberliz was there, and if she used her mana burst, she would always use her buster cards afterwards. Oh yeah, I think that was.
Damn, that's pretty brutal.
Okay, sorry. Trivia over.
Hey, thank you for the tidbits. Yeah, this skill obviously on its own is really good. It's just that it's on Medusa of all people. That's the problem again. And again, her own immobilize being a single target, despite her being AoE, doesn't help the case either. Obviously, you can bring some more servants with her that provide similar stuffs. You probably, if you're going to bring her, you probably will actually, because 50% is still a good chunk of damage. But it's a bit unfortunate that she herself doesn't really get a ton of benefit from it. But the attack and crit damage still, they're okay. Crit damage could have been 50%, I feel like, but oh well. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% battery and 30% star gen for 3 turns. Pretty underwhelming. Her own star gen also not very impressive because her hit counts are very much bad. MP is a 1-hit quick as well, so it doesn't really help too much. And the 20% battery is kind of an awkward number as well, so yeah, just that on a 6-turn cooldown is just way too weak. So not the best skill set still, but not the worst either. 17.5% debuff rest is cool, 6% crit damage also cool, 11% quick is mostly for damage, again, doesn't really help too much with her gains or star gen, but you know, it's still her main card type, so we take it. And some flat damage, which does absolutely nothing. She's anti-saber, which even on stun cases, I'm not sure if I would bring her, honestly. You would probably need a super effective as well or something. Anyway, buffed MP, AoE damage, does a 20% crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns. And then the full party gets 50% star gen for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 100%. Which again, on herself, not that impressive, but maybe some allies could benefit from it. Again, let's say you bring like a Dolman for like the AoE terror or something. And then he could maybe generate more stars or something because he actually has decent hit counts and, you know, numbers. I'm just spitballing here. But overall, I think she needs more. To stand out as a 3-star DPS, I don't think she's there yet. Personally, there's probably some things you can again do with this 50% power mod, but it's just probably too much of a workaround, if anything. What do you guys feel about Medusa?
Well, people call her Meduseless for a reason, right? That nickname doesn't come from nowhere.
Are you guys going in sequence?
What do you mean in sequence?
From left to right.
No, that was just for we always just do. These are always like whoever wants to talk, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, Plushie.
It's
We're like
always-
10 weeks in.
Whoever talks first wins. Anyway, useless here. Like honestly, the buff is so useless with that stun not being AoE, and also the fact it's still just one. Like the stun's on such a long cooldown. Like I think like for farming she's impossible to use, and for like as a DPS like. It also just kind of fails on that front. Like, there's no reason to take her. Like, it's an unfortunate case of just a bad kit, and none of the buffs have fixed it. It's not like Gorgon, where when they buffed her skill, it at least like her MP was buffed as well. Like, and like the skill buff did something more. Like, it fixed a bunch of other stuff.
So,
like, no, this just doesn't do anything.
So counterpoints. She has pretty good synergy with Lohi, because Lohi can AoE stun, and
I'm using 2 AoEs together all the time, you know. Especially one with such a large battery like Medusa.
Also, like her NP5 damage it's literally like some. I was kind of shocked, but like it's higher than basically every other AoE writer's NP1 damage. Like
is
she
that on the
outdamages
petrified target?
Yeah.
Is that
against
on
one target? Yeah.
Yeah, against one target once.
Well,
she
I
doesn't
mean,
have petrify on her MP.
I mean, there's also like there's a mystic code that applies stun.
Not petrify.
There's also a pretty good quick support. Causer Drop is able to stun.
Oh, I mean, okay, it is actually just normal stun. Sorry, I was
yeah,
thinking of a different server that needs. I was thinking of the garbage that's Caution Koji for a second, where she needs bound.
Yeah, this is any immobilize.
Yeah, I mean,
and specifically Charm. That's because of Stheno and Co. They want her to be used with them. I don't think she's all that bad these days because her damage is pretty good. Of course, like you have to do specific things to enable that damage, and not everyone likes doing that. So,
right, but it's a 20% battery. Like the damage is like she's not self-sufficient for her own stuns. You got to run a better. You have to run better DPSs to give her stuns.
Oh, I
Why
just
not
realized. I think I
use
said
low heat?
star gen when I was covering this skill, but it's MP gen for 3 turns. Not that it's a big difference for her in particular, but yeah, it's probably a bit better than star gen.
Is there an AoE rider in Evocation, a 4-star?
Yes,
Mm.
Ishtar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Ishtar.
Ishtar's
And you
didn't
have-
they
and you
did
have
they add
Habitat.
Santa Nemo just now?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
Santa Nemo.
Mm.
Yeah, and
I think
and Habitat, yeah. So many better free options than her. Like,
Oh, welcome to the AoE writer class.
Like, I want to say, I kind of
Uh,
agree with Otto in that she's not terrible, but I just don't really see reasons to really bring her. I'm probably not, and she's not going to go into the bottom left of the list, but just
oh no, I don't think she's
options
the
really
worst,
make
but
her
I
look
just-
much weaker.
I mean, there's better 3-star AoE riders here. So
I mean, you pretty much hit the nail on the head there, because like it's just kind of pointless to bring her. She has good single target damage, then you would probably just bring a single target like rider for it, which we don't lack good ones in the welfare sphere, especially if the end of April evocation happens and they add like rider Liz. There's even more competition. And AoE we got better ones as well in evocation, and like it's just again the low star problem we already brought up last week. And like, yeah, she's not horrible. I think the second skill, the attack up and giving her like the attack up becoming 3 turns and giving her a 3-turn crit up is not bad at all. It's like a really big buff, but it's still not good. Like, I would still never use her. Yeah,
I would say
used to
maybe
just
like
be a
a
two-turn
flat
attack up, right?
C or something for Medusa.
Yeah, something like
middle
that.
of the road.
Like, she's
Just would use
usable,
her.
but just you don't have a lot of reasons to use her. But if you want to, you can probably do a lot worse. Okay.
Oh, you can do worse, but
Yeah. That's why we have the lower tiers, I guess. Anyway, next one is an interesting one, I suppose. To an extent. We're going to talk about George, another day 1 rider. This time of the 2-star kind. So he's a tank who applies dragon to the enemy. That's basically what he is. But it's an interesting thing he's got going on. His stats obviously, again, pretty terrible for a 2-star. With his stunt active, he can at least tank a bit, and the guts helps too, but base, the numbers are just, bronze numbers. Deck-wise, you got double arts, double quick, and his gains on base, very similar to Medusa, just very unimpressive, not much to go on with there. The 2 art scars are just passable, but besides that, not impressive. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a taunt for 3 turns and 40% defense for 3 turns. For a tank skill, it's pretty much excellent. Like, it's a good uptime taunt and a very high defense up, so yeah, it's a very good tanking skill, I suppose, despite it being basic. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% mental debuff rest for 3 turns and a 2k heal. Can be okay too, at least going fully with that tanky thing instead of trying to mix some DPS stuff in there as well, because he wouldn't really do good damage anyway. So a heal can be okay, and then the mental debuff rest, there's some annoying debuffs like, charms, skill seals from terror, or confusion, and then terror stuns, etc. So yeah, not bad to have, I guess. And then he has a base guts, 7-turn cooldown, so the guts goes for 1 time 5 turns on a 2k5 heal, or 2.5k heal. Just very basic, but again, it's nice to have a guts on him though. So if you need him to stay alive, he can tank like 1 more turn guaranteed, more or less, so that's cool, I guess. Otherwise, yeah, it's just a very tanky kit. It's very Daeon-like, of course. They just have some differences, but yeah, it's all tanky stuffs. It's got 20% debuff rest, which, a bit added value for that taunt, so single target's enemy debuffs will land on him with that active. He's got 8% quick up, which is pretty useless on him. His anti-berserker, I guess it is a good append if you want to use him as a DPS, but you probably wouldn't, unless you're, the biggest George fan in the world. Unbuffed MP doesn't help with that case either. So before damage, he makes the enemy dragon trait for 3 turns. It's basically unresistible, unless they have a lot of resistance, or just flat out debuff immune. and then
No, it's not a debuff.
Oh yeah, it's not a debuff. Yeah, true. That is true. It's interesting. I
You
guess they just
cannot
added
block
bonus chance on it anyway, but yeah, it's because traits are not considered debuffs. True. Anyway, also an overcharge.
Roman.
I
Yeah.
don't know why there's a 200% chance to inflict it. I guess
Yeah, if it's a buff,
account
it's
for
kind of weird, but
debuff
yeah.
success. Like,
I guess
Buff
if they get
success-
like a
no.
buff success rate
Debuff
down on
success
them,
would
it's
be weird.
guaranteed still. It's
I
kind
Or
of
it might
weird.
just be early FGO weirdness where like they weren't sure how they programmed their game.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, anyway, the overcharge still. So he gets 20% defense for 1 turn on MPUs on base overcharge, getting up to 40%, which can help him tank more hits. But good luck getting his MP. It's not very easy to get. Unless you've already been alive for like 2-3 turns with taunt active, then you can maybe get it. But yeah,
I don't think it's that difficult to get his MP. It just depends on
the taunt
what type of
definitely
enemy you're
helps.
against.
His own hits won't really do you too many favors, but the taunt definitely
It's-
helps in getting it.
It's easy to get, like, if you're up against servants, it's pretty easy to get, like, at least 40% charge.
Yeah, if they have
from
multi-hits,
spells.
I guess, yeah,
So-
it scales pretty nicely.
So if you have team charge.
Mhm.
I'd
His
say...
bouncy also is worth
Before,
looking
yeah,
at. 'Cause
exactly. Before we start, I do think the
Oh, yeah,
bouncy
yeah,
is
yeah.
a major part about.
Oh
his
yeah, we
kit.
should mention the Bonsi as well. True, very
Yeah.
good.
The whole-
So yeah, this
whole
Bonsi is used in a
force
lot of esports stuff. So what his Bonsi does is when he dies while wearing it, the full party besides him get an invul for 1 attack, and then also a 1k damage cut for 3 turns. Very solid and very usable. Again, there's a lot of people run level 1 Georges for some solos, but you can also run this on a max level copy too, depending on how you want him to function. If you want him to die instantly or not, it is a very, very good Bonsi and very viable. Good stuff.
Well, you can also there's also enough units where you can actually just kind of run him as a buffer as well that can leave the field easily. Like, you run him with like a K scope, you level 1, and any servant who is anti-dragon, you have him
Of which there
NP,
are many.
of
We got
which
2
there
new
are
ones.
many now.
True.
There's so
he's
many
he's one.
anti-dragon
He's
units.
We got
funny
2.
because he will age really well because we will get more and more anti-dragon stuff as the years go by. So I guess he will never get worse. He can only get better, right? That's the funny part.
Yeah, because like he kind of like at like I use him pretty much across everything. Like if at max level he can basically hold out 2 turns because he can eat an MP, guts procs, and the next turn he dies. So like it's a 2-turn block, or he can just eat a turn, or he can apply dragon.
Yeah, it's nice
and
that the
get
taunt
out.
and
I
the
don't know,
guts
he's-
are on separate skills. So it's your choice if you want him to
Yeah.
perish instantly
Yeah, dude,
or maybe
since-
tank a bit more for you.
Since the last list we did, they have added 4 servants that have anti-dragon damage.
Does that include buffs as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause Martha is a recent one.
Yeah, that's what I was asking for. Yeah, I wanted to make sure it wasn't just new servants, but also buffs adding that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a setup the other day with Debrinya, Martha, and George, and it was funny because he he did like well over 100,000 damage just because he inflicts it before damage.
Yeah, and he gets the
And,
Martha mod.
Yeah, and also Debrinya has team.
Oh yeah,
anti-dragon, so
she has another one that's
the whole
team wide.
does more
Yeah.
damage. Yeah, it's funny they did that for both of the AoE Buster Riders in general pool.
Mm.
But yeah, this is probably one of the most useful servants on this list, just because you can go with like level 1 copy to enable. Even outside of solos, there's scenarios where you can just level 1 copy him. It cancels the turn, and team gets the Bond CE or charge or whatever. Or you can go with higher level, and you could just have him bridge a gap between. But because like people do complain about his absorb, that can be a bit of an issue. But I usually use him to bridge a gap between cooldowns. Like I'll have downtime where I'm not doing any damage, and then when he dies, someone else comes in, and then it's time to do damage again.
Mm.
But all he's missing is like some sort of damage mod. They could very easily just give the team anti-dragon with like one of his skills, and yeah.
Another one.
If he gave anti-dragon, that'd be I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
George does a lot of things like as a tank character. I think he's perfectly good at doing that. I don't know if they'd ever give him like a party damage buff to where he's now more of a support. That seems a little
Yeah.
much, doesn't it?
I'd only see like 30%.
I was thinking
don't
maybe
think
20 if they
they'd
do
let
that.
It's just I'd love to see some sort of offensive support from him because he is completely defensive, and that so like
Kind of like
having a little
Leonidas, I
mixture
guess.
there would be cool. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
yeah.
Leonidas.
So
It is a cool dichotomy between the two of them.
yeah, I mean, again, basically, they already said everything. But it really shows how versatile he is because there's been like what just for the past like couple minutes, there's been like 5 use cases thrown out already. So this is a character that at the end of the day is still very useful even for endgame accounts. And because he's cheap, having a lower level copy isn't really a luxurious thing. You know, like having you can just pull friend points. So he's very much used, especially if you want to consider his bond CE. Like his bond CE, the invul is also no duration, so you can bank it for a long time if possible. So like
It's really easy
it's
to just. Sorry, I just completely interrupted you. My bad.
um I I mean I'm just trying to say it's it's a good bond C to farm for if you have like no idea what to backline. He's a 2-star as well. Highly suggest. Probably one of the highest priorities for like if you want a functional low star bond C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I put him like
I will
A plus probably because he's really good. Like he's
I will
very
say
useful.
I'll have situations where I just actively do not want his bond CE because it's one hit of invuln, and sometimes he's like the last support on the field, and then I have a DPS that has their own invuln, and they die because they only have one hit of it instead of 3.
Oh yeah,
Oh
but
yeah.
But
that's
it's
just
pretty
called team
typical.
building. That's just
Well,
called,
yeah, I'm just saying
not
If you
randomly
have like
throwing stuff onto the fights.
yeah,
Yeah.
he has the option. Like you can also use like any other C. There's a lot of on death buff CEs as well in this game.
I
So
sometimes use the
paves really
token
well.
one on him that MP seals the enemy.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
And
Yeah,
nowadays we also have the
so
skill
many.
seal
There's the
version
on
too.
death. There's the
Oh
on
yeah,
death
the new one skill seal, yeah.
charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, the NP and skill seal one. There's the
Oh
one
yeah,
that gives quick up for one
yeah, and
turn.
that
Like
one's
that's
free. Yeah, everyone could get that one now because they added that to the shop recently.
yeah.
But yeah, again,
Probably-
he's super
it's also-
versatile. He has many use cases. He's cheap to use, so party cost is not an issue. He's just good, very good. I would probably agree with
I
Plushie's
also-
A plus.
It's also really
Yeah.
easy to
Yeah.
justify him with like like there's so many servants. Like you could justify him against casters because he can live longer and possibly get more NPs off. And then if you're looking for caster killers, like you got Martha, you got Dobrynia, you got Beowulf, and then Creamhild, Draco, you got Sitonite. All of these servants do both bonus damage against casters. So if you're up against a caster dragon, like
Well, Shizuna
casters
doesn't get
should
more
be
damage
setting
from
them.
George, but she does get the drain, which is kind of nice to have.
I think that
Oh
he is
no, she got
until recent.
Oh wait, the buff.
she
Yeah,
got
yeah,
bonus damage
true,
because
true.
the buff. Yeah,
I forgot about that. Yeah,
I forgot about that too.
yeah. I think
until recently he was my most used low star.
we're gonna start
Yeah,
with A plus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
and the next guy has the same voice actor.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh,
Anyway, the
yeah.
next guy is also
Sound
very
remotely
different
like
in gameplay stuff. He's maybe not so versatile. So we got another 2-star rider in Blackbeard or Edward Teach, I guess. But I feel like everyone just says Blackbeard. Maybe Teach. I feel like no one ever says the given name though. Okay, there he is. So he's an
don't
AoE
wanna
buster
see
DPS, but that's about it. He doesn't have some nice, cool versatility that George does, but let's see what we have anyway here. So again, stats are going to be whatever. They're not very impressive on a 2-star. Unfortunately, for someone who is supposed to be a DPS, his deck is double buster, double arts, which is fairly common on riders. His gains just very much the same as the previous ones. Nothing impressive. Decent arts cards, or passable arts cards rather, and that's it. All the other cards kind of suck. So the first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 16% attack and MP damage for 1 turn. Very underwhelming. Voyager of the Storms, they should all be buffed at this point. It's just the only nice thing about it is that they're mixed buffs, so they're multiplicative. But yeah, it's way too much downtime. Numbers are low. Just no. Second skill on the 5-turn cooldown, he gets 27% attack for 3 turns for himself and a permanent guts, meaning that it's a one-time guts that doesn't expire, which is also 1 HP revive. And then he gets 50% debuff rest for 3 turns as a demerit, which sometimes can be annoying because obviously it makes you way more susceptible to debuffs. So if an enemy has like an RNG stun, then you are now more likely to get hit by it. So it can be annoying.
Dude, it's Kama's guts, but better.
I guess it is, yeah. I guess it is. It's funny. But yeah, it's not a bad skill though. And the demerit, while it can be annoying, it's it's not like a self-stun or something. So it's still a decent attack on a good uptime, and the guts being, like that, meaning it's very easy to get a minimum 2 uses of this, unless some kind of dots happen or whatever. Anyway, third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 2k heal, and then female or feminine-looking trait allies get another 2k heal. So there's the good old Sib skill. Let's say, even if you have 2 female allies or feminine-looking allies with him, it's not a good skill. Just giving them a 4k heal and him a 2k heal on a 6-turn cooldown, nah, this is very misplaced. It's definitely a lore thing, unfortunately. Only passive is 10% debuff rest, which is basically as low as it gets on this passive, unfortunately for him. He's anti-rider, which I would not really bother with. Don't neutral with him ever. There's no reason to do that. Upgraded MP, AoE damage, you get 10 stars on use, and then overcharge, there's a 40% base chance to drain 1 tick of enemies' MP gauge by 1, scaling up to 80%. And again, those are individual calculations, so they can be totally missynced as well. Assuming you fight the same class, you might just end up screwing yourself. But in the case there are mixed classes, maybe it could be good, but overall I still hate the overcharge. 40% on base is way too low, and I don't like RNG drain to begin with. Whether it's skills or MP doesn't matter. It just doesn't feel nice to use. So I think he's just very forgettable. He's just a basic DPS that doesn't bring anything really crazy to the table. I think he's super forgettable, and I would never really bring him to anything.
Hey,
I mean, we just see the problem.
For what it's worth.
See the problem. We just trash talk Medusa, and this is just worse. So
It's worse, Medusa.
I mean,
Worse
they're not
Dusa.
similar, but yeah, it's just like why would you ever bring this character?
I
think
mean,
his
Zinke
animation's
is better
cool.
at making stars, so
Yeah,
Just bring
but I
Bard
don't
at
think
that
that's a
point,
good point.
and he's cheaper too.
yeah. I like his second skill. His other skills are pretty bleh, but like his second skill is really good because it just sits there until you need it, and then you probably have it again by the time he dies.
They should have made it stackable.
Yeah,
They
should
could
make
have on
stack with
him
itself. That way-
specifically.
Yeah, there was a
That
point in
would've
time
been
where it was
funny.
stackable. Like I think
was
it
a
was on the
bug.
Chinese server. Yeah, if you gave him
Yes,
a
I
Oh,
had a
wow.
video on that actually.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you could
Taiwanese
give him
server, I
like
can't remember.
you could give him like 20 guts, and then he'd be like Herc with no damage.
Nah,
So he'd still be bad, but sure.
yeah, also his MP
He's
is
like,
not
yeah.
easy to get. He has 0 batteries. His gains are passable at best. Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't think there's really... This skill is nice, I agree, but that doesn't really go very far, I would say.
Yeah, that
I
third
would...
skill's just so
I'm
weird.
close to E-ing him, but maybe a D. I don't know. Is he E? Maybe D? There's one
I
clear
don't
cut
think-
case who's going to be E here later on, and it's the most easiest E ever, but maybe
don't
he's
think
better
he's
than
worse.
him.
There's worse characters than him, so maybe.
Yeah, there are worse characters than him on this
Maybe
list.
D.
I am.
Sorry,
Yeah, I don't
D.
think.
No, no, it's a bit further to the left. The very beginning of that.
Oh, I mean, yeah. We'll do D for now, I think. Just very unremarkable. No reason to bring him, but there's probably going to be worse servants, and that's the only reason why he's not on E tier, so there you go, I guess. Alright. All right, let's talk an interesting servant next. A servant who has aged pretty decently. Still not super, doesn't have a crazy amount of uses, but definitely has uses compared to being just a much worse version of Mashu in the past. So we're going to talk about Boudica next. So she's a support that offers interesting buffs. Some a bit more situational, some a bit more easier to use. So stats are pretty okay, actually. Her HP on a 3-star is okay. And again, she's not going to do damage, so the more HP, the merrier. Her deck is double arts, double quick, and her gains, again, just not very impressive, unfortunately. Her MP would be nice to have, so it is what it is. Not necessarily needed, but it would be cool if you get it, though. So then the first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, all Roman allies get 60%, or rather, I'm stupid, you get, the entire party gets 60% anti-Roman power mod for 3 turns, and then 50% crit damage to all allies for 3 turns. So this has aged pretty well, mostly because of queeriness, but also because the Roman command code exists as well. Because 60% is a good chunk. Like, that's quite a bit. And it's on a good uptime too. And the crit damage, also a pretty good number, especially for a 3-star. So, yeah, this skill is interesting. It certainly gives her a role in the game. So, for that alone, she is at least viable. Second skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. Ally gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 2.5k revive and also 2k max HP for 5 turns. It's basic, but I don't hate it, honestly. And I like that it's targeted, because otherwise, chances are you'd prefer her to perish over your DPS, for instance. So you can just toss it to your DPS or another support that you might bring along. So it's
Also,
alright.
5 turns is a long
Yeah,
time.
for a guts uptime, it's also basically as good as it gets. I don't think there's any guts that has 100% uptime, unless we don't count those Blackbeard type of guts, like the ones that have a turn time. So it's basically as good as it gets, only having an effective 1 turn downtime. It's very good.
Giving someone hard survival for 5 turns. That's the one good thing about battle continuation, but it makes it targetable and have another effect. So
yeah,
it's a thing.
Very, very nice.
It's a good thing.
Then the third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns. A bit underwhelming, but it's still a good uptime. And obviously, she gets better if you pair her with arts, but I feel like it's not needed, because most of her, if you're going to bring her, you're probably going to bring her for the first skill, and most of the damage she provides is definitely from this. Like, this 20% arts is not much in comparison if you actually activate this anti-Roman. Granted, more gains can be nice. Decent skill set, actually. Decent to good, actually. Especially for a 3-star. It works. Passives, 12.5% debuff risk is fine, because again, she's never going to be really used for farming. Maybe in some rare cases you could, but the lack of batteries is a tough sell. But on bosses, you know, it can be nice to have some debuff risk. 10% quick up on her is pretty meaningless. Her quicks are pretty bad. She's anti-saber, but she's not going to do damage anyway on the append. Buffed MP, so the full party gets 20% defense for 3 turns, and then on overcharge they get another 20% more on base for 1 turn, scaling up to 40%, and then also on overcharge base the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. So when you use it on the turn, everyone basically has at least 40% defense up, anywhere from 40 to 60, depending on your OC level, and anywhere from 20 to 40% attack. Like, it's a very, very basic MP, but, you know, if you activate it, you're going to be happy. But do you really need it? Maybe not. So that's why maybe not the biggest problem that her MP is on the harder side to get for all supports. But yeah, her skill set still makes her viable. This anti-Roman is big, 60%. So yeah. There you go.
So I don't know if this is a hot take, but like because of the Roman command code, she's one of the best buffers for like free to play against bosses, because
I think that's
this
reasonable.
This is on a 5-turn uptime, 60% power mod, 50% crit up. So like if you crit, it's 110% crit up. I mean, it's the same buff type, so like power mod is better because you don't even need the crit. But like it's a lot, and like on top of that, her skill set still has the little bit of like attack up and arts up if you want. And obviously this synergy with already anti-Roman, so like I use like a level 1 copy with Draco a lot. Because of the anti-Roman thing. So I want to put her EX because I think she's one
Okay.
of the best low star buffers. Like again, like if you're only considering free to play supports, she can do both sustain and damage boost. And maybe you just need a healer on top of her, and then like an actual DPS. That's actually a pretty legit team, I'd say, for like a super budget team.
It
Obviously,
would
you
be
can
nice if
use
she
her star
wasn't a
as well.
rider. I agree with chat though. That's like one nitpick I can think of. Her being
Oh,
a
yeah.
rider is a bit
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Especially her
Yeah.
first skill is like crit. Like
Yeah.
it's a crit based skill because the 5 turn downtime, 5 turn cooldown again is like really
Yeah,
short
because she's
for this kind of
even
damage
though
loads.
even if she might hit Roman targets, her own damage would still be not very impressive. So you don't really want to get stars to her. You definitely still prefer them to land on your
Yeah.
DPS.
Yep, definitely. So maybe she can get like a. Well, she already got a lot of buffs, so probably not. But like if you were to buff her again, she can get like a, I don't know, like a star weight down on self kind of effect. Maybe that
They
would be
could
good.
do like a targeted
buff that
absorb for
third
this third skill or something,
Oh yeah, that would be great as well.
and maybe some stars per
'Cause, I
turn.
mean-
Or is that too? Maybe that's too much at that point already. She already does so much.
Yeah, star
It
per turn might
too
be a
much,
bit
much.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would at this
Yeah.
the absorb would at least help with the awkward class.
Yeah, but she's a wonderful
Or
low-star
maybe
support
not make
because
it
of that one
targeted and
command.
like reduce her own absorb by 100% or something for 3 turns.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm sure.
something like
I wish her NP was more accessible. That's
Yeah.
that's my only gripe with her.
the MP
I
is
don't know what
really
classes
good
she's using
though.
every most of the time.
Like the MP is really because like it is kind of like a mash MP. Like it is, especially I think for like it's like 40% defense up for 1 turn and then 20% for the more for like 3 turns, and then the attack up is like 20%. It's not
Yeah,
small
it's like a free
for
charisma
like a
at the very
repeatable MP.
least.
If you give her an
Yeah.
overcharge C, she gives you 50% defense for a turn and then 30%
I mean,
attack for 3 turns. So
I think that's only
pretty
an
notable.
argument if you're also utilizing her for the Roman thing and the crit thing, because otherwise, Orton
Oh yeah, I don't think you'll
Smash,
bring her against the
MP is just
non-Romans.
better defensively because the
Well,
damage
yeah,
cut
you
and the
you
defense
need
think
the
starts
Roman
at
prices
code.
30.
worthwhile though. Well, I
You
think
you
the
need the
guns
Roman
can
code.
actually sell
Like
her there. Like if you're up against something that that has an AoE and P, then she might have Mash might have a little bit of an issue there, especially if there's like Pierce Invuln or Ignore Defense. But yeah, that's it's very specific stuff, I guess.
again, I want to emphasize that a very big part of this is because of the Roman command code. So Lilium Harlot's still up. You guys should just get the CC. Like it's a
Especially
pretty
against
big
one
I'd say.
boss enemy, it's very nice to have.
Oh yeah,
It's kind of
yeah.
hard to
If it's
use on
against multiple,
AoE,
it's
but for
definitely not as
one
good.
boss, it's very stonks.
Yeah, I agree. If it's against like multiple, like in a challenge quest where there's like 3, then it's not
Yeah,
as
then you need like
good.
queerness or
But
something.
yeah, or I mean, you can just take them out one by one. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely not as straightforward. I agree
Yeah, it
with
is just
that.
magnitudes that you don't see a lot. It's because yeah.
I would personally maybe still put her in A plus because the class is not the best for her
Yeah,
role, and the
I get
MP should be a bit more accessible. I feel like, but she's definitely very
get it.
nice to have.
Yes.
Yeah,
So I think I would
that's
still do
fair.
A plus as
I'm
well.
I'm just trying to push it.
I honestly I don't blame. I wouldn't be mad if someone put her to EX because again this is a low star list, so her low I could see it, but I have a bit of gripes where I think it's just not there yet. But maybe we'll revisit later too. Still, okay. But good. Next one is it is a raw DPS one, but it's certainly a standout among 3 stars. I would say for someone that doesn't have any damage niches. So we're going to talk about Ushi next, the OG. We covered Assassin not long ago, and then, Tyra. I'm not sure if she's going to be the first. I already forgot. We're Avengers on the first part, but regardless. Anyway, yeah, the OG is here. So single target quick DPS rider. Even for a 3-star attack, it's just okay. It's not amazing, but, it's fine, I guess. Her deck is double arts, double quick, and her gains, again, they're just not very good. 2 passable arts cards, and then otherwise just not good gains. And in hindsight, obviously, it would have been nice if she was double buster, double quick, I feel like. But, again, this is a day 1 servant, so, what can you expect? But besides, if anything, up here is like some of her weaker stuff. So then we get to see some better stuff. So her first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% MP gen for 3 turns, and she herself gets 20% quick for 3 turns. So while the numbers are not super huge, it's not a terrible skill. Her own quick card's obviously still not the best, so this is mostly a damage upgrade for her instead of a big gains upgrade for stars or MP. But, you know, still the main card type, so can't really be too mad about it. Her second
I
skill...
always thought that was 30%. Damn.
Yeah, it probably should
Yeah,
have been,
we
because it's
must actually
self-only. If this was AoE, then it would make more sense, but being a self-only, probably should have been at least 30, yeah. It is what it is. So second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. She herself gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and get 20 stars on use. Just a good upgraded charisma. Yeah, it works. This would be pretty decent on many gold servants too. I like it. It makes sense. You can just pop it, you're going to be happy. Yeah, great. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn and then 100% star gen for 1 turn. So it's cool to have hard defense because she is a relatively fragile low star that is quick based, so I like the evade. But the star gen, while it is huge, again, her hit counts are just not really favoring star gen too much, but you know, it can help a little bit, I guess. Overall, better than most 3-star DPSs, this skill set for sure. The buffs help a lot, needless to say. Especially the second skill is nice. Now passives, we got 50% debuff rest, cool, 11% quick. Again, mostly a damage upgrade, but still we like to see it. Appendage against Lancers, which as much as I like Ushi, I don't think you would really neutral with her though. Buffed MP, only does damage. It's a one-hitter as well, so refund is basically non-existent. And then on overcharge base, she gets 50% star gen for 3 turns, scaling up to 90% on max. They really doubled down on that star gen. Like, the MP just sucks FX-wise, but at least it does decent damage, that's the thing. But Ushi, I think she's one of those kind of good old reliables. You probably will have better options, especially since Evocation Shop is a thing now, but I think as a low star, she's still good, despite being so basic. Like, she just has some nice things going for her.
Oh, she's very good. I agree.
Mm.
I think like the difficult part is her 3-star damage does out damage all of the other welfare riders. Like with all at MP5 because of the upgrade MP. She has like really good steroids. She actually does out damage like even like Realma Lancer at like MP5.
It's
not a
just
Lancer,
getting-
Realma Rider. Sorry, but
It's just getting
really
the MP.
close.
Oh, probably that too, but
But it's
No,
it's not even that much higher. It's very close. So I would say realistically, in most cases, you would probably still pick one of the welfares. But I definitely can see like picking her. Like she needs, if they gave her like a battery, I can see.
Yeah, right
her,
now she's mostly raw damage with a bit of self-sustain. Mostly just pretty decent or actually impressive raw damage for a low star.
Yeah, second skill is really good. Like his skill's really good with levels. If you like grill her, like the second skill, like it's 50% crit up and the attack was really good. And,
yeah, this is a great DPS skill.
Yeah, it's just that her 3-star, like if you don't plan on grilling her, she is like it's still kind of hard to justify her over one of the welfares, I'd say, because the welfares probably have easier. I think all the welfares have easier MP spam than her, even the Buster one. So that's a bit of a difficult sell, unfortunately. But like she scales really well with Grails, I guess. That's a good thing I can give her. And like overall, she's really good. Like being able to compete with the 4 stars while not being grailed is like she's just brute forcing it to compete with the 4 stars. She's not carving out a niche or anything. She's just like her numbers are just that good. So I do think it's still really impressive. But unfortunately, the role is just a bit crowded at this point, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Not as crowded as AoE riders, at least.
Yeah.
I feel like both have a lot of options nowadays, but yeah, maybe a small difference still.
But is it really that easy to get her NP? Like,
she's mostly glued to supports. That's the thing.
I don't think it's that bad. Like, that's kind of a thing that like every caster, not caster, every rider has the advantage of
because they fight casters. Yeah.
Yeah.
That helps a lot.
So like,
And then you
she-
crit
her
refund.
arts crits are pretty good.
We
Her
all
quick
know
cards
Ushi-
are like nothing, but
Yeah, the quicks are doo-doo. Well, they could be worse. We've seen already way
Crit
worse
refunds
ones,
are
but they're still not
legendary.
very good. And the MP, the
Yeah.
refunds like nothing because it's a one-hit single target quick.
Yep. So it's like I don't think like she doesn't have a niche as well. It's like if the MP upgrade was like today and they gave her like an anti trait like Sugitani has, right? Like if they gave her
Yeah, this is the
I don't
bare
know,
minimum. It's just
demonic.
a damage up. They did nothing else.
Yeah.
It's
If
sad.
they gave her an anti trait on the MP, she would have a place because like, oh, then if I'm against this trait, she's just better than any of the welfares. But right now I just think it's difficult. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, by the way, Rio. You're gonna say something.
Oh no, I have nothing of value to add on this unit. But no, I mean, I just think that like, does the crit start generation? I was looking at it. It only has like a 2-hit quick. Does it really help to get more off the MP
Yeah,
for
it's not
3
the best
turns?
stat for her,
No.
unfortunately. And they doubled down
Yeah.
on it, so yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's one of the A tiers as a low star.
I think she's just A because of the roll compression, not roll compression, but like the roll. Like
Yeah,
you would
because of
pick
all
a
the
welfare
competition,
over her.
that's very
You
accessible
would pick
too.
yeah, and then she doesn't really have like she doesn't have that anything too unique.
20 gifted to EX,
she's
tempting,
just
very
good for
tempting.
damage and like okay survival, and yeah, she just has everything you need except like maybe a battery, but like it's low stars. We can't be too picky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
can.
would say minimum major. We'll start with A and then maybe again see how this fills out with sub competition and whatnot. If she goes up or whatever. But yeah, she's solid. All right, now a fairly relevant one because I believe of all the 3 stars, this is the latest 3-star buff in the whole game, right? I think. Yeah. Unless I'm really forgetting something. But yeah, this is what I was talking about with the Medusa thing, that there was a 3-star rider buff and she did not get the buff, even though a lot of people hope for that. Alexander did. So we're going to talk about him next right here. So AoE quick, honestly at this point a support if anything. He can be maybe a DPS too. Doesn't farm at all because again one hit MP just completely kills it. But can be an interesting DPS and more so of a support if anything with the new buff. So attack is alright for a 3-star, for what it's worth. He's double arts, double quick, and again, the gains are the same as all the other ones, so the passable arts cards and everything else is doo-doo. So it's, you know, that scenario again. So yeah, the first skill is now the brand new buff here. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and he gets 20% battery. So this is cool. It's not a game-breaking skill, but it's certainly a nice modern skill, and he had no batteries to begin with, and much like a lot of the ones we've talked about so far, getting his MP was not super easy, so having some battery can be nice, and his MP can have some supportive utility as well. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it, yeah. It's basic, but it's good. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown has a 100% chance on base to charm 1 humanoid enemy for 1 turn. And again, as a reminder, 99% of servants in this game are classified as humanoid. And then there's a lot of normal mobs and or bosses that are not servant and can be humanoid as well. So while it is niche, it's very, very wide covered. And also does a buff strip on use, which is not tied to any trait or anything like that. It has massive downtime, but it has 2 solid effects. So like a buff strip on command and a very versatile charm is still kind of nice. But yeah, downtime will be real with this one. But certainly not the worst charm in the game. In fact, one of the better single target ones, if anything. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% quick up for 3 turns. So again, much like Ushi, for him it's mostly a damage upgrade, doesn't help too much with the gains, but you know, being AoE is quite nice as well. Can help some allies. Passives, 12.5% debuff rest is cool, 11% quick up, mostly just a damage upgrade. Flat damage doesn't really do anything. He's anti-berserker, which is actually good because he can do some damage, so actually a good append. Buffed MP only does a damage on the normal effect, AoE damage, and then you get 15 stars on base overcharge on use, scaling up to 35. So a bit of a star bomb there as well. So that's why I mentioned there's a bit of maybe supportive utility to MPing with him as well, because you get a bit of stars at least. The MP itself won't really generate stars being one hit quick, but at least the star bomb is pretty cool. So I think is this enough to make him pickable over some other low star support options? I'm not sure. Maybe. He has a lot of stuff now. If you need buff removal, then maybe there's some merit.
Yeah.
But besides that, you probably have, even for
personally-
among low stars, there's still probably other supports that could bring you more.
I agree. Like me personally, if I need to save cost for a buff strip user, I would use him now, because like before I might pick a Phantom, but now because this is more
My boy's
generic.
come a long way.
This is more generic. The buff
This isn't
on
my
skill
boy,
one.
by the way.
Yeah, I knew you meant Phantom, but yeah.
Yeah, skill one is just a nice mix of buffs. For all card types as well. But yeah, outside of that, if the battery was targetable or party, I think party wide is asking too much for a 3-star. But like if it was targetable,
Maybe make it 10% party wide.
yeah, maybe, because Bartholomew has that, right? So it's not
Yeah.
too far on the 3-star. On a 3-star. So yeah, maybe that would have been better. But yeah, I guess they didn't want to. They don't want to stop the meme of, oh my god, we need more low star quick supports. I bet if they made this like just a party battery, people would be really happy, because they always want it. Even though I still disagree with him being a quick support.
No, I'd complain.
Yeah.
It's only 20%.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be there.
It's
on the
just a
front lines
bonus.
complaining.
It's like people say Wu Zetian is a quick support. No, she's not. It's a bonus.
Yeah, part of the
I mean, yeah,
Part of the
I guess
appeal of-
I guess you could use her for anything.
I mean, she's
It's like
obviously
you
better
still
if you
use
bring
her.
her with a quick servant. That's
It's-
just a fact, because
it's
she only
just a
buffs quick of the card
15%
types, but she's
for
not. I wouldn't call her a quick support, much like Alexander.
Yeah, part of the appeal of quick supports is like having big quick buffs, which can help you get your you get gains
Stars.
as well as damage. And
Yeah.
when you have 20%, it barely affects your gain.
Yeah. But he's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
again, I feel
I-
like if you need buff removal, then there's a case to be made that he can actually bring a lot of valuable stuff, and you might bring her over some other buff removal at this point. But if you don't need buff removal, there is stuff, but not sure if it's enough to justify bringing over some other servants. Even, again, accessible low stars / welfare options, because there's quite a bit of options these days. So I think that's how I feel about him now.
Like B+.
So yeah, maybe one of the B tiers or something. Anyone else have anything else to add to
Yeah.
him?
Is Phantom.
It's kind of how I feel as well.
Maybe.
Like he's usable and he's nice to have, and he has a job, so he has a place at least. Unlike useless, right?
Maybe just a
Like
flat B
there's
or something?
for like randomly to like actually need him. You're like, oh, I need buff removal, and he's there and he exists.
Yeah, one of the Bs, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe B, because
Yeah.
I have not tried him out for buff strip yet. So maybe
I've
I'll
used him
change.
a little bit buff strip, but like
On which
You-
TA?
with quick units. Oh, nothing recently.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
usually like-
what I mean is like how much does the buff actually helps him? I because it is a lot of extra numbers, I would say, but I guess we'll see.
I think I'll start with B, and then again we'll see when we have more comparison later on. The next one. Okay, so we finally get to talk about non-writers for now. So now all the day one casters, and there's a good amount of these too. So yeah, next one, a very tragic one, unfortunately. Also, rest in peace, Tanaka Atsuko. More unfortunate things for Media over here. But yeah, single target arts utility DPS. I can't even call her a full-on DPS, unfortunately. Yeah, she's interesting, but sadly not in the good ways necessarily. Attack is good, but don't let that deceive you, at least for a 3-star that is. She's full caster deck, so triple arts, of course. Her gains, again, the arts cards are passable, even on one hit, because her MP gain is pretty high on base, but everything else just not that good. Yeah. Yeah. Just the usual. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown gets 150% battery for self. So there you go. It's an MP on command, and then sometimes you can even overcharge with this, which can help spam a bit more as well, but certainly could come down in cooldown and or do other stuff as well, because, you know, as is, you really need her MP every turn, because it's not going to do crazy damage anyway. Second skill, oh boy, 4-turn cooldown, she gets a 2.5k heal. Just nothing. Nothing. It's nothing. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill this time, so the target gets all their debuffs cleansed and also gives them 50% MP gen for 1 turn. This is cool. It's still a big downtime on it, but, you know, this is certainly some kind of utility that's kind of nice to have. But a bit situational, maybe. The MP gen is at least very usable whenever you decide to pop it. That's the skill set. Yeah, that is a skill set of all time. 10% arts, great, main card type, mostly for damage, not so much for gains, but, you know, damage is welcome for her in particular. 10% debuff success rate actually does nothing. She has no debuffs, it's just a lore thing, so interesting.
Hey, if you put a command code on her.
Oh
like,
yeah, I guess they
like
have
a
100%
burn
base,
code.
right? That is
Yeah,
true.
Yeah.
So,
And I guess it's counted as a
if you-
debuff of
if you
hers,
wanna
because it's on
use
her
Honey
card.
Lake to offset her dog shit damage.
I didn't realize, yeah, I
mean,
guess it's her debuff at that point, yeah, so it works. Huh.
Yeah, it's only really like I feel like the only like passive for this that is like majorly important for command codes is like on Draco because it's like 500%, but
Yeah, true.
it does affect command codes. Yeah,
Cool.
Sorry.
Yeah, good note. Anyway, she's anti-saber because of unlimited blade works memes, and it's terrible for her because you would not neutral DPS with her. She has a buffed MP, but unfortunately for her, her MP just does not have good modifiers. It's very scuffed. It's not good. But what does it do? It does damage, then it removes buffs from the target. It is after damage, unfortunately, but still cool utility to have, I guess. And then on base overcharge, she refunds 20%, scaling all the way up to 100% refund on max overcharge. So again, that's why sometimes the giant battery can even get you another 20%. You know, refund, I guess, depending on what you're doing. So, despite her gains cards being whatever, with the big battery and this big refund, she can still spam fairly well, all things considered. But the problem is, her damage, even with the black grail attached to her name, unless you have a crazy copy, and even then, it's just not impressive. And the other stuff that she brings, like, it's just the third skill, really, because there's not much else going on. So maybe if you need a lot of constant buff removal against a single assassin or something. Like there was that, it wasn't single assassin, but there was that one Hassan exhibition quest where they had those clock buffs. So if you killed them, they put instant death on you. But because it didn't matter if it was after damage, because again, you kill them with the MP, it removes it. So before the clock would trigger, it would be gone anyway. So that's like a one use case where I remember her being decent. But again, that's just
I
reaching.
think that's the last time I used her.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I've used her since then. That was like 17 years ago.
Here's the thing: when the game first came out, she was a buff removal on a stick. We just talked about a buff removal on a stick, and who's way better.
And then back then, buff removal wasn't even all that common.
Oh yeah, because like I remember like the quest you talked about, like it is exactly the one where everybody went to like level up their Medea, because it's like, oh, you know, that's
Wait,
like
do you still get that instant kill? I remember, didn't it work?
I'd say the scaling on her okay, she has other scaling issues, but the scaling on her overcharge is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's 20% per rank up to a max refund.
Yeah. Yeah, she also does 40 damage. So
yeah, it's funny. Part of the
but
reason why she was so good on
damage.
that exhibition quest.
At this point, they should just make her a support.
They didn't need much damage.
They should just give her skills way more supporting stuff, because I don't think she should be a DPS at this point.
No, we
She
don't
needs
have
4 MP
very many.
upgrades.
We have like no single target casters that are worth using. Like they should give her something that lets her.
Single target casters aren't worth using. Period. Like especially at this rarity, just use a berserker or something. Like it's just, they're not worth using. They're bad.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That's why they. I mean, like no one's complaining about Tonal Eco as an AoE caster. It's possible.
There's also welfare, right? Like
there's one
shooting
AoE
caster.
caster that does
Yeah,
damage.
and it's
Wow.
shooting, and she's got like a dog shit kit. Like, yes, I am very aware of the the one single target caster welfare.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
you trailed her.
has a dog shit kit, but
Yeah, I
her
got her
MP is
120.
like 4 Medeas, dude. Like, just this is not. I don't know. I think she needs I'm not joking. Unless they bump her scaling to like normal upgraded scaling. Isn't this still lower than normal art scaling?
Yeah,
600.
it's
No.
scuffed.
Yeah, it is. Our arts is 800
It's
MP1,
half.
right?
It's AoE
Yeah.
scaling, so it's upgraded arts NP.
And
She
also
also
worth
has
noting, her
AoE
skill set has 0
MP.
damage as well, which doesn't help.
Like, bro, she needs like actually 2 to 3 more MP upgrades to be a viable DPS. No, we're talking about free options, not the
Yeah, I guess we should have specified on the
SSRs.
single target
Yeah.
caster thing. There are many good single target casters.
Okuni is good for sure, but like, yeah.
One of the D tiers.
D plus better than Blackbeard.
Yeah, I would say probably more usable than Blackbeard still. Mostly because it's
Yeah,
so easy to
still
spam
like
the
a-
MP if you need a lot of buff removal.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's
But
about
not
it.
as good as Medusa.
Even if Medusa
Sad
is like
statement.
whatever, I still feel like she's more usable.
Oh, hold
Because
on.
again, buff removal
I'm
is a
trying to
bit more
remember.
widespread nowadays too.
Yeah, mainly that.
We even have
To be
skills that
honest.
do it on AoE on command, so yeah.
Yeah, this is again also one target. If this was AoE, it could be interesting.
And then her
'cause
MP would
they
make
are
sense because
very-
it's AoE scaling.
They're very scared of AoE buff removal, repeatable. Like, I still think Amakusa is the only one that has like full buff removal on MP AoE.
And it's
I
also
don't think
before
anyone else
damage,
has that.
which is nice.
Yeah. Well, true. Yeah, that's actually another.
So that's why
big
he's like the
thing, yeah, it's
bane of
before damage.
Castorias, and he forces you to bring buff removal resistance.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll go with D plus. Just a very unfortunate case. Even Bench, the biggest media fan I know, he wants to see her in E tier. Like, you have no idea how big of a. I bet he even woke up to this tier list. He's probably gonna go back to sleep afterwards. Whenever media is mentioned, he's always there, no matter what the context is. So yeah, you can tell it's not looking too good for her. Anyway, moving on for now. This is a fun servant. We covered Saber last week, but now we get Caster Gilderoy. So he's interesting. He used to be completely hopeless, and I'm not saying he's like great now either. But this buff that he has already existed like a year or two already. But it's an interesting one. So he's an AoE Buster caster, DPS, and a bit of a support-ish as well. His damage won't be that great. His attack is also fairly low for a 3-star, which doesn't help with the caster modifier. Full caster deck, very similar to Media just now. So again, just passable arts cards, and otherwise just not much to talk about in terms of gains. Just underwhelming. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 25% mental debuff success rate for 3 turns, and then 100% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. So it's okay. It gets better with the other skills, namely the second one, or actually the third one. I got my orders confused. It doesn't do a whole lot though, but sure, I guess. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 20% MP damage down for 1 turn. They get a minus 20% arts, and Buster is down as well for 3 turns. So the MP damage down is like, forget about it. If you want to nullify damage, you need a lot more buffs/debuffs than that. But those card shreds are pretty cool, and they're on a good uptime as well. So actually not a bad skill in that sense. Pretty interesting. Third skill on an 8-turn cooldown, all enemies get a terror for them or on them for 1 time 5 turns. And then every turn there is a 40% chance to stun them for 1 turn. And so, remind me again, mental debuff success rate, that does not work for the proc, it's for applying this clock, right? It's not for the proc. This is the proc is defined by this, and it doesn't get affected by the mental debuff success rate. It's only for applying this terror itself, the clock debuff. So basically, it's now a 125% chance to apply it instead of 100% base, I guess. It would be cool if it helped with this though. But yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the worst kit I've ever seen, mostly because of the buff to the second skill. This skill used to be arguably the worst skill in the entire game. This or Boudica skill pre-buff. But yeah, it's just, yeah, now it actually is pretty decent, especially for a 3-star. Yeah. And this used to be a servant target only too. Okay. 8% arts up. It's alright. I mean, he has a Buster MP, but at least he has triple arts deck, so it's mostly damage, but a bit of gains as well, I guess. He's anti-foreigner, which is funny when you see the MP. He can't make up his mind, I guess. Well, it's pretty bad append, though, needless to say. Rare enemy, and you would not neutral DPS with him. So yeah, then the MP buff. He does AoE damage, and then all foreigner allies get 30% MP gauge. So it's a pretty big battery there. And then all enemies get minus 20% attack and defense for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40. It is after damage, so it doesn't boost his damage a whole lot, but it is kind of a form of ramp up for both damage and making the enemies weaker. Like, honestly, effects-wise, this is a pretty good MP, actually. he won't do a lot of damage himself, but it's pretty good effects-wise, I want to say. Those debuffs are... I'm surprised they're 20% on base. But yeah, they are, which is nice.
Yeah, but what foreigners are you going to take with him to get that advantage?
I guess that is the argument. Like, it's a cute buff, and it's actually 30% is a lot, but would you bring him as a foreigner support?
Yeah,
thing? I guess you can, but you probably
There's a
wouldn't
farming
over
comp
someone
with Coin
else.
Dark. It's not very
Coin
good.
Dark is a farmer.
There is one farming comp with Coin Dark, but it's not very good. I guess you can use it with Cuckoo, but Cuckoo doesn't have party charge, so I don't think that works either. But you can do like Cuckoo.
There's also Van Gogh. Like, you can try to build him as a card DPS
Oh yeah, he's
'cause
chaotic.
No.
Oh wait, that's Dolman, I'm thinking.
He doesn't have existence outside of domain. He should have. They should have.
They don't add
that.
passive, sadly. They should.
Yeah. I don't think he would be good anyways, because he's a caster with 3 arts cards, 3-star stats. But
Eventually, if you stack him with high enough
used
buffs,
him
he
for
can do
that.
some damage with brute force.
if he has more foreigner charge skill on his skill set, there can be certain farming comps like multi-core with him.
They should give him like a 20% AoE battery, but it only works on himself or foreigner allies.
Yeah, something like that. But he doesn't. So I think he's a little bit short in terms of being like comboed with, because I still think like his best combo is probably Koyan Dark, just because, you know, the party buffer plus party charge. So, but like even with double Koyan Dark, you're getting 90 on either of the. Oh no, wait, no, with a pen skill.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have
you get
animal
100.
characteristics, right? So it could be a better combo
No,
as
he
well.
doesn't. Yeah, the comp is everyone has a pen too, and his has to be maxed with like mages. So you double Koyan Dark and you mages on him, and he MPs on turn 1, and both the Koyan Darks can MP later. But like that's just why. It's kind
You
of.
said though that they
Speaking
don't
of-
add traits. What if they buffed one of his garbage second
So
or
he could
first or
give
third
people
skill?
existence outside
So
the
he
domain.
gives himself existence outside the domain.
Oh, give himself.
Honestly, because they don't add
way-
passives, that would be a way to do that.
Oh, I thought
that's
you were
just
gonna
a
say he
trait,
could give
right?
other people.
Dude,
I mean, dude, this skill is
actually,
called
if he
Evil
could
Eye
give
of the
it-
Abyss. He's looking into the abyss of all the Eldritch stuff. It should give him the trait.
Guys,
If he could give someone existence outside the domain, that'd be a niche buff.
guys,
But
I don't think it'll be worth it, to be honest. But
would you ever
guys.
run it? On a what? What?
Like,
You got complaints?
like no. I mean, I wasn't exactly joking, but like, no.
I'm just spitballing.
Come on.
'Cause we want to see him be
I
more
just-
viable. He's fun.
yeah, he
Yeah.
is. He's fun.
He's funny googly
He's a-
eyes.
Character. Also, speaking of his kit being short, have you seen how fucking tall he is? He's always hunched over, but he's like 6.5
Yeah.
feet tall. He's
I
really
mean,
Like,
tall.
what is his height? Like,
I mean,
he
he's
is
pretty scary and
I
fake
feel like
zero.
his
What-
massive collar helps a lot.
Oh, I
Yeah.
was afraid of where you were
He's-
going with that. Holy shit!
he's like
Oh,
over
okay.
6
I
foot tall.
kind of understand what you're saying. Yeah. I was just looking at this sprite, but yeah. There's an out of context in the clip early moment that's just waiting to happen.
His massive collar.
His massive helps a lot, you know. Collar, okay, collar. All right.
Whoa,
What?
Isn't there? Wait,
Actually, no, he's not as tall as I thought. He's only 6'1".
Yeah, again, I'm pretty sure
But-
it's his garb
know.
that
I
makes it
guess-
look like he's way taller.
Okay, 6'1",
I thought that
but
when
remember,
I thought
Fade
that
Zero
back when I was
Also in
Yeah,
Fate
it
Zero,
makes
he is
sense.
really
back when I
tall,
thought
isn't
I
he?
was
Actually, he
5'11",
is
and now
actually
I'm-
really tall.
I'm 6 foot.
Japanese
in
people are
hindsight, so-
small. Okay.
Yeah, true.
Anyways.
He's next to Ryunosuke, who's probably like nothing in terms of height.
Also, he lures Kit. Anyway,
Mm.
sorry. But does he work with the Jean animation update where she pokes the eyes, or
Oh,
is
yeah.
it just the Saber one?
I think it's only
I think
Saber
that's just the Saber one.
because I don't think she really
Oh,
interacts with Caster.
Oh, that sucks.
Because he by
Yeah.
then Jean was dead, right, and he was already becoming evil and deranged and shit. So yeah, I don't think she
Too
really
late.
knows
You can't
Caster.
poke him back anymore. It's too late. They're all over the place. But yeah.
Anyway, what are we gonna play?
should
I feel like he's fun, but he's just not very viable, sadly.
Yeah.
He's
Like,
is he
yeah.
Is he Medusa
worse or
tier?
better than Medusa?
Yeah, I think Medusa's a good baseline.
I think he's.
Is he?
Oh damn!
I
Actually, that's a
think
harder
it's
question.
close.
I could be
actually
willing
think it's
to. I
close
would be
because the
willing to
MP
put him to
upgrade.
Medusa tier.
Yeah, I think it's because
Yeah.
the MP, like you
Can you
said, the
rename
MP
C to
ramp down is
Medusa?
pretty good.
No.
By the way, just because that's our
No.
baseline here, is better or worse than Medusa?
I mean, First Servant always does. Also, generic AOE, right? Like,
Yeah.
I think that's the
Like,
reason.
he's got some stuff going, but sadly still needs a bit more to be like properly viable. Anyway, next up, yeah, let's talk about another fun
Oh, the
one.
document.
I still have it open on a tab here, okay?
Oh my
Anyway,
God.
yeah, next
Yeah,
up,
I'm not reading this
Hans.
whole thing. No. No.
Yeah.
It's Captain America.
We got a very interesting support on our hands. So 2-star caster, which is one of the biggest drawbacks of him, I feel like, because sometimes he just dies, and it's a bit unfortunate. He doesn't really have any hard defense either, but if he does manage to stay alive, I feel like he can offer a lot to the table. So he has a standard caster deck of triple Rs, and again, his gains on base are just passable at best. It's just not really impressive at all. First skill though, so on a 5-turn cooldown, the party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, then all good alignment allies get 50% star gen for 3 turns, all balanced, which is the neutral on the, it's like on the other side, because there can be like, they named it balanced because otherwise it would be true neutral, or like neutral, but yeah, that side, neutral, they get MP gen for 20% for 3 turns, then all evil allies get 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and then allies that are good, nor good, balanced, or evil get another 20% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty interesting. I mean, it's interesting that they buffed this. They did increase the crit damage from 40 to 50 as well. But yeah, it's I guess now, depending on who you pair him with, you get some bonus as well. It's cute. It's honestly a good skill for especially for a bronze servant. Is good. So, yeah, depending on who you bring, it depends on what you get. He himself actually gets the MP gain, right? Yeah, he gets the MP gain.
Which is the good one.
Yeah, it's of all of
They
these,
didn't
that's
do
the
it.
one he wants. He would definitely take MP gain over all of these other ones. Even
Yeah.
if it's not the best buff
Yeah,
for him
he just
ever,
hit
it's still the best.
Arjun.
They didn't do the dumb thing and let him have the MP damage numbers.
Mm.
Yeah. So
The
it's
cool thing
smart.
is, evil is actually like a stackable
yeah.
buff, so you can be both evil and something else.
That's Arjuna Alter baseline as well.
Oh yeah, he gets 2
'Cause
buffs, right?
He's good and evil. Yeah, he gets 2 buffs from it.
Yeah, I
And you
forgot
can
about
technically,
that.
yeah, you can.
And then you
add
can use
traits as
Ruler
well.
Moriarty as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh wait, rather
Moriarty.
Archer, because he does the opposite. He
Archer.
applies
I
it
was
to
about
enemies.
say,
Yeah.
like, this isn't very
Yeah.
useful on
It's Archer. Yeah. Anyway,
or
second
Jacques.
skill.
I feel like Jacques is an easier
True,
one
yeah,
to
she's maybe better for that
justify.
because she offers more support in general. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 75% battery. This is awkward because even with the append, it's still 95%, so you still need a little bit more oomph if you want to MP turn 1. There are ways of playing around this, like the Kiara C, for instance, on him is very nice because his overcharge on him is very valuable, at least in theory. So that can be a way to do it. Granted, it's not the best for longevity, but yeah, it's a bit awkward. That's why I don't really like this skill too much. It's the 75 just doesn't. It's not a nice number. Ouch.
I just don't max it, to be honest. I have like
Yeah, you
a
don't have to,
6.
honestly.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
usually used as 50.
Cooldown is still
If you-
nice to have, but yeah.
If you add it to the append, you only need 10% more charge, and there's a lot of 10% more
Party
specialized
charge.
support.
Yeah, I
that
guess.
you like.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Anyway, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. It's a targeted skill, so target gets 15 stars per turn for 3 turns and 10% MP gauge per turn for 3 turns. I love this buff a lot. It's very basic, but it's good. It used to be a very sussy skill to use because it makes him die even faster, and it wasn't even that many stars, but now it's more stars. And you also give someone 30% MP gauge over 3 turns. It's good. It's good. Basic, but good. I still kind of like his skill set. I think it's good. It makes sense. The stars also make the first skill way better with the crit damage. That's universal. Yeah, it's good. 4% arts up. It's nice to have, but it doesn't do a ton for him. 6% debuff success rate. Again, maybe in this case it's even worse than Media because he's not even a DPS, but I guess the command codes if you really want that. He's anti-alter ego, which is a really terrible case for him. Don't even bother with the appends. Thank you, Kiara, for that, I guess. So then the MP, the fun MP. So, okay. So on base, you have an 80% chance to give the full party 20% attack, defense, star gen for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 40% on max. And those are individual calculations for every single buff and every single ally as well. And then guaranteed the full party gets 1k healing per turn for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 3k per turn. So at least the healing is always guaranteed, which is cool. The star gen, I feel like that's usually not a huge issue if it whiffs, because it's not a huge number to begin with. But you kind of really want to land the attack and defense. So it kind of feels bad when you end up whiffing those. So 80%. As much as I love Hans, I still have my qualms about his MP. You know, most of the buffs being RNG. And correct me if I'm wrong, if you give him buff success, like buff success rate up, it only boosts the the chance of applying the buffs for himself? Or does it work with the full party?
I don't know.
I forgot how it worked.
I don't know, but I hate Space Ishtar's 80%, and I hate this 80%.
Yeah, I can. As much as I love Hans, I can't defend the MP too much. I still think it's good overall. Like Overcharge has a lot of value on him, again, assuming you don't miss most of your buffs, which you shouldn't. So yeah.
I mean, the most important thing here is the HP regen. That's the least replaceable thing
Is
outside
it?
of, like, I guess, the Asclepius.
I mean, I kind of disagree. I think it's the defense up.
If you want a healer, just take Asclepius.
Yeah, but Asclepius doesn't give you crit stars and crit damage. Like, he's a lot less damage oriented.
But if you want, well, I mean, Asclepius gives, arts up and,
And arts up and
arts up and arts up and arts up.
Okay, the reason I said
schemes outside of arts.
The reason I said the defense up is the most important is because the defense up really solves the he's gonna die problem. Because it's really easy to get his MP to back. Like if you're running him in a team with like any sort of party charger, and you give him the starting Cersei, it's very easy to get him to back MP. And if he gets like 40% defense up, he no longer is like at risk of dying from one hit. So I think the defense up low key is the most important one to land.
I'm almost inclined to agree.
When I'm doing pure free to play runs, like the defense up landing or not very much determines if he's gonna die on turn 1 or die on like turn 5, or like never die, right? So it is the most important, and also like the attack up, obviously, if you're using him with DPS. I think he's still like really overtuned for a low star support. Like if you look at his kit, like even his crit up on the skill is like 50%. Like that is not a small thing, right? And the first skill, one effect plus the 50% is a really good buff. Skill 3, you can throw it on someone before he dies, really good. And even has a big battery. I think like for these kind of supports, having big self batteries are really good. Like 75 is awkward, but it is 50 plus. So it's really good.
I
So-
still personally think
if you're
Hans
gonna-
is really good, but he's my biggest issue is still not even the MP. It's just that he just dies sometimes prematurely.
If you're
Unfortunately.
going to use Hans, he is probably one of the better targets of the cope scope. Because that's 3k HP, 100% starting charge. Call it
Yeah,
a
and then
day,
you can MP
right?
back to back. Yeah, probably.
I
you
like
can
to
MP
use
back.
2030
usually-
max because it's
I
like
usually
it's 3k HP as well.
I feel like 2030 can be a bit overkill because he already has 15 stars per turn. I usually go with the
Scanner one.
Kiara one, which gives
Oh.
you.
I use that when I
like
backline
Kiara.
him
You
in
get
because then he gets an
10%
instant
on
MP with a
stuff.
good overcharge boost. But if he's frontline, I like to use 2030.
Yeah. So, by the way, my dislike of Hans is not that I think he's a bad unit. It's from when I first started playing the game. Everyone was like, "You got to grail Hans. He's the best. He's such good."
I feel like not really anyone
grail
says
him."
that anymore. I feel like that's like
No one says
already
it anymore
done.
because we've moved on. But
It's like 6 years ago.
Yeah, I feel like that's
it's
not
like,
even
let
relevant
it
go.
anymore.
You know,
The crash was 8
I
years
will
ago.
not let it go. I
go,
won't let
bro.
it go.
Let it go, bro. But yeah, I think it would be cute if he has like, if his second skill got buffed and he like buffs Kiara's damage a crap ton, but deals like 10,000 damage.
Okay,
To her.
we know you have a 120 Kiara. Okay.
Shut up, dude.
No, but hold on. But I do think that they should have some
Here's
sort of
the thing.
interaction.
Here's the thing.
They do have.
What-
Yeah,
He's
she's
really
evil, so
bad against
she-
Kiara because of his third event. That's the Kiara
Here's the thing.
interaction.
Yeah, she's evil, so she gets
Here's-
MP damage, and that's the thing she needs the most.
Here's the thing. Do you know why he should do 10,000 damage to her? Because she heals for 9,000 on MP for no reason. It's always wasted. At least have someone beat her up before she heals herself. Like, I don't get it. Anyway, sorry.
Oh yeah,
I think
Yeah, go ahead.
I think he's super useful because like he sort of just makes someone a crit DPS and as well, and there are like higher rarity servants that are good at that, like Van Gogh. But as for low stars, someone you can just drop stars on, and then you can give 50% crit as well as other effects, and like he dies off pretty easily. It's pretty valuable because like stars per turn, like. It's usually tied to the servant that is in there.
Yeah.
But he could just put.
And it's nice that all his like effects, they're all 3 turns and they're stick to your ally. So even if the unfortunate case happens where he dies early, at least he will apply buffs that have some longevity.
Yeah.
Also, what was the version of the upgrade 2030? That was overcharge, right? That's pretty good on him too.
Oh
I
yeah,
think it's overcharging stars, a little bit less stars, but it's a bit
a
of
lot of
overcharge.
the time, though, I prefer the starting charge because, as
I
Plushy
might
says,
not have that
you
CE.
can have them die. Fairly
You
quickly.
can't not have 2031.
You call that? That's what you call it. 2031. That's
Actually,
the
you can
fun-
call it
You-
2032. Really.
You said that purely because of the pun. Like you just wanted to show off the pun. Yeah. Okay.
What pun?
Wait.
Is there
Well,
a
it's
pun
not
I'm
a
missing?
pun, but
Oh, I do. I have 2 of them.
Actually, I think it's
Okay.
smarter to call it
Never mind.
2032 because it's, it's the second one. Yeah, actually, I made a joke and then I'm like, I have a better joke in my head.
All right. Here's an inside joke for you, Rio. I got the run.
Screw you. I'm still doing it. I got Buster, Arts Buster, and it's not enough. I need Buster, Quick Buster. I hate this thing.
Hans,
Anyway,
I think I
sorry.
would still place him in A+
relate.
personally.
Oh, A+ for
Where?
sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Fine, I don't-
definitely.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Once again,
Again, my issue
hate
on
is not
EX would
about
be
his
like
gameplay.
he just
Actually, I
dies
do hate his
sometimes too
first-
easily,
I will say,
and the RNG can
I hate his
can
first
absolutely
step.
screw you as well on the MP. It's rare, but it can happen.
Yeah,
I
I really don't
do
like
think his
bouncing
first
with
skill's bad.
Yeah.
What?
I think his first skill is bad though.
How?
I hate
It's
it.
50%
what?
crit. It's 50%
Because
crit.
all the extra effects are annoying. I hate having to
Well, maybe
You
you should use more
don't,
evil servants. All right,
You
do what
don't.
I do.
It's just it's
Yeah.
just
It's
Like
useless
50%
on
crit and
good.
20% MP damage is a lot.
It's vaguely useful on balanced, and on evil it's good. But
well, yeah, it's a Kiara.
You're
thing,
only
I bet.
saying
It's
that
just-
because you have class score on everything you like. 50%
What do you mean?
Stargen is pretty nice. Okay.
Oh,
It's not
well,
bad.
maybe
Also,
you should unlock some class scores. Get some
also,
class auto.
again,
But I
the
have
thing,
2 almost maxed. I have 3
and I
almost
have
maxed.
3 maxed
again,
and almost 4.
All right.
the thing with this is, like, I think the skill 1, because people were very confused when it got buffed. They were like, why did they buff Hans? Because people were like fully expecting Shakespeare. I think when it was like an anniversary buff thing or something. But like, skill 1 is good enough on its own. Like, it's a bit dull before the buff, but like,
Yeah,
I
it
think
wasn't
50%
bad.
crit plus anything would be like, oh, that's pretty good.
And this
'cause
was
I-
already
I'd
when he
take
had the
anything
buff
on
to the
top of
third
that.
skill where he generates a decent amount of stars.
Yeah,
But it was already
and the crit up
okay.
got bumped to 50, right? It was 40.
Yeah, it
It
did.
got bumped
Yeah.
to 50. So like, it was. I think the skill 1 is like decently strong for a low star. Like, it's not Boudica's skill 1, but like it's pretty close. Like it's got, I don't know. I don't think like, obviously it's best for evil, but
Yeah.
I think for anything else it's still okay. But yeah, sorry.
But yeah, I think we'll just go with A+ for now. Obviously, Hans is still very solid. And then, yeah, you mentioned him. We're gonna talk about Shakespeare next. Oh man, this is an interesting case. So we have a AOE Buster Caster DPS, but mostly kind of just a quick support. If not quick like card type, but like someone that does his thing and then just doesn't do much anymore after that. Doesn't have a lot of longevity either. Just a kind of an awkward thing. His damage won't be very good either, which is unfortunate. He has the standard caster deck, which again, just passable arts cards and nothing else. Just gains are just overall kind of whatever. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 40% buster for 1 turn. So that's the quick stuff I'm talking about, for instance. You just press this, and then, yeah, it's there for 1 turn, and then it's not. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, he gets an invul for 1 turn and a 1.5k heal. So literally some self-preservation, I guess never hurt. Sure, it's not an amazing, but it's not terrible either. It's a pretty standard, because usually these 1-turn invuls and evades are on a 6-turn cooldown, and they usually don't do a ton of more, so I guess it's okay. And then third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, it's targeted 20% battery, that also gives the target 100% star gen for 1 turn again. So again, that can be mixed value depending on how much they get out of that star gen buff. Man, this is, compared to Hans, this skill set doesn't really do a whole lot, does it? Oof. 6% Arts Up is his only passive, which again, a bit more gains if anything. Because again, he's not really going to do DP or damage either, so he's anti-caster, we just forget about it. Buffed MP does AoE damage on normal effect, nothing else, and then on overcharge base there's a 40% chance to stun for 1 turn all enemies, scaling up to 80%, which again, just no reliability whatsoever, and that's not even factoring in any kind of resistances the enemies might have, so good luck getting sub-reliable stuns out of this. And again, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage at all. Even with his first skill active, he's not going to be a DPS. I've seen a lot of people swear by him, like, oh, he's still a budget supporter. Where we're like, no, dude, you have a billion options these days. I don't think you ever need this guy for anything. I'm sorry, I don't see it. I don't
replaced
see
him so easily.
Yeah, Changong's better if you want to.
I don't think he has any use anymore. Maybe in like ye olden days there was a raid and then you can bring him. Yeah, sure. But even for nowadays, you have better options for that too.
Okay. One funny thing, I think I used her against you, Olga, the big one.
Man.
So because I RNG stunned her with the MP.
Dang.
That's it.
I guess he has like a little bit.
Did you
of
have to
synergy
reset a lot?
With love, whatever it is. See,
I've seen people
Love's
also
Curse,
run
yeah.
him with like
Love's Curse,
with
yeah.
like a taunt CE, so he can like actually use his invul, so he can like taunt for 2 turns. But dude, this is just, we are stretching it real thin. We're scraping at the bottom of the barrel.
Stretch.
You know, this stuff, like, my god.
Yeah, it's the use case for him is like if you want more than one Buster Servant to NP at the same time. That's it. Like outside of that, he's just worse.
Wait, what do you
than
mean? Like,
Changong.
what's the?
Because then he can give 40 Buster to the whole team instead of just one.
Oh yeah, because it's an AoE buff.
Yeah.
party buff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
And it comes up occasionally, but he's just so much worse at it than basically everyone else that can do it. Like, there is no world where you use him over Summer Woo, for example. Even in P1 Summer Woo.
I know we just talked about her last week, but like I would use Paul Bunyan over him
Yeah.
for sure.
Same.
For
Yeah.
just 4 busters.
You
I
would,
wouldn't
you
wanna
would.
use this.
I mean, he at least has 20
Yeah.
battery, I guess. And that's kind of my
Yeah,
issue with Paul Bunyan, so.
that's the last saving grace is his targetable 20 battery.
But it's 20. If it was
is
30,
that why? Is that why they didn't give Alexander targetable 20? Like, oh, we can't kill the Shakespeare. I don't know.
if
This
it
is
was
so bad, bro.
targetable 30, he might be used
Mm.
sometimes.
Yes, but still, no. I think even with a targetable 30, I would not use him. Like, it's just
What I-
one turn buff.
I want them to
Here we go.
make
Here's the buff.
invuln
They need
they make his invuln targetable, and it's like 10% team charge. And then
That could help,
They
yeah.
buff skill 1,
It's like
so it's 3 turns
all the
and gives
things that does
10% charge to the party.
you kind of cut out for the first part. Also, I was
It said-
talking over you, so
Yeah, well, that's normal. No, you buff his first skill, so it's 3 turns, and it gives 10% party charge.
Honestly, it would be a really good skill at that point, but maybe on him it would be balanced because he doesn't offer a ton of stuff anyway. It might be balanced. Anyway, as is, I think he's flat D. What about you guys?
he's easily one of the worst low star supports.
Yep.
Again, only reason he's not
Yeah,
E is because we have actual, real, easy E cases later on.
Also, can we stop saying flat D? It's like
I
the
think you
meme.
just have a
Otto, you're the
dirty
only one
mind,
making it
Otto.
weird.
I'm gonna bonk you, okay? I'm gonna bonk that shell of yours.
Dude, you were the one who said massive color.
It was a normal statement. I didn't even realize it could be something until you pointed it out. Again, I feel like this is on you every time.
Shut up.
Okay. All right. Anyway, let's talk about the next caster because we still have more day 1 casters. In fact, actually, is this day 1? It is day 1, yeah. Okay. I thought maybe he was London, but no, he was day 1. Another caster is later, I think, not day 1. The other London 3-star caster. Anyway, Mephisto type. So the crazy cloud is here. AoE Buster DPS, pretty straightforward case, and unfortunately doesn't really stand out too much. He has one interesting thing going for him, which probably keeps him out of the absolute bottom tier. Well, let's see what we have here otherwise. So attack, again, fairly low for a 3-star, even especially for a caster, doesn't help. Lower modifier and all that. Triple arts, standard caster deck, just whatever gains again. The arts cards are passable, everything else sucks. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown has an 80% chance to drain 1 tick from 1 enemy. Why? Why? He's AoE. Why is it RNG? Why doesn't it do anything else? Why is it not buffed already? Questions, no answers.
People
Second
talk about how bad Helena's second skill is with the drain and damage plus. Like, this is so much worse, dude.
This is
It's
worse.
not even
It
a
is.
guaranteed drain.
Yeah. Anyway, second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 9 stars per turn for 3 turns. Why couldn't they just round that up to 10? There was no reason not to. Like, why? It's just a weird number.
They did 9 a lot back then.
Yeah, but this is a buff, though. That's what I'm saying. It makes sense that it was 9 on base, but
Yeah, they could've made
it
it
was
15.
buffed. And this is not even a super old buff either. It's not new anymore, but it's still not an old buff. So they should have just rounded it up. Even if it's not a big difference, it would just look nicer, okay? Anyway, 9 stars per turn for 3 turns. He gets 30% attack for 3 turns and 50% minus healing for all enemies for 3 turns. Especially because the other effects have nice round numbers too. It's just kind of weird. Anyway, it's a good skill. It is a good skill. You might not always get value out of the healing down, but for a self-buffing skill, it's totally fine. No big issues there. And they removed the demerit too, which is good. Then the third skill. This is the thing I feel like can give him some relevance. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he does a 3-time buff block on 1 enemy. Just flat out 3 times. No duration there whatsoever. So it's gonna be there until it's cleansed or until it blocks 3 instances of buffs on the target. And then it also does a 1k curse on for 5 turns, which is mostly irrelevant, never really, I would say, makes any difference. But yeah, that buff block is pretty interesting. It can totally, if there's a really buff-heavy enemy, that, like, let's say you're fighting First Emperor, he MPs, he gets those giga buffs, including an invul and everything else, then this can, one instance of this fully blocks his MP. It's not even just like, oh, it blocks 3 of the buffs of the MP. No, no, no. They're instances. That's how buff blocks work. An instance of a buff is considered 1 block. So a skill, everything a skill does is an instant. Everything an MP does is an instance. So this blocks 3 instances. So it can actually have some cool longevity, especially because, again, doesn't have a turn limit. So this is the only reason why I think he actually is rarely relevant. But yeah, let's see the rest first. 7% arts up is okay, mostly for damage, a bit of gains. 8% debuff success rate up, great, because again, you really want this to land. If you're going to bring him, you're probably going to bring, want to make use out of this too, so a bit higher base chance to land is great. He's anti-berserker, which is cool, I guess, if you actually want to DPS with him. Buffed MP, it actually does ignore defense on damage, so it's not just flat normal damage, which is cool. Like that, AoE damage as well, of course. And then does a 500 curse on enemies for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 2.5k, which in most cases also just a meme and doesn't really do much. But hey, the ignore defense, I guess, kind of cool, sure. But yeah, as a DPS, I think he's, even after the second skill buff, he's still very subpar. You can do way better, even among 3-star casters. But I still think this third skill, it has something going for it. I've used him myself for this in particular.
He's just a third skill, but
yeah, I wouldn't blame you for saying that.
I feel like these days it's not as valuable because we have a lot of buff removal options, even for low stars.
I mean, I
there's
cheese my
situations where-
Kamazat solos with him all
Sometimes
the time.
buff removal
That's
can be a bit
big
more valuable.
cheese.
Like, let's say, I'm going to rerun that example. It's First Emperor. He MPs first, and then if he crits you,
Yeah.
you just die. So if he doesn't even get those buffs,
Yeah,
you
that's
don't
the
die.
situation
So
where
sometimes buff
like-
block is just better. Granted, again, buff removal is maybe, easier to land because it doesn't have a chance to land, right? It's just 100% if it works. So there's the one negative side of buff block, which can whiff.
It is 3
Yeah.
times. So like
Yeah.
that, I mean, that is a big thing. So like,
but here's the thing though. I have only used him in recent memory to cheese Kamazat's runs. Other than that, I have not used him. So it is very
Well, I feel like
situational.
it's, even though you say cheese, I think it's a legit use case.
Well, yeah.
It's not a
True,
common one, but it is a use case for him.
Yeah, I think if he has another supportive effect, it would be super solid. But
Well, he generates a bit of
Yeah,
stars at least, I guess, which is, it's not a whole
Yeah.
lot, but it's a little. And then he does his healing down, which again, mostly hardly ever relevant, but sometimes it could be a thing.
yeah, it's
And the Draid, which is unreliable.
It's yeah, maybe buff witchcraft, because man, having witchcraft.
Yeah,
on
this
a
needs a buff
clown demon,
desperately.
like what's
These
what's
two
the
are
name
fine.
of
Like,
it?
these are fine skills for a 3-star. They're totally good. In fact, this third skill is remarkable.
Yeah, they should call they should call
Otto,
it Clown
it's
Fiesta.
it's the school of thought that you belong to.
They should call it Clown Fiesta and give Koyan Dark a buff. Because no, I'm joking.
I don't think they can call it that
Fiesta.
because the third skill is already Clown's Laughter. They can't do Clown twice, right?
No, they can do it. Call it Clown Fiesta. We can all go to this best of Clown Fiesta.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying they probably won't do it because they already used the word clown in
What
this
is
skill
that
here.
from? What is that from, Plushy? The Clown Fiesta comment.
It's an old Twitch meme. It's from Forsen's stream. I'm pretty sure he started. He started always saying like Clown Fiesta, and everything picked it
I
up.
don't know who that is. I've heard about
You
Force.
don't know
He's just a
Forsen?
streamer that has the most unhinged chat ever, and he there's a lot of unhinged chats nowadays, but
it's
he
a
was the
League of
OG.
Legends thing. Oh,
Every
gross.
deranged viewer always ended up there, and his chat is full of spam, full of questionable comments and
Forsen
whatnot.
plays used to play Hearthstone. I watched.
Yeah,
his
he got
Hearthstone
big from that, but now he just plays whatever.
Yeah.
And his chat is always the same. It is just always spam. They're always probably racist and other bad things that come out of their mouths and whatnot. So yeah, and they love gachi, which is at least based because gachi memes are funny.
And we do love.
God, we should strive to be better. No, I'm joking. strive to.
I'm
be
pretty
like
sure
this guy.
Clown Fiesta originated from his stream and the Hearthstone scene back then. But yeah, I digress.
It's just a funny phrase. Gotta say,
But he is.
Yeah, no, he's carried by his third skill. I don't ever
Otherwise,
use
he would be
him
just a very
outside of that
forgettable
third
AoE
skill.
DPS. He's still mostly
Otherwise, he would be
forgettable,
a
but
straight
sometimes you can find a
downgrade
use
to
for him.
Jill the Ray caster, which is a sentence and a half. Like if he was
Yeah.
he's a way worse DPS than he is.
He has
So-
like his own niche. It's just not as valuable as it used to be. I feel. I don't know.
Mhm. I think he's
We have a lot of bosses that spam that have like good old, every time they attack, they get an offensive buff, and it's just okay. Like it's gone instantly.
Well, yeah, it just eats it up.
in those cases he's kind of wasted. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he could
So
still be in Medusa tier.
Sure.
Even if it's not the
I'm
most
not
needed
against that.
thing, it's just cool to have, I guess. Because you don't even need to max it.
I'm
That's
not
the nice
against
part. The only thing that scales is the curse. You just have a level like a base copy, and it's fine. It's good
Yeah.
enough.
I'm not gonna.
I think he's
he
Medusa
should
too.
get a buff. He should buff like clown trait servants, and then you don't know what that means, and it's just like FGO thinks they're a joke, and they would just be included.
Clown trait, but it just
And you know what they
randomly
should do? Over time, if a servant gets ignored long enough, they eventually get the clown trait.
Please.
They would just
That'd be
add
so
them like
funny.
retroactively.
Oh no.
Anyway, yeah, Mephisto, he's not hopeless because of his third skill. Anyway, time for another support, and a fairly interesting one still. We got Mozart next, so is this the first 1-star servant actually as well? Yeah, it is. The first actual 1-star servant we're going to talk about. So, support caster, mostly used with arts, but I guess you could even use any card type, but you do lose out on some
Yeah, mostly
effectiveness
arts.
out of him if you don't pair him with arts. But yeah, stats are obviously terrible because he's a 1-star. He's not going to stay alive for long. It is unfortunate. Yeah, but maybe you kind of want that anyway, because he just pops and then he's kind of done. He doesn't have a lot of longevity, to be honest. Gains, again, just very unfortunate. Arts are passable, but everything else sucks. Standard caster deck of triple arts as well. So yeah, the first skill, as I mentioned, 5-turn cooldown. All allies get 44% arts up for 1 turn. So it's a party-wide arts mana burst, basically. And in a lot of cases, it's actually better than that too, because a lot of arts mana bursts that still exist for some reason are like 40% for 1 turn. So it's even more than that on an AoE. Not saying it's a great skill. It's still not amazing, but worth noting, it's not a bad number for an AoE blue buff.
You know that meme format with the two people talking to the lady at the office cubicle. I want to see 40% AoE Buster buff versus 40% AoE, 44% AoE arts buff.
Yeah.
You mean,
We're not calling
one of
human
them sexual
resources
harassment.
on what's his name, Mozart, because of the Buster buff.
Is it the
Yeah,
same picture
I
meme?
know.
You mean that one?
I know, it's just funny.
No, it's
No,
the
it's the human
sexual
resources
harassment
one.
versus human
Hello,
resources.
human resources, and oh, you're so sweet.
No.
Yeah, the
I'm not sure if I know
handsome
that one.
guy,
Maybe
yeah.
I do. It doesn't sound too fun
Chad
though.
and the virgin-looking people.
Okay.
It's this one. Just I'm gonna.
No, you know what? If you have one, I'm gonna look. Just to give I'm gonna open it on stream as well. Let's see.
It's blank, so you can
So
fill.
yeah, this is like a template. Oh
Patrick
yeah, I know
Bateman
this one. It's like
and,
because the dude is like super handsome and the other one
Yes.
looks like shit.
Yeah,
so
you
yeah,
put
I've seen this one. Yeah.
Mozart in the first one, and then Shakespeare in the other one.
Yeah, something
This
like
literally
that. All
just-
right. Yeah, I've seen
Every
that.
quick
Yeah.
servant is like the bottom for FGO community.
Oof. Anyway,
Quick and quick.
yeah, it's passable. It's not. I don't hate it though. Second skill, also pretty interesting. On a 5-turn cooldown, one enemy gets minus 18% MP damage for 1 turn. So pretty much like the Jill caster one. That part is just pretty negligible. Doesn't really do much. You need a lot more than that if you want to work with it. Also, it's 1 turn, so you have to just stack everything immediately. But then they also get minus 20% arts, res down, and crit chance down for 3 turns. Those are pretty cool. So hey, actually not a bad skill at all because of those 2 effects. Good. Again, tied for maybe the worst skill in the game before that. Third skill, Infamous. 6-turn cooldown, 50 stars on use. You're guaranteed crits. Yay. You just press this button and you have guaranteed crits, unless something weird happens. Yep, it's a thing. That's why I'm not too mad about the first skill being 1 turn, because this is a 1 turn thing too, basically. So he just...
Yeah, he's a very bursty support.
Yeah, this second skill and the MP, which we'll cover in a second as well, they have a bit of longevity, mostly the second skill, because you're probably not even going to get the MP in most cases. But yeah, mostly just pretty bursty for sure. Anyway, 8% arts up is okay.
I kind of hate that the damage is only... The NP damage down is only 1 turn.
Yeah.
It's not that big.
They could have made it like
Probably
20% for 3 turns, easily. Unfortunate.
Did the same thing with Gilles.
Yep, could have done that too. Alright, his anti-pen doesn't matter, it's a rare one anyway, but yeah, he's not a DPS by any means. Then he's MP, so he has an 80% chance. Hans is back, I guess, but this time instead of buff, we have debuffs. 80% chance to do minus 20% attack and defense for all enemies for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40 on max. So again, those are individual on both of the buffs landing and then on all the targets as well. And then he does a 500 curse on all enemies for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 2.5k. Which, much like Mephisto, is just a beam. The curse is not really irrelevant. So when you MP, you obviously just want to land the, probably mostly the defense down, but attack down can be very nice to land too. So it depends on what kind of setup you're running. But yeah, it's not the best MP ever. It's definitely much worse than Hans's MP. But at least he has this bursty skill set, so you don't even need his MP. He can just come in, maybe have a taunt C, just pop this on someone, push these buttons, your DPS is going to be happy at least for 1 turn. He's like, yay, thanks for the big burst. He's still relevant, I think. Again, it also helps that he's 1 star. Honestly, in his case, it's probably good that he's a 1 star, because again, low cost, and it's probably a good thing if he dies early. No offense to Mozart, but in his kit, it's probably a good thing. So
the thing for Mozart is another one of his use cases was he was the finisher. Like you would bring him in on the final turn.
Yeah, it's like the Oberon before Oberon for arts.
But unfortunately, his job has been 100% replaced by Oberon in that respect.
I mean,
like
Oberon's pretty pricey for the 1 turn.
I know, but like when you're going to like push damage, even on an art servant, you just take Oberon, so you don't use him for the turn 3 anymore. So he lost that job.
He does have the party cost, though, like Otto was saying.
I mean, he still does do pretty decent damage buffing. Like you give him Love's Curse or something, and it's like what is it, 40 defense down, or is it 30 defense down?
It's 20 on base and 40 max.
Hello?
But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's useless, by the way. I'm just saying that like he lost a job, unfortunately, I think. But
I don't think he lost his job. He's less relevant, if anything, but I think he still has use cases. Like he can easily be slotted into a party.
After that is when they buffed his second skill, so he does have at least some lingering sustain. He is good for when you don't want to run star bomb CEs, but you need stars on turn 1. And just that little bit of extra arts. So like if you have like a ramp up servant, you can give them the little bursts they need before the ramp up, really kicks in there. Like he's good. I still use him.
Yeah.
It's just that there's so many art supports. It's not even funny.
Honestly, it would be nice if this was like quick or something.
Yeah, when I'm like,
it'd be nice to have like a burst, quick low star, honestly. But that's a completely different conversation.
When I'm squeezing cost for arts, I use him. I also am surprised that nobody brought it up. I think his biggest problem is Marianning.
Well, she's only on females though, but I can kind of see why you would say that.
Yeah, for sure. But like, if I have a female arts, I am now considering whether I want to use him or Marianning.
Yeah, I would probably use Anning more.
Because player base in general.
Annie has a 30-star
female DPS.
Annie has 30 stars still, right? Like it's usually good enough. So 50 stars is obviously really cool because 100% guaranteed, but 30 stars usually does the job, and she has more lingering buffs. But if I need to like really squeeze damage, I have used him with his bond CE, and like Castoria can charge his MP, and then but like that I mean that's not a common thing, but there is a way to like squeeze damage out of him because he just has a lot of stuff if you include every single thing that he has. So he's still nice, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, still useful.
So
Not as good as
I,
like Hans.
I think
I'd say the comparison between the two of them is she's better for like 3 turns of value, whereas he's better
a bit more
for 1 turn
bursty.
of value.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like that's why I take the 3 turns usually.
Yeah, but like hers is kind of like low 3 turns, which helps. She's more of a loop support in my opinion than she is a damage, like an NP damage support where he's more valid.
Yeah. So I
Like
think
A.
did we have Annie on A plus? I want to put him in A then, personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think A is a
Still
good
has his
fit for
use
him.
cases.
Yeah. All right, good. Mozart still not bad at all. Versatile with his cost. Another day one caster, the first story luck, I assume. Yeah, should be, unless I'm forgetting something. So yeah, we're going to talk about Coup Caster. A very interesting case in the realm of AoE buster loopers in particular. So yeah, that's what he does. Attack could be obviously higher, especially as a caster. That's one of the worst parts about him, if anything. Standard caster deck as well. So again, no, I have to repeat myself every time in case someone uses timestamps. But yeah, his arts cards are passable and everything else just sucks for gains, be it stars or MP. First skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% debuff rest for 3 turns, and a 30% battery. Well, the battery is the one real relevant part here, because I feel like his crit potential is not that great. He doesn't really generate stars, nor does his deck really favor crits too well either, because he has a Buster MP, it's just kind of awkward. But yeah, it's the debuff rest can be okay too, I guess, if you bring him on bosses, I suppose. But the battery is definitely the thing that makes everything kind of work the way it does for his Lupin. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, good old PFA, so he gets a dodge for 3 attacks, flat, no turn limit, 18% defense up for 3 turns as well on top. So yeah, I mean, it's just an amazing defensive utility skill. Very basic, but just really good numbers, mostly because the dodge. And then the interesting part. So the third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he cleanses all his debuffs, he gets a 1.5k heal, 30% attack for 3 turns, then he gets this sacrifice delayed buff for 1 turn. So what it does is that it gives him a guts for 1 time after 1 turn, and then he also gets this on guts activate buff for 1 time after 1 turn, so they both activate, and in that order, very important. And then when a guts activates on him with that thing, he gets 80% battery. And then also after 1 turn, he sacrifices himself. So again, order of operations, he gets the guts on activation, and then he dies. So basically it all happens in an instant, but in the order that it makes sense. So yeah, he comes back with like, is it 1 HP guts, right? Oh no, 3k actually. I forgot to mention that. 3k guts, so yeah, he comes back.
Not like that. I wish it was optional. Like, I don't care if it's just like remove battery and do that instead.
This is an interesting buff, because arguably it can be a nerf, because previously there was no sacrifice, and this buff is also not optional in case you want to play the main story, because this is not a strengthening quest. This is from Lost Belt 6's main story, so you cannot even skip this one. I still feel like obviously most people prefer this because it enables him to do black rail looping, of course, which is pretty cool, but it should be optional. The fact that it's not, it's just weird, because the buff is not optional, and then the sacrifice is not optional, like having this effect. Like, obviously, I'm not saying like remove this effect and keep the other. No. The chance to keep the base disengaged should be there. It's just kind of weird that it's like this.
Because man, if you have a 120 and you want to use him as a main DPS, oh, this sucks.
Yeah, you're gonna have to change your game plan up a little bit.
Yeah. Just have to skip the skill almost. So.
But yeah, so it's weird.
Low star, like caster soloers too.
Because of
the PFA is great.
PFA.
So yeah, obviously this
weird,
still
though,
enables the big loops. You know
that they forced that, because like that completely changes his gameplay style in a irreversible way.
But yeah, I guess we'll go with the rest of the kit first. 8% arts is fine, just a bit of more damage and gains, not a whole lot though. Flat damage, not really relevant. He's anti-foreigner, which if you have a really cracked copy, I guess, because of the looping, but otherwise just not a very good append on him. Then the buffed MP. he gets 20% buster up for 3 turns before damage, so pretty cool ramp up there. And then on base overcharge, all enemies get a minus 10% defense down for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%. It is after damage, but on bosses it can be a bit of more bonus damage over time. And then also does a 300 burn on them for 10 turns, scaling all the way up to 1500. So I guess pretty easy burn up time from him as well, in case you happen to need that sometimes. Otherwise, the damage stuff obviously won't be good on that burn. So yeah, the reason is that obviously he gets this Giga battery. He gets he can get 100% like twice on his kit because he has 30 here, 80 here. You activate both twice. He gets 60% attack. He ramps up the Buster and MP. So while he's a caster, his stats are whatever. He's a 3-star. He can still Black Grail loop, and he gets all these stackable buffs too. So that's why he can still hit some pretty good numbers. So if anything, he is mostly a farmer nowadays.
It's like his stats are just so shit. Like he needs Black Grail for him to do damage.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned before, like part of the appeal of being able to Black Grail loop, in my opinion, is more so just the ability to run without a CE. And if you're running him without a CE, better have some Grails for it to be justified.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for like
that, he's really solid.
I still use him in like Ilia Fest, which is coming up soon in NA, I believe.
Yes.
I still used him for
one of they actually already announced the pre-campaign like yesterday, I believe.
Oh,
so it's soon, yeah. It's the next thing.
Caution Koji thing.
Yeah.
It's the Ilia Fest that has the 3 Valkyries, right?
I don't remember.
Yeah, that one, that rotation I use Kucaster. So like he's still like a Buster Looper, but he definitely is the modern day, like that Hans thing Rio talked about, where like people were telling you to grail him for gameplay because he's like, oh my god, Buster Looper.
I would say him and another very infamous example later on as well. Also an AoE caster. But yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, no, that one.
If I scroll down a little bit more, maybe it makes a bit more sense. But yeah.
Okay, yeah, but he is. Oh, well, okay, he's a bit different. I think he's base, but anyway, but yeah, this guy, he is definitely. I wouldn't say a universal Buster Looper at all.
I like to just random throw. He's cringe, just in the middle of the sentence.
Plus, didn't you say, "Oh, he's base" to the other guy?
I said
so like,
he's
not based. He's cringe. Like based and cringe. Anyway,
it's good input. Yeah.
Dichotomy of.
But yeah. I think he's still good.
Yeah. Like you can't really deny the farming numbers still.
Yeah.
For a low star, they're very impressive. Probably the best in the whole game. Actually, no. The other one is gonna have the best one in the entire game, but yeah.
Oh, true. But yeah, you need Black Grail.
Oh, God.
You
I can't believe
need
you guys finally woke up to our boy Geronimo.
I knew you were gonna do a twist on it. I was waiting for it.
I mean, he got a pretty good buff, but yeah.
Geronimo is my most used low star right now. Don't trash talk Geronimo.
Wow.
But yeah, we can. But yeah, he's still good for a budget looper.
I think he's one of the A tier still.
Yeah, for sure. I think probably just A, right?
A
but
or
I did use it. Is using him in like a Lotto 90++ rotation enough to put him A+?
I feel like it could be because again, it not only is a viable option that's fairly accessible. He's also way cheaper on party cost, which is nice for a lottery farm because you want more. You want cost for that.
Low star DPS. Like if you're just looking at like being not farming, just looking to do an AoE DPS. He is one of the better options. So,
but
I think as far as that goes,
but the buff really fucks him though. Like we talked about it.
Yeah, it's not all positive.
Well, I mean, for survival.
Yes,
but like
options.
Yes, yeah, but I mean, I think I still used him.
I mean, hold on. If you really think about it, whether he has his base, what piddly little 9,000 HP or not, like he still has his PFA, which you're going to be able to cast a second time because you're using him with Vich probably. So what's it matter if it's 9,000 HP or 3,000 HP?
Well, the solo is at
what's
least
the
worse,
game
but
that-
again, it is a thing.
Okay, yeah,
I guess.
solo's been trashed, but
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
but,
I still
Yeah,
used him
yeah,
against like
PFA really
Olga,
helps
so
with
it's
him.
probably good enough.
I would say
I
maybe a
still
low
use
A plus still. Then he's versatile and kind of
Yeah,
easy to
but, yeah.
use. Yeah, forget. Let's start with that. Okay. All right, that's it for the day one casters. Now we go finally for the day one assassins. So we're still day one, 2 hours later. But yeah, there was a lot of day one low stars, so makes sense. Another 1-star. So
never again.
this is an interesting case. We got Regend or Kojiro next. So he's a servant that suffers from his rarity, unfortunately. He's a single target, quick DPS. I feel like he has a lot of nice tools, but the 1-star numbers really don't do him any favors, unfortunately. So he's rocking triple quick, as a lot of assassins are, most even probably. So there it is, and his gains on base not good, and we only have one arts card that's passable. So yeah, not the best. It does get a bit better with the kit, even with these really not great hit counts, but oh yeah, it's just not very pretty to look at. First skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a dodge for 1 turn and 40% crit damage for 3 turns. I like it. It works. Some hard defense for, not only a quick servant, but a 1-star servant with like terrible stats. And crit damage, nice to have on basically any quick servant. Second skill, on a 4-turn cooldown, he cleanses all his debuffs. He gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever he's using quick cards, he does a 10% quick res down for 3 turns on the target. It is after damage, but it also works with his MP, which is cool. So he has 4 cards that he can use with this. So as many quick cards as you can use in this 3 turns, you can get as many 10% minuses for this quick shred. Again, there's no hit limit there, so that's pretty cool. And then you get 15 stars on use. Pretty good. And again, really good uptime as well on that on attack debuff. It's only 1 turn of downtime on base. So that's good. And even 0 on if you get the 5th depend for the first cycle. Good skill, actually. Very good. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets a sure hit for 3 turns. Then he gets 90% star gen for 3 turns. And 500% absorb for 3 turns. With these and the combination of stacking up the quick res downs, even with his terrible hit counts, he can still generate a bit of stars and a bit of MP as well. So while the numbers are still pretty trash, at least this helps all of these effects. I think his kit is actually pretty interesting. I don't hate it. I think it's fine, totally good. It's basic, but it works. It has a game plan. He has 4% star gen, which doesn't do a whole lot as the only passive. Would have been nice to see more crit or something. He's anti-saber on the append. I would not neutral with him. Buffed MP. So before damage, he gets 20% quick for 3 turns. Cool little ramp up there as well. Does damage, and then you get 15 stars on base overcharge, scaling up to 35. So it's the same scaling as Alexander, I believe, from earlier. Pretty cool. Because again, his own star gen could be better. So it's not overkill with this star bomb. It actually can be quite beneficial to have these bonus stars. Again, I feel like if he was like a 5-star, even if they changed nothing about his kit, I feel like he would be really solid. But these stats are so bad. He either dies too easy or still doesn't do enough damage. But man, his kit makes sense though. It makes sense. It's just the numbers up here that suck.
If it was a 5-star, they'd bump up the value to like 20%, and for the second skill, and the crit would be 50. But like, yeah, it is really just his stats, because like he has a really good skill set.
Yeah,
I
it makes
remember
sense.
people thought we were gonna get a 5-star Saber Kojiro because he got the during like
Shimosa.
Are you kidding me? He's a Fate Stay Night servant. Of course, he's not going to get any attention whatsoever.
Unless you're Saber. Yeah.
I mean, like OG Saber.
No, I'm saying getting alts. I'm just saying getting alternative versions.
Oh.
Like a 5-star Saber
Okay.
version of Kojiro, right? Like
I was being kind of in general,
yeah.
Also, wait, who got a 5-star version?
No,
Yeah,
he was saying
in,
people
like,
were saying he was gonna get like a 5-star Saber version because of his alternative sprite in Shimosa back in the day, but that never happened.
Yeah.
There was a lot of theories of a 5-star Kojiro, like the real Kojiro,
Fate Stay Night servants don't get anything.
turned out to be pure copy. That's actually so sad. Like,
Well, they get replaced
I
by future or past versions of themselves. Like, you never see Saber anymore. You see Castoria. You never see Media.
That's
You
because
see Media
Castoria
Lily.
is legally distinct Saber because she's not Saber, remember.
She's an original
Avalon the Fae, which
character
is not
that's
Saber.
also a bootleg.
She just is
She's an original
linked
bootleg.
in some sort of cosmic sense. They're not the same person.
Dude,
She just can
look
see
at
her
the
memories or
look at the
something.
treatment difference between him and Musashi, who grew a pair of tits and then got all the attention.
Yeah,
Congratulations, video game.
it is quite
You
drastic
did this,
comparison.
gotcha players. You did this.
I guess his NP kind of got carried on to a different servant.
Yeah,
Yes. That one's better.
that one is better.
That was cool though. Like, I mean, I will say that is when doing Samurai Remnant, that was one of the cooler things actually.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can't even say that because ERE did get really good treatment, but yeah.
He
there you go.
did. He got premium treatment as a welfare.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's hard to place this guy because on base his kit makes sense. It's good, but man, how high can we place him with 1-star stats? Really, that's the problem.
I don't
B?
know.
He's not E.
B is a bit high.
Oh wait, you said B. Okay, I heard E. Okay, I was like, okay.
Oh, no.
I was like,
Worst ever.
okay.
Fuck this guy.
Do you use him? I still don't use him, right?
I feel like none of us use him, but that doesn't mean he should be like trashed here.
No, I don't think he's tried, but I
I-
don't think he's B.
Like we
dude,
can't.
you
can't
can buy
like.
Shiki.
Yeah, we can't bring into the conversation Grails because that's going to change. Basically,
Yeah.
there's so many servants on
Hold
this
on.
list.
like I said earlier,
Who's
Ushi
in B?
Rider would
Who's in
skill
B?
better. Like, I don't know.
Who's in B?
we
It's
ever
just
do right now?
Alexander. No one's on B plus or C plus. It's a very empty
So,
middle portion right now.
Is he better than Medusa?
I think so. Even if with his terrible
feel like-
stats.
I feel like
I don't know,
she's more
dude.
usable as an AOE writer than like his.
Doesn't Medusa have like really
level
high
one.
single target damage? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Kojiro is too screwed by his 1-star stats.
I wouldn't
He is
be
way
shocked if
too
She
s-
does better. She does better damage to one target than he does. But like to be fair,
where
it's one
do
turn.
we rank like Yasun?
Was he one of the
I feel like they're
Z's?
Yasun.
similar. Jason.
Yo, what?
Okay, bro. Anyways,
I don't have a
what I'm
son.
the. You
Hey, I
okay,
pronounce it
whatever.
like that too, so I can relate.
That's the
I know.
correct
I know what he
pronunciation.
meant
You
because,
are
like,
equally
if you look at
incomprehensible, sir.
look,
Well, okay.
it's funny to
That-
make fun of Plush saying the name actually correctly because, like, if you look at the writing on the JP version, it is Iason, and it's
It
like,
is.
yeah,
Because that's a Greek way. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I'm still hurt over that comment from last year's tier list where someone asked if I was ESL when I'm surrounded by a Finnish person
well, Otto, your
and a
English
Taiwanese
is getting
person, and
really
I'm like,
good. I will say.
thanks.
Yeah,
I
you-
appreciate it.
I can help you with
I've come a long way.
the green card interviews.
I think I want to place him in C plus.
C plus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm fine
Yeah.
with that. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I think Alexander is more usable than him. Just
Yeah,
because
with the
he
new
has,
buff,
like,
I think
some-
he makes a
some things.
higher rank. Okay. Anyway, yeah, true tragedy of rarity is what he is. Anyway, more Day One
It is
assassins.
unfortunate.
Speaking of Stay Knight, not so commonly known, but also a Stay Knight assassin, we got Cursed Arm next. So single target quick DPS, and that's pretty much it. Attack pretty low, but again 2-star, so you get what you pay for, I guess. Triple quick deck is back, of course, and his quicks they're not trash. Thank God he has 3 hits instead of 2. They're not amazing either, but they're passable. And his 1 arts card is okay too, so at least he wins on the gains so far. Doesn't say a whole lot though. Most of the games have been passable at best, mostly just bad. First skill on a 4-turn
All the
cooldown.
Yuri servants are bad.
Yeah, pretty much. Get 15 stars on use, and then after 1 turn you get another 15 stars. Cool. I kind of like the way this skill works. I feel like it could still do more, but it's low cooldown. You get 1 pop, you get 2 pop. I like this more than like 30 instantly once. I think I like that more. Because then you have this on like 2 turns out of 4, so the uptime becomes way better. Obviously, 15 stars might not make the cut, depends on the use case, but I kind of still like that it's split like that. It's an interesting concept. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. I mean, it's super basic. Sadly, it doesn't have the absorb and whatever else, but, you know, it's fine. Still okay, I guess. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets an evasion for 3 attacks flat. So while this is not PFA, it's PFW. So the only thing that changes is the other effects. So he gets 30% star gen for 3 turns instead of like defense. I think that's fine. His quicks are still okay, so I don't hate it over defense. So yeah, it's still a great defensive skill, especially on team. It's even as a 2-star, it's quite hard for him to die with this skill in his kit. Granted, you max him as well with the cooldown coming down quite a bit. It's a very basic kit, but I don't hate it. The only problem is none of this helps with his MP damage, and which is not super high to begin with. But crits are still okay, I guess. 10.5% star gen on the passive, pretty decent for him. Not too shabby. He's anti-lancer, which not really relevant. Shout out to Kudo. So the upgraded MP, I hate this buff. Okay, so it does damage to one enemy. It has an 80%.
It's so funny.
Yeah, it's really funny. There's an 80% instant kill chance on base, overcharge, getting up to 120%. And then, if you instant kill the target, he gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 50% gauge. So it's like a big ass refund, because otherwise it's a one-hit quick. It refunds like nothing. So, but the problem is, he's single target. He doesn't have batteries, he's not a farmer, he's a boss killer, you're never going to insta-kill any bosses, so the only thing that this buff did was add to the base damage, increase the modifier. It's still, you know, something, but it's like, I hate it. It's a lore buff, and in this case, it's really bad gameplay-wise, it's just bad.
Have you seen the farming comp that he did against like a 1-1-1, I don't know, some bronze garbage? And he could like loop because of that. It's so bad.
Dude. Dude, there's some there's some advanced quests that he might be able to do.
Probably. Anyway, I think he's just a subpar DPS. He's not trash, but he's just subpar. Nothing too impressive. Kind of easier to keep alive than some of these other options, I guess, because of the
I'd rather use Kojiro.
Oh, that's funny, because I'm the opposite way. I prefer the PFA and such. And
I think he's a bit safer as an option, yeah.
Yeah.
He does live longer for sure. The PFA.
I think Kojiro has a higher damage potential, but if you want a more safe option, you pick Cursed Arm.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's not a ton of difference between them. They're kind of samey in many ways.
Again, low star pure DPS assassins. That's very tragic.
Also, it's a tragedy he doesn't have a quick up in his kit. They should have given Regens over like a new buff for him for the MP, where that gives their ramp up a quick up for the MP.
You just need some sort of like self buffs. Like they could put a 30% attack or 30% quick on one of his skills.
Just quick, please.
So easy.
Yeah.
If it was 50 gauge on kill, that would be a lot better.
Yeah, then it would be interesting, because his damage would still not be insanely high, so you'd still have to work for it. But it would be fair, I think.
There could be some weird farm comp that can come up, but like on insta death, it's just
yeah.
What is this? He's like I guess same tier. I would also like Kojiro more just because I like the damage playstyle, but I also understand like a bronze stat is very difficult to keep alive without the PFA. So I think they can be in the same tier, to be honest.
They probably can, yeah.
Sure, but
yeah.
How about you guys?
I'm okay with that.
I guess. Like, Kojiro has a better kit for damage.
Yeah, and he's more safe. That's like the main difference. Okay. I don't know if this song is just super quiet, but it's apparently playing everything, but I'm not hearing any music whatsoever. It must be a really bad upload that's like negative decibels or something. I'm just gonna skip it. I promise not to comment too much on the songs, because people watching this on YouTube will have no idea what I'm talking about, but there you go. I just want to hear some music while I'm doing this. Okay, there we go.
The bingo card, that's on it for sure. I think you've only gone one stream without mentioning the song.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, oh well. Anyway, more Day 1 Assassins. I closed the wrong tab. Where's Assassin? There it is. Okay. So we got Jinka next. Another single target
Jinkies.
quick DPS. Or Keika in Japanese, I guess. Because, you know, Chinese pronunciations are very different. For the most part. So another samey case. Attack is higher now, though. Obviously, because higher rarity too. But even among 3 stars is actually not too bad. Triple quick on the deck, of course, as like most assassins. But unfortunately, she doesn't have as good gains as Curse Time. She only has 2 hit quicks instead of the triple hitters. So her gains, besides that 1 art scar being okay, just bad. Not good. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 200% absorb for 3 turns and 15 stars. That's a weird amount of absorb, because it should be 500.
They've done that
It's so
on
weird.
assassins more than once. Not Kashin Koji. What you call her? Kichi Hogan, 200% as well.
Right,
Why?
yeah,
Russian
true.
walls.
It's weird. It's not going to make it consistent still is the thing with assassin base absorb. But, you know, sure, I guess. There's a synergy with the stars at least, but it's not a very impressive skill otherwise. Just kind of could do more. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 50% anti-king power mod for 3 turns. Then she gets this on attack debuff for 5 times 3 turns. So whenever she uses quick cards, the enemy gets minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. Again, including the MP, but also, again, after damage. So it's the same case with Regend, but instead of quick res down, you get defense down. And then she gets 50% star gen for 3 turns. Although also worth noting, her thing is actually limited to hits. So you can get up to minus 50% defense on that. It's not just flat 3 turns. It's 3 turns or 5 hits for that. But chances are you wouldn't get that many more applications of it anyway. Unless you're soloing, then yeah. But on a team environment, 5 is already, you know, you're going to have to work for that anyway. It's a good skill. Even if you don't get the anti-king power mod to work, it's good. Mostly because the defense down stack. Stargen doesn't do a ton for her, unfortunately, but the defense down can stack pretty well. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick for 1 turn and 50% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's a weird mana burst, a mix of card type up and mix of crit. Not very good. Those numbers need to be higher if it's going to be 1 turn. They're going to be like 50% and 100% each. And even then, I would be a huge fan of it. Not the best skill set, but again, not the worst either. But could use more buffs for sure. 8% star gen, not the biggest get for her, despite being full green. She's anti-assassin, which you wouldn't really neutral with her. Even against Quick King, I don't think 50% is enough in her case. So the buffed MP then does damage to the enemy, does 1k damage to self as a demerit, which also can be lethal, which is funny, I guess. Most of these cannot be, but this one can be. A 50% chance to instant kill the target on base after damage, scaling up to 100% on max overcharge, and 20 stars on base overcharge, scaling up to maximum 4D. Stars are at least cool. Otherwise, pretty bad MP, I want to say. It's also one hitter quick again. They love doing this, so it refunds like absolutely nothing as well. Combine that, the fact that she doesn't have any batteries and her base gains also don't get buffed by her skill set. And that's sheer, you know, there's no gain whatsoever. Just feel like she's not useless, but I don't think she's amazing either. I think she has issues.
Not useless, but not useful.
Yeah, that's an okay way of putting it.
This
Yeah.
is a servant I want to try with Cosver Drop, because I feel like the quick deck might be fun because of it. She's like okay. She like her gains are kind of meh. But like I like
Her
I
damage is
like,
good for a low star, but
yeah, she like ramps a little
again,
bit with that skill, which is cool.
again, welfare issue. Like it's just these pure DPSs, man. Especially someone
Yeah.
this frail. Like she's a lot frailer than most 3 stars, which are already frail.
Yeah, there's no
It is
hard
kinda-
defense, and then she hurts herself with her MP.
It is kind of funny though. Like she has terrible hit counts. She has like the worst hit counts you can have without having a one-hit arts. But despite that, she still makes good stars.
It helps that she gets quick chains a lot.
Yeah, and then she has 20 stars on NP. Then she has absorb,
And
even if it's
another
a
star
maybe
bomb on
absorb.
first skill.
Yeah.
She's just okay. That's how I feel. Just okay.
I mean, even as a low start though, as a DPS, the King is a niche that I've never really felt. I don't know. I've never felt like, oh yeah, this is the niche I'm going to target, right? Because like
Well, I
usually
mean,
the servants that
it's
are
not a
King
bad
have
niche.
other exploitable traits.
The two anti-king low stars are the two that Myst fucking kill. Why?
Well,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
trying to retcon it.
Yeah, you know what? They're Sukitani and
Yeah.
both
He just
both
fumbled.
didn't actually kill anyone.
Oh,
So
it's
you can
fumbled.
only
Oh,
be
he's,
anti-king if you fumble it.
yeah.
You know who else is anti-king? Muramasa. And wait, is Muramasa anti-king?
It's like
Yeah, it's on a
80.
passive.
I think it's like
Yeah.
about
20 people.
84 king servants, so it's a pretty common trait.
I don't think in
so.
her case I would neutral though, because it's only 50%. But against berserkers and riders, however many there are, then you could probably make a case for her for sure. Yeah.
Decent amount of those.
I would maybe do another C plus personally.
Yes, single target, quick.
Yeah, sure. Just the single
effects.
target quick assassin.
It might just be. Or how do you guys feel?
Yeah,
That's
I think
fair,
sequels
I
is
guess.
fine.
it's fun.
Yep, single target quicks. But now we're gonna change to single target buster, and it's not gonna look very pretty. We're gonna talk about
Ew.
Sanson.
This isn't a C+.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Mr. Executioner, who may or may not be very good at his job gameplay wise. So, pretty poor stats, obviously, as a 2-star, and he's a pure DPS, more or less. So, that's not a great combo to start out with. He's triple quick as well, which I always found very odd. But they're like, oh, Assassin, you gotta be full green, I guess. So, yeah, his gains are obviously the same as Jinkei, which, not good, just not good. First skill. This is maybe the best skill he has. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 60% anti-evil power mod for 3 turns. Good uptime, fairly common-ish, I guess. So while it doesn't do a whole lot besides that, I don't hate it at least. But then the 2 other skills. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown is a 3k targeted heal with a debuff removal. Can be okay, but I feel like it's a bit misplaced on him. That's the thing. And then the meme, the third skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 60% anti-human power mod for 3 turns. Again, this is human trait, not humanoid trait or man attribute. This is the third one, the one that sucks. Most enemies in the game are not human. Most bosses in the game are not human. It's only some normal mobs that happen to have a human trait. Very rarely do you fight a boss who's human trait. This doesn't happen very often.
The last challenge quest or something, they were all human, right?
Maybe.
The recent one,
I'm sure
yes.
that translated into a good Minturn showing for him.
Yeah, he was probably
No,
absolutely
the
amazing.
White Day, the
Yeah, the
White
White
Day
Day event.
one was all human
Mm,
instead of servant. So
right. Yeah, so this skill set, not very good overall. 4% star gen, doesn't help much with his bad hit counts. Sentai Saber, which no, don't neutral with him. Buffed MP only does damage on normal effect, has a 30% chance to instant kill on base overcharge, getting up to 80%. And then the one good effect is the other OC, so 30% defense down for 3 turns on the target, base overcharge, getting up to 50. So it's a good amount. It is after damage, sadly, but it is a good amount. But also, it's pretty funny. He's supposed to be an executioner. He has the lowest instant kill chance in his MP. Like, that's literally his job, to instantly kill someone. But he has the worst percentage of it.
that's painful. Like,
Yeah, it does it imply like the blade doesn't like pierce through fully or something? Oh, it's like, oh shit, dude. You need to sharpen that shit, dude. Anyway,
If
yeah,
this is the kill and it gives it 30% defense down. Is that the
I think
mark? That's
Sadson is just a hopeless case. I think he's flat out E tier. I would
Yeah.
never bring him for anything. He sucks.
He's horrible. Yeah, I don't see anything worth anything with him.
He's bottom tier.
30%
He's the
defense
E.
down is like nice, but it's just not enough.
That's the only thing. Even against anti-evil, you can do way better. There's a lot of anti-evil nowadays. You can definitely do way better. I feel like this is just a fairly fast E and just move on. Yeah. All right, time for Otto's favorite, his boy, as he said earlier.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Phantom of the Opera. So AoE arts, pseudo DPS, insane. You can be insane and try farming too, but honestly, some kind of a utility support, if anything. That's maybe the most uses he will see. Again, stats just not very great as a 2-star, so that doesn't help his DPS case or farming. He's triple quick as well, because again, every assassin needs to be triple quick on day 1 or something. His gains, he has 1 decent arts card, otherwise they're pretty damn atrocious. So that's not great. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 9 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then does minus 14% defense on himself for 3 turns. I cannot believe this hasn't been buffed yet. They've buffed, like, is there any other version of the skill that exists like this? Even Mephisto was buffed. Everyone else. Wait, who was the other one?
It's funny because, like, you look at Casterliz, who had a better version of it already that didn't have a defense debuff, and then they buffed that and add like 15 effects to it.
No, Vlad Extra doesn't have it. His was buffed too, right? He has a taunt.
Vlad Extra has taunt with stars per turn.
Yeah, it's not buffed, but I'm saying like these versions that have the defense down. These need to. Is there any other one that has this version still? I don't think so, right?
Meph was the last other one.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that this is not buffed. Yeah, it's sometimes you don't even want to use this, honestly, because 9 stars is not the end all be all, and you might want to keep him alive if you are gonna bring him. That is. Anyway, second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. 90% chance to charm 1 enemy for 1 turn, and then does a full buff strip. So it's very similar to the Alexander one. This one is even easier to use. Grant the Alexander one was easy to use because it's humanoid that already covers a lot, but this one doesn't have any trait requirement, which is cool. Does the same buff strip, and it's 1 turn less cooldown. He's not 100% on base, but I guess the third skill can help a little bit with that. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns. The party gets 20% MP damage on dark maps for 3 turns. He himself gets 25% debuff success rate up for 3 turns and 100% debuff res for 3 turns. This is a really good skill now. Like, if this was on someone else, this would be like, whoo, game breaking. So, very good. So now with this, he obviously pretty much will land this charm now, unless you get something really weird happens. So I used to hate this skill because this was like, it was just a band-aid to, you know, his charm not being guaranteed, because all of his other debuffs were already 100% on base, and the mental debuff rest was like, yeah, sure, it's whatever. But now it doesn't feel like a band-aid anymore. Now it feels like a complementary skill that does so much more. So this skill is really good now, just very solid. Good uptime on everything as well. So he's got this going now. 10% star gen. Not really useful for him, just a bit of bonus, but not much. Anti-assassin, no, don't neutral DPS with him. Upgraded MP, so he actually does ignore defense on the damage for what it's worth. Cool bonus. And then his interesting overcharge. So on base he does minus 50% debuff rest down on all enemies for 6 turns, scaling all the way up to 100%. So he can be an interesting debuff support, I guess, in a way, because again, this means that you will have an easier time of landing all your debuffs, including RNG immobilize effects, for instance.
This is basically the best application of that. Also, I love how his buff kind of fixed one problem with that, where sometimes it would just miss, because now he has general debuff success instead of just...
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that changed too from mental debuffs. Like, they changed both of them from mental to generic, which is very nice.
Yeah, honestly, just such a good buff for him. I still want one more for his first skill, but...
honestly, if they do a good buff to his first skill, I'm going to be fully on the Phantom Believer camp. I'm thinking he still now will have uses, but if they do a really nice buff to the first skill, I think he's actually going to be really legit. Like, good, really good even.
1-star damage, though, like, actually...
Well, it's 2-star, but yeah.
2-star, whatever. Sorry, 1-star, 2-star, all the same.
Yeah, but, like... Who the fuck is using him for damage?
Yeah, at this point, you wouldn't still bring him for damage at all. You would just bring him for all the utility.
Shout out to Ventox. There's like a guy that does everything with...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's the streamer that only uses Phantom. I remember him. He's been in the scene for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing double...
I'm pretty sure he's played NA since launch, too.
No, I mean Phantom, sorry. He is... again, the cheapest buff strip, right, and has some arts buffs. Again, debuff resist down should have been debuff success up. It's oh wait, no, it is. I'm stupid. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, he has that now on his skill, yeah. It's all debuffs.
Yeah. Anyways.
Dude, they should give him
Yeah.
battery here. Because it would be nice to use his MP, but it's hard to get. It really is.
Yeah.
He should have a battery for sure. Like, it doesn't matter if his MP doesn't do damage. It's just nice to have this overcharge from it. Because it's 6 turns. You only need 1 MP realistically. But even that can be hard to get sometimes.
Yeah. So I was gonna use him as a positive example actually, because again, I really hate debuffs debuff resist down as an effect to counter debuff resist, because it itself can be resisted. So he's a positive example for that, I guess.
Oh, I also forgot something.
Oh.
I forgot to mention how Gilles, like, so he has the same skill, and his mental debuff success is just enough, perfectly enough to guarantee his debuffs on Jean, because she has 25% debuff
right.
resistance. Anyways, yeah, just a
That's
little
funny.
trivia.
Also, I wanna...
Follow
I
me
assume
for
you know,
one
Otto, but the way the MP damage here works, is it a snapshot or not? I assume it's a snapshot, so you have to have the map, and it doesn't check it. Yeah,
I believe so.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, that's what I thought. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
but
make
like
sure.
if the darkness field wears off,
Yeah,
you
that's
still
why. And
keep
it's
the
so
MP.
snapshot can be good too,
Yeah,
because
it's-
in that case you just keep it still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, in that case, yeah, I
Like-
think it's actually better.
So it depends on
that
the
way,
scenario.
because
Snapshot can be good or bad depending on the
we have,
scenario.
like,
Kind
one
of hard to
server
apply
that can
darkness
enforce it.
battlefield because only Lohi
Well,
does it.
I mean,
Yeah.
Lohi is pretty
Which-
easy to justify
Ooh,
usually.
I am. She's level 106.
Also,
right
I guess with Lohi, you get Lohi and him, you get a party white rainbow.
Good.
yeah.
But
It's an
yeah,
interesing little thing.
I
now. Yui Shosetsu.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
still
Yui already gives
more.
our.
I still use him like once or twice. Like again, cheap buff strip that has arts buff. Like I think that's good enough
Well, you
for
see,
2-star.
the thing is about giving the entire team arts with Yui, that means he can get a crit buff too. All right.
Why would he
Oh yeah,
care?
his crits are gonna make the difference. That's
Dude, look at his claws. He's
You
gonna
say that,
claw
but how
so
many
bad.
times have you missed a kill by like 2,000? Come on,
I
that
missed-
might be
Ne-
enough.
Never.
I
do you
missed
know
the kill
why?
on the run I'm doing by 18k, but that was a great
Because
hit.
my DPS
Yeah, that's
is
like half
my-
of a phantom crit there. All right.
my DPS is Koyan Dark. Her dot is like 50,000.
Look, Otto, I
sometimes.
need Otto Plushie to see this. This is the sadness I'm dealing with right now. I used all my command spells to reset, and it didn't work.
Oh no.
Isn't no
Well, time to wait for
Low roll?
them to reset.
No, that's the high roll. That was everything else was worse.
You should have calced. Oh, you should have
I
calced.
refuse.
I think
I refuse to
Phantom
calc.
actually should be in one of the B tiers.
Yeah, B.
Yeah,
B,
you can be B for
B though.
radio
I think
Just
Okay.
B, just B.
because like I still think Alexander's generically better as a bus stripper.
Yeah, he's
They
a bit
kind of
more
have, like, a
niche.
same-ish.
Ugh.
Yeah, they kind of have a same-ish. Like,
But
role.
yeah,
I would
he
still use
stonks. He's a bit stonks.
I don't know, man. He doesn't look like a buff stripper to me.
Oh, well, after he grows up, he does.
Okay, so,
you know, yeah,
Otto,
he's Skander
Otto.
does, so it's good enough.
Yeah, I mean,
He's got a nice
if they ever
collar,
buff him
though.
again, he could seriously be in an A tier easily, depending on what they do. Good. All right, I think this might be the last 1-star or last day 1 low star next. I think. 'Cause I think Paracelsus was with London. With
Google,
these
and
3
I
were
found a
London.
completely different thing.
How are we still on this? I went to like throw something out and
Right.
No, Otto's just looking at buff strippers on Google, and his image results
Yeah.
were not what he intended.
Yeah,
Alright.
Otto would be looking at strippers, of course. We know how degen he
Buff
is,
one
of course.
specifically.
Anyway, let's talk Matahari. So, an interesting case. We got a 1-star assassin who's a support. Thank God he doesn't have to suffer the same terrible stat thing that Regan goes through. So again, yeah, the stats suck, but it could be a good thing, honestly, as well, depending on how you want to use her. Triple quick deck, of course, because, you know, every assassin has to have the triple quick. Her gain's not good though. The only decent gain is the arts card, and even that's like, okay, sure, it's okay. Everything else just sucks, kinda. Well,
I mean, she has 4%.
I guess it's 2%, yeah. Yeah, it's it's passable.
They're worse than
cards?
Carmilla and they're worse than Carmilla and
Steno.
what's her
Steno.
name?
Yeah.
Steno's, but
Okay,
they're still pretty good.
all right.
There
Fair
are
enough.
some occasions where I end up getting her in P because she just lives too fucking long.
Oh, that's a statement.
I guess.
Yeah, charm, and then I don't always use a taunt C because, well, I mean, she has so little HP, she just dies in one hit, but sometimes she
much.
just doesn't get hit once.
Right, the first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 100% star gen for 3 turns and 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Yep, it's good. It's good. Star gen might, the value will depend on who you're buffing, but, you know, modern servants tend to benefit quite a bit from 100% star gen, because they don't really have scuffed numbers anymore. So, usually a very nice skill to have. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all male enemies for 1 turn, and then does minus 20% defense down on all enemies for 3 turns. Thank God the defense down is not tied to the gender. The charm itself, even if you're fighting males, obviously will be unreliable too, but you know, you get some more DPS out of this because the defense down. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, 1 enemy gets skill sealed for 1 turn and gets a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. So now 1 target can get minus 40% from the skills alone, which is pretty good considering they're both 3 turns. Then she has literally 0 passives. Is she still the only servant in the game with 0 passives? And I'm not even saying like the ones that like don't do anything, but literally 0, like no passives of any kind.
Yeah, she has espionage instead of not clair.
Yeah, it's a skill. Yeah.
I mean, they do the same thing. Let's be honest.
Yeah. It is what it is. She looks a bit funny. Her anti-pen doesn't matter because she's not a DPS. MP hasn't been buffed, so it has a 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn. Again, this one is not tied to a trait or gender or anything like that this time. Then she does a minus 20% attack and defense for 1 turn on all enemies from base overcharge, getting up to 40%. It's a pretty bad MP, and it's not easy to get either. But, you know, if you get it, you can maybe get a little bit more damage out of her again still. But it's just a pretty bad MP, and again, the charm is not reliable. But yeah, the skills, it's quite a bit of damage, good amount of crits, some star gen, defense downs, maybe a charm, and then skill seal can be useful too. So she still has applications, and being a 1-star, it's easy to basically slot her into all kinds of parties. And also, most of the time, it's good that she's a 1-star, because then she's easy to rotate out after she presses her buttons. Because you probably don't want to end up having to click her face cards or take space. So yeah, she's good.
Really
you guys probably
good
use her a bit more than I do, if anything. But I do recognize her value.
I use her quite a bit.
Actually,
she's.
How about you go first?
Because like the skill seal and the defense down, the ease of dying. You know, there's just, I don't know. I think there's a lot of good from her.
Ease of dying sounds.
Yeah, ease of dying.
It's a very poetic way of saying it. The ease of dying.
Yes. The ease of dying. Yeah. Look, I don't want to be. I don't want to say. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know how to be more vulgar about it.
Susceptible to death.
She's very good for a 1-star. Like, it's a really if you're lacking, like, is it like category 1, like the attack up or defense? I don't know what buff category that is, but like,
let's just say P mod or crit. Like,
no, it's not a P mod. It's a defense down.
Oh, okay, yeah, defense.
That's the same as attack.
Because like we're gonna have to explain it regardless. The
vast majority
of people don't know.
Anyways, so yeah, because it gives a lot of defense. I think this is it's really nice. Like, usually for certain card types, you don't get a lot of it, like Buster. I don't use her that much anymore because, again, like, a lot of the runs I'm doing require like a little bit them to do a little bit more. But for a 1-star, I think this is a really solid skill set. I don't know if spamming her MP is honestly worth it. Like, yeah, she has okay gains, but
I don't think it's worth. If this were 3 turns, then maybe. But as is, no.
Yeah. She feels like a better like buffer to me in general than like Bartholomew, but again,
She lacks the star
I don't know how
bomb,
to
but
rank her.
otherwise, I feel like she does offer a bit more than Bart.
Yeah.
I think she's
It's
like
it's
A. Like,
I don't know if she's
I
Yeah.
use
B
her
plus
quite
or
a bit.
A.
She is very
Oh, you said
useful
that.
for just
Mhm.
like raw damage boosting.
I guess yeah. I guess
Yep.
the defense down is still a very big number. I guess A is fine.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to
I
A.
definitely have used her less than last year though. Can't really lie about that.
Yep. Pretty easy placement, if anything. Alright, so day 1 servants are done. That was quite a bit, but now we still have a good amount left. Back to casters. So London's release, we got 3 new servants from that for 3 stars. Remember when they used to release a lot of low stars? I do. Alright,
Oh,
so yeah,
Average Farm did not
Paracelsus. So he's an interesting case. He's an AoE arts kind of DPS farmer himself, doesn't do really a good job in either himself, but he does offer some support too, so he's still relevant because of that. His attack obviously not great, which doesn't help his case, along with another thing you'll see later. But yeah, full caster, blue arts deck, and wow, his gains were really this bad, huh? Yeah, I forgot how bad they were. They were just absolute garble.
Yes.
Holy.
I mean, I guess
That is-
they're slightly better than Finn's purely because he has a better deck for
Yeah.
gains, but
I forgot
still
how
bad.
bad these were on base. Yikers. Okay. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. Anyway, first skill on an 8-turn cooldown, he gets an 80% battery. I mean, there you go. Sometimes when you bring him for like farming, he can actually clear like a wave 1, granted they're low enough HP, because he himself still doesn't do a crazy amount of damage. But yeah, he can fire off an MP for free basically, without needing to yoink batteries from someone else. So that's pretty cool, I guess. Otherwise, for non-farming, this is a way too high of a cooldown. Needs to do other stuff at least if it's 8 turns, but for farming it's passable. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts for 3 turns. Same comment. For anything that's not farming, what is this skill? That is trash. Is way too high cooldown. Needs to do more. Number needs to be higher. But for farming, I guess it's something. Jesus, this guy's not pretty for bosses. Third skill on an 8-turn cooldown as well. Target ally gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive and also 50% MP gain for 3 turns. That's the thing right there, the 50% MP gain for 3 turns. That's quite a bit. Couple that with the arts boost, then your arts looper. He can be a semi-useful arts looper support. But yeah, for bosses, way too big downtime again. So he would just have so much downtime. So much. I don't know why they gimped his cooldown so badly, but luckily he still has sub-application. 10% arts, great, is the main card type. His arts cards might still suck, but you know, it's still more damage, I guess. 12% debuff success rate up can be okay with the MP as well, but you know, it's not the end-all be-all. He's anti-saber and you would never neutral DPS him. Even on farming for wave 1, he would struggle very hard on neutral, even if they're low HP. So the MP then, it is buffed, but it's scuffed numbers, right? So that is really unfortunate. Yep. He doesn't have the proper numbers that he needs to have for the damage mod. But yeah, normal effect, he only does damage, and then overcharge is a 10% base minus attack for 3 turns on enemies, scaling up to 30%. So even the overcharge, again, for farming it doesn't do anything really, and for bosses you wouldn't really bring him because he has way too much downtime. So his MP just sucks. It sucks. It does terrible damage. The effects are mismatched. It doesn't make any sense. It's terrible. It refunds maybe a little bit at least, but even then you don't even need 2 MPs of him. He just does so bad damage. So it really is there for this skill, really. These 2, I guess.
There was he used to be useful because back before arts looping was really a thing. There were a few servants that could arts loop, and by a few I mean Jean Archer and Summer Melt, and like you would use his
probably not
yeah,
with
and Surf
David.
Mode. Yeah, Surf Mode, but like you would use his MP battery would literally be there just so Melt could pull, because this was before Pen 2.
Oh
right?
yes, you need to steal his
Melt
gauge.
could pull in more battery.
Yeah.
So because you the team was like, was waver, melt, in a case scope, right? And so, the waver only spreads 20. So, you get an extra 10% by using the battery. So it's like, hey, now it's a 50 battery on melt there. But yeah, I have not used him since Castoria came out. He had a place before Castoria. Castoria came out, made him
Not at all.
homeless, and then burned down the homeless shelter.
I think a lot of people swear by him, and I assume Otto will maybe think of some use case. I'm kind of agreeing with Rio here. I don't really use him ever anymore.
Yeah, it's less so Castoria that's killing him right now, and more so Jufu, because Jufu is just so much more.
Yeah,
useful.
that doesn't help him at all.
Like, she does basically the same things minus guts, and she does a little less NP gain, but it's offset by having
Yeah,
a
but
fucking
Castoria
battery.
came out before Jufu, and so like we had.
Well, yeah.
Yes,
But-
it did.
But it's also not the
So,
most
like, yeah,
fairest
that was
comparison, but yeah, fair.
Some servants still had issues with NP gain. It wasn't like
No.
we had. All right then.
I reject your.
Just got
your
node.
claim. Nah, you're.
How do you feel
wrong,
about
Otto.
the Paracelsus plushie?
I don't use him. Like he's just a guts giver at this point. It's kind of like
Guts with a
bad.
fat MP gain?
Oh, true. He is used in Arash comps where you spam Arash's MP, right?
not anymore. You have Summer
yeah,
Kuro.
Kuro.
You have like
Yeah, Kuro.
you have a lot of better. You have like Nightingale if you want a free one. Like there's just so many better options. I don't see any reason to use this character. Oh yeah, you can use Boudica. Boudica has a guts. Like what, dude? What is this? What is it? Why do you exist? Like God.
You serve no purpose. Hey, Otto.
Hi.
I hate my chat so
What?
much. They're requesting the dumbest songs. I can't focus on anything. What the fuck am I listening to?
Oh, look, if you have a sod request, chatters are always going to request the worst sods.
God damn. I wasn't.
They enjoy slop. Or, well, not saying your chat enjoys slop, but my chat enjoys slop.
No, they do it too. Yeah, I can guarantee you they do it.
Twitch chat in general.
Have you heard of Rock and Roll McDonald's?
No, I don't want
Good.
to.
You're lucky.
I feel like
I've
feel
heard
like
that
now that you
song
mentioned I
many
will.
times. I could, yeah.
Is that like a info hazard?
No,
Is it
it's
like
just a
you heard
really
it before?
stupid rock. It's a dude about singing McDonald's, and then apparently he hates it.
I like
He at some point
I
in the
like
song, he
the-
starts complaining about their burgers too. It's fucking weird. He says McDonald's will make you fat after praising them. Anyway, it's fucking weird. All right, Paracelsus rating.
Play staple tapeworms to my penis.
Jesus,
The
What?
fuck?
what?
It's a song. I'm not sure how I found it, but it's a song.
you're like, but it's one of my favorites now. Every day I
It's
listen to it.
It's
I don't
one of
know
the
how high
funniest-
you guys would put him, but I wouldn't put him
It's one of the
super high.
funniest
I think there's gonna be
titles I've
some
ever
people upset if he doesn't get a high rating, because some people still swear by him all these years later. But I don't think there's a
Dude,
big
he's
need
like
for him
Medea.
anymore.
What do you mean? He's like Medea tier.
I swear, every time I don't give him a high rating, there's always going to be at least one comment in the YouTube saying, "Oh, he's so good, I use him all the time. How can you not rate him high?" It's like, yeah, good for
I
you.
still think he has uses. It's like
I mean, he's not
like
E
C++.
tier.
Where?
He's definitely not
He's
bottom
not
tier.
where? Like
He's
genuine
still
where?
he's still like an NP gain support. Like I know if you're going to be spamming battery and card supports, it's not as valuable, but like he still can like help you spam shit.
You literally just said I will spam Van Gogh, not Van Gogh, Shufu instead. Like
Yeah,
like, what, like,
yeah, I know,
like,
that's,
what's the point?
That's the competition he has for low stars. But
Yes,
like you have times where
and
it's
he's
like
better in every way.
He's
There's
so
literally
much
no
better.
situation where you take him over. Shufu, Boudica, whatever the fuck. I don't
Did
know.
you just
like,
request that? So, oh my god.
like I
Yeah.
guess if you need gains and guts in particular at the same time, sure. That is
Look,
once in a
I'm-
lifetime
this
opportunity.
is
okay?
gonna sound silly as fuck, but like his best use case for low stars is supporting quick servants. Because
So
Probably,
then just use
actually.
Shufu. Then just use Shufu
Yeah,
but-
again. Like
yeah,
it doesn't
okay, but
change
who
the
do I-
argument.
okay, but what low star do I use after that? like there's
Hans.
not
Why are
much
we using
anything
two
that
of
helps-
them together?
Hans, I don't
Yeah, I
know.
feel like you can just pick
There's
someone from
6
support or something.
servants at a party.
Anyway, for me, I wouldn't place him high. I would place him. Is he Media tier or Medusa tier?
He is Media tier in my personal
When you said
opinion, because like
I-
because here's
like-
the thing. Okay, if you get Guts, Nightingale, Santa, or like even if you're not against, okay, genuinely, even if you're not against Divine or Demon, Santa Martha, right? Like there's just a million different options that's better than him. I don't understand.
I'm actually kind of shocked no one's bringing up Asclepius because he's a lot better of a comparison.
True.
I know,
he's
because
also
everybody
better.
says because everybody says Asclepius because like, oh, Asclepius is now the arts like Guts giver plus MP gain support. Actually, yeah, Asclepius, because now he even has an art sub. Because
You
before people
change
were
your
like,
mind
at least he
immediately.
doesn't. At least he doesn't have an art sub, but he does. Oh, guess what? Guess who has an art sub now and also heals for 12.
I think he's Media tier. There's too much
Yeah, he is.
competition.
This
He's not
guy
E
is-
tier, but he's
Yeah,
Media
Media
tier. Yeah. Alright.
I'm just shocked you guys are saying he has no use.
Well,
He
has
doesn't.
He
But
has,
again,
like-
it's so replaceable. That's the thing.
there's a
Nowadays, he's way
difference-
too replaceable.
There's a difference between like being replaceable and just being useless.
But when the replacements
Yes.
are also like
okay,
someone you
okay.
have permanently MP5 from just
agree.
playing the game, then I
I
don't
agree.
know.
In that case, I think he should be worse than Medea.
True.
Genuine.
By the way, when you
In
say-
that case,
when you
I
say
think
there
she
was
should.
things-
If we're using your logic, he's worse than Medea, because I think Medea's more usable as a general servant than he is.
All right, we'll
Like,
move on
actually.
for now. I think. Okay, so the
I
the next
just-
London
I just- sorry.
servant, we got Charles
I'm
Babbage.
sorry, I'm
This
pimping me,
dude.
but like
You got to turn down the volume for this one.
he's good though.
Oh yeah, sound
He's
effects
pretty good.
funny. But yeah, AOE Buster DPS caster.
Yo, my song's coming on.
So the main problem with this guy is his attack. It's atrociously low, even for a 3-star. Doesn't help that he's a caster. That's like the main problem I have with him. But otherwise, there's some stuff to like here. For instance, double Buster, double arts. I kind of like because he kind of wants to try and crit too a little bit. So that's not terrible. His 2 arts cards are still okay on gains too. Everything else maybe not so much, but you know, there's still 2 cards that can do gains. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% MP Jed for 3 turns and 1k absorb for 1 turn. It's a pretty weird skill, but they're both still fairly offensive effects, so I don't really mind them being on the same thing, I guess. The MP Gen at least has some longevity. Just a kind of weird skill, but not trash, I guess. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 40% attack for 3 turns and an invul for 1 turn. That's really good. Like, again, to reiterate, most 1-turn invuls and evades are 6-turn cooldown. This is on a 5-turn cooldown, and he gets 40% attack for 3 turns, which is already higher than most, and that's on a good uptime. So while it's super basic, the numbers are good. And again, that definitely helps with his low attack stat. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 25% MP damage for 3 turns, 100% crit damage for 1 turn, does a 300 burn on himself for 5 turns as a demerit, and you get 30 stars on use. This is also pretty good. Good uptime on the MP damage as well. It's a cute combo with the crit damage, because again, they're both, you know, 1-turn effects. Also, what? Okay, I can't listen to this. This is the song you requested? Okay. Alright, yeah, that was, I wish I didn't have ears, but, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, yeah, it's a cute combo. Can still do some burst while keeping some attack and MP damage for longer turns. Good. I don't hate the kit. 10% debuff success rate up can be okay for his MP, I suppose. Although, I guess well, this was already 500%, so it doesn't make the demerit worse now that I think about it. He's anti-caster, which, I think I like him, but I wouldn't bring him into neutral. Buffed MP only does damage on the normal effect, and then overcharge base 10% defense down on enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 20% minus. It's after damage, so it's kind of whatever, but it's alright, because again, he's not really a farmer, so it can be a little bit of more ramp up for his damage, and maybe others. I think he's pretty good, all things considered, especially among low stars, but nothing too exceptional, maybe. That's how I feel about Babbage.
Here's the biggest question we always gotta ask: like, can he beat the welfare? I think he can.
There's not a whole lot of competition, so yeah, maybe.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
I
the
guess
welfare
Crewcaster. But like he beats like Liz caster, I'd say, in terms of damage.
As
Because
a
his deck
DPS,
is
I
slightly
think
better.
so.
Like,
And
he's a
he does
better
more
single-
damage.
He's a better single target caster than Media.
Yeah. Doesn't say much, but yeah.
That's not hard.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, he is. He's fine. Like if you really are looking for a caster, again, I do think caster DPS, like a lot of times you would just take like other class like berserkers or like alter egos. Like we even have like Taisui, for example. But like if you really are looking for a counter class like caster, he's not a bad budget option. Because Ku caster voluntarily partially dropped out of the race by reducing his HP. So like if you really need a budget DPS, sometimes you might prefer
Yeah,
him.
he's a safer option for sure for DPSing.
But counterpoint, you have to turn your volume halfway down every time you use it.
They should upgrade his MP animation. He's a dude. They literally just use the, what are they called, Helter Skelter, whatever.
Yeah.
They just use the he's an enemy sprite. He's like if a skeleton.
And also this
was made
MP
into
should
a
be
playable
cool as hell.
character.
He
So
make
bad.
it's a reality marble. It should be way more
Yeah.
cooler than this.
Yeah, it's not too different from Ibaraki because Ibaraki has the animations from Mufreets.
Yeah, well, yeah, but like he even looks like one. I mean, it makes sense that he looks like
Yeah.
one, but man,
Yeah, but he
that
just
is-
looks identical to him.
He is literally just a
I mean,
trash mob.
he made those mobs, so I guess it makes sense that they look like him and he looks
Yeah.
like them. But yeah, they should update his animations anyway. The MP looks stupid. It should look really cool. It's just like him slowly rising in the air, then slowly doing this turn, and then he just goes head first with the maze ahead into the enemy. It just looks so
And
stupid.
He just spins it like he just. Spins
It's like
there.
the most. It's like if you've ever played like a FromSoft game, this is the most telegraphed boss attack ever. You have like 4 years to dodge it.
Yeah,
Always.
It's like if you
dodging it,
have you
though.
played
It
Elden
sounds
Ring? It's like
like that would
Millennia
look
when she does
pretty
that
good fun.
flight in the air in phase 2 and comes down. It's so telegraphed. Like you have so much time to prepare for it.
Man,
For a long
this
time
is-
when I was new, I thought he was single target, and by like a long time, I mean more than a year or two. Like it was, I
Yeah.
was in like quite a few years into playing FGO before I learned he was AOE.
Well, I mean, when I started off, I thought that that Mozart's NP killed them. I mean, it's
Oh.
Requiem for Death.
Well, I guess
Oh,
name-wise, yeah, it would make sense.
Yeah,
Anyway,
but
I think he
he's
could be.
still
Is he
mid,
the
though.
first B
Well,
plus
not mid.
or B?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I don't know if you, because like I don't know if you ever really.
Well,
need
he
a
doesn't have
caster,
buff
but-
strips, so can't be in the buff strip tier, which is B.
I guess they're both buff strips on
He is
B
for
right
buff
now.
strip.
Yeah.
Is he even B? Because like he's solid, but like
Yeah,
would
Yeah,
you
maybe
ever
maybe
use
he
him?
is still B even without a buff strip.
He might be
yeah,
C+.
like because
Hold
like
on.
yeah, because like because like
Person who
would
looks
you
like he
ever
touches
use
bullets.
him?
No, I think he actually has
a real
some merit
question.
against this competition. They're easy to obtain competition. I think he actually does have some merit. So maybe is he B plus?
I
No,
don't know.
no, in no world is he B plus.
I don't think he's
I
like
think C plus, but
That's. I
if-
feel like
if
he should be
you-
B.
Like, self-invuln is really rare with low stars. Like,
And a
there's
5-turn
only
cooldown.
a couple. There's only a couple servers.
Or 5
that
turn,
have
I said
it.
5
Like,
star.
You have Shakespeare, you have Salome with 1 hit, and then you have George Sponsy. Basically that, and then he has it low cooldown. Yeah.
I guess that's his kit is honestly pretty.
I think
solid,
I'll
but
start
I-
with B for
wouldn't-
now.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him in B
Yeah.
plus because
Okay.
like the B buff strip tiers, they have use even outside of budget stuff, but I think he has no use outside of budget stuff. So it really depends on what you're looking for. So I guess it
Yeah, they're not
balances
really
out, I think.
comparable. They just happen to be on the same power level tier.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, time for
so when does
the.
Media get to join the buff strip tier?
that would be. That would need a big boost.
when she doesn't need to consume a card slot to do it.
Yeah.
Like genuinely, she needs to consume a
card
card slot to do it. Okay.
they should have a servant where selecting their MP doesn't take up a card slot. They use it.
Just put on a skill.
All right, time for the last
No.
London servant, and we're totally gonna end with the
because-
best of the bunch. Oh yeah.
He's
Talk
so
about
good.
Jekyll and Hyde. You have 2 servants. You
he's
have
a
an
usable,
assassin and a
yeah.
berserker. Crazy. So yeah, yeah. Okay. Stats could be way better, of course. unfortunate. They should crank up both attack and HP way higher. They should give him like 4 or 5-star numbers just for the hell of it. I know the MP increases HP. It's not enough. Anyway, double Buster, double Quick deck is interesting. I guess in this case they wanted to do like half Buster, half Assassin, which I feel like they should have just done like 2
Buster.
different decks depending on what form they are, instead of doing the same deck for both. He should have triple Buster on Hyde. There's no reason not to, because he just doesn't have a damaging MP. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
And Hyde's gain or Jekyll's gains are so bad too. It doesn't help.
I think he would actually be okay if he had triple Buster. I'm not.
There
even
could be an
joking.
argument
I think
of
he
some
might
No,
sort.
he would be.
Well,
Because then he could do Buster
Yeah.
memes.
Yeah, he could just
Well,
do
then-
triple Buster scripts
yeah,
for stuff.
it's not like he needs gains, and he's not making stars anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, the skills, oh boy. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 15% attack for 3 turns, and if he happens to be Hyde, he gets another 35%. So if he's Hyde, he gets 50. If he's Jekyll, he gets 15. So quite a bit of difference. So this is one of the problems. You don't want to pop the skills until you morb. So cooldowns are going to be wasted a little bit.
They don't have like disabled buffs. Like if they were like
Yeah, this should not be a snapshot, because you just get punished for cooldowns because you can't
Yeah,
pop them
live
early.
updates.
That's another.
Yeah.
That's one of the issues. He has so many issues, but this is one of them. But just don't make them snapshots. Make them checks. That would help with cooldowns. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. Although in this case it would be hard to do it like that. He gets 15% stun success rate up for 1 turn. And then he has a 10% chance to stun the enemy for 1 turn. So if you're Jekyll, you will never land this stun. Forget about it. But if you're Hyde, you get a further 135% chance. So it's 150% increased chance to land it. Then you can land it. But in this case, even if it was not a snapshot, it wouldn't work because it's a debuff. So it's weird. So it's unusable when you're Jekyll, and it's okay when you're Hyde at best. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 15% crit damage for 3 turns, and then as Hyde, another 35% for 3 turns. So again, 15 versus 50 again. And then with the buff, he gets an 80% battery. So this is them like them just being, okay, we know Jekyll is completely useless. Just morb on turn 1. You don't even need supports if you max the append. Just go for it. It's pointless to be in the assassin form. It's an active demerit to be an assassin in this case. He does nothing, no gains, no damage, no stars, nothing. So you just need to morb and then, but the other issues. Anyway, passives. As an assassin, 10% star gen. Cool, doesn't do much, but okay. As a berserker, 10% buster up, great. Now where's the 3rd buster card? Again, as an assassin, he's anti-saber, and I guess he's the only berserker whose append is actually anti-damage. So he's got that going for him. He gets rider damage instead of rider crit resistance. Right? So that's pretty cool, at least.
That is unique to him.
Yeah, no other berserker in the game has that. Alright, then the MP. So you can only use it when you're Jekyll, of course. You morb into Hyde, then you get 6k max HP permanently. You get, you fully heal basically. No matter what your HP is, you always go to full health, 100%. And then based on overcharge base, he gets 40% permanent buster up, scaling up to 80%.
So have you been saying morb all this time?
I say
Yes.
morb.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Morbius. It's morbin time. I feel like...
I my mind's been going morph, and I'm like, more, yeah. And then...
Oh, I just say more, but like a B at the end because it's funny. I always say, whenever there's a transformation, my brain is so dead because of memes. I always say morb and everything. Anyway, yeah, his overcharge obviously is good, but again, he only has 2 buster cards and no damaging MP. By the way, you cannot even use this MP when you're Hyde. You can't get a full heal, no more max HP, no more buster up. It's completely useless.
Can't chain Buster Brave as well.
Yeah, that would be nice too because it's a buster MP. So he has so many problems. So many problems. Okay, problem.
Also,
what other
fun
problem?
fact-
He can, even though he has like what 15, 16k HP on base level 70, he can still die easily. He has no defense. There's no defense of any kind besides a single target stun. His crit, while you might think like, oh, it's cool, it's 50%. It sucks. He has no absorb. He has no stars, no absorb. The attack up is at least good. This is the one good skill he has, assuming you're Hyde again, because his 50% attack is good uptime, you know. But it's so many problems with this guy. Like he's just with 2 buster cards as his only damage, he's just not gonna get there. He's not gonna get there.
If you want a completely perfect Jekyll and Hyde, I mean, you don't have to, but like, you do need both Assassin and Berserker class score. he queues from different ones depending on his form.
Oh my gosh,
He's
really?
the only servant that does that. Yeah.
He should also benefit from both at any given point. That would be fair because he sucks.
Oh, so
Imagine if Cosner Drop needed the class score for the class you choose.
Twice the amount of class score.
It would be fair
That could
for
be interesting
Jekyll.
if it's twice.
It would be fair.
Yeah. I mean, it's double the price as well. But like, I mean, usually you would just do the Berserker one if you really like them, because why would you stay in Jekyll?
I assume
Never
this is
stay in
unanimous, but feel free to add comments if you want.
No, he can go. Wait, hold on. What about?
I don't think he's but he's
in Grail
Berserker.
fronts? What about in Grail fronts?
No.
Man,
No,
shut up.
okay. Not Grail fronts, but here's the thing. He's a Berserker that can do damage.
Can he?
I think he's better than Sanson. Yeah, he can. He
better
has a
than
Buster
Sanson.
card. I think
Yeah.
he's better than Sanson. Because
I
like,
think
if
D
you
is
really
fine.
want to, you can technically run like
I've-
double coin light with him, and then you can get like 100%. So like, he obviously that's really bad, but like you can technically, cause you can brute force anything with Berserkers.
There's a guy on JP with a 120 Jekyll that does runs. Like, I've
Okay,
seen
yeah,
it.
I'm not saying that's the defense, but I do think that is a defense for him to be out of.
Look, I've seen Jekyll and Hyde runs. Haven't seen Sanson runs. So therefore, I think objectively,
Well, that's
he's
just because
better.
Berserkers is stupid. I Berserkers.
Yeah, but have you seen
So it's not
not
really fair,
Giga Jack the Jekyll runs?
I think just
I think
D,
once
look,
or twice, but yeah.
look, D is fine.
Nah, there's no
D
way.
for- No, no, he's better than Sanson. He's
But
better
okay,
than Sanson.
ignore the comparison. They're both bottom tier. Yeah, one might be worse than the other, but they're both bottom tier. That's how I see it.
I might actually rather use him over Blackbeard.
Nah.
I mean, if it's against one target, yeah.
Well-
if it's against one target, I would use him over Blackbeard, yeah. But like,
My contribution to
difficult.
this conversation
It depends on
is
what-
that the buff to his third skill isn't as bad as people act.
Well, it gives him the again. It gets him out of the
Yeah,
form that is
this-
completely useless. So it's good in that sense.
Yeah,
no,
because like
the buff isn't. Nobody said the buff was bad. People said
could give him
he's
starting
bad.
check. No, there were people that were saying that it was bad because
No, it's because he needs more. It's not because the buff itself is bad.
well,
Did
yeah,
they
needs
actually just say the
more,
buff
but,
itself is bad?
people also were saying that because you miss out on 35% crit if you use it that way. But
Oh,
I mean, you can
that's
bring
on
a
all
CE
of his
that
skills.
has 35% crit or more.
Or you just use him with
Instead of
Vitch and bam, you have way more crit.
Yeah, because he needs to
I don't
absorb
know. I mean,
anyway. His own crit alone is nothing. You need way more support with that anyway.
I mean, we are definitely just arguing between trash and trash. So I'm whatever. But I personally think he could be D. But it's just because
Yeah, that's
Berserker is a
fine.
stupid class. Yeah.
For a
It
standard
is
copy, I
garbage,
can't
it's
see him
garbage.
not BE. I just can't see it.
I'll say D, just to shake things up.
You know what?
Oh my god.
I'm gonna leave him in E. 'Cause all my
Yeah.
hosts want to see
That's
D,
fine.
but
This
YouTube
isn't
comments, let me know.
democracy. What the
Should he
fuck?
be in D? Okay, should he be? I want to know.
YouTube comments definitely E. I think he is
No,
like
YouTube
the,
comments are like
he is
F,
like the biggest
D.
joke. He's like
No,
the
no
biggest
one's
joke.
gonna say
Make
C on him. That's wild,
Oh, I mean,
bro.
he is bad. Like, I
Okay.
mean, there's no denying he's bad, actually.
Mm.
It is really just semantics at that point of like, what flavor of garbage do you want today, sir?
Okay. Anyway, next up is an interesting one. Actually, not an instant E tier anymore, because he got buffed between last year's and this year's tier list. We have Geronimo. Yeah, him. Yes. Believe it or not.
EX,
that
let's
does-
go.
A buff that does basically nothing for himself.
Yeah. Hey, he's a very selfless guy, I guess. So he's an AoE arts caster, but basically a support still, because, yeah. Attack, not super high, doesn't help his case with the class combination, of course. He's double bust or double arts, which is interesting, I guess, but honestly, maybe triple arts would have been better. His arts cards,
he has a
okay
rainbow
gain,
buff.
otherwise just no good at all. Again. Oh boy, the skills. At least there's one thing to talk about. So 50% buster up for self for 1 turn or 5 turn cooldown. It's just Garbo. It's Garbo. He has 2 buster cards, yeah, but he's not. No. Second skill, 5 turn cooldown. 50% arts for 1 turn. At least this works with the MP. That's something. It's a one hitter, so it still won't refund a lot, but it's, you know, a bit more damage to it. Cool. So it's better than the first skill. And then we have something. Okay, so now 5-turn cooldown. Targeted 50% quick up for 1 turn with a -1 cooldowns on it. So yeah, it's not now he himself doesn't have to use this because his 1 quick card is pretty bad to begin with. So now we can give it to someone else and give them cooldown reduction too. What a crazy buff for his for them trying to do stuff with him. It can have uses though, memes aside, but it's not a very drastic change, all things considered.
It just allows that weird frontline only Khazra drop farming comp.
Yeah, that's why Rio is very much hyping him up. Yeah.
That's why I use it.
Yeah.
Look, I've cleared 90++ nodes with double Khazra, Kuro, Geronimo.
I guess it's real,
works.
Yeah. Anyway,
it works. All you need is 2 120 Khazras.
Yeah, easy.
Do you need the other one to be 120?
I mean, it makes
right for consistency, but okay. Anyway, 8% arts up on the passive. It's alright. It's just main card type, I guess. Sure. 6% debuff success rate can help a little bit with the MP. Not that the debuff is all that super impressive. Anti-archer, no. On the append, that is. Upgraded MP. So does damage, does -20% crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns. And then full party gets a 1k heal on base overcharge, getting up to 2k. And 20% debuff rest for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 60%. So it's like a very defensive attacking MP. All the effects are defensive utility, basically. So that's why I've seen people say, like, oh, you can still use him in Castoria, but you can literally use any art servant with Castoria. So I feel like it's not the biggest argument for him anyway. If anything, this is the one thing that might give him a bit of use, but it's a very specific thing as well. Otherwise, you can do way better still.
MP damage, but other than that, I don't know.
So the 2 good things about it is so it has 2 unique effects for low stars. There are no cooldown reduction supports for low stars, and there are no targetable 1-turn quick mana burst low star supports. That being said, he has 1 turn of value unless you have him NP. So
yeah. And then the value mostly comes down to the comp Rio was talking about. Otherwise, there's way too much downtime to consider boss stuffs, I would say.
I mean, maybe with a pen 5, but yeah,
because you're not going to use the cooldowns on himself. It's still big downtime.
Yeah, in a free to play comp, I would not bring him. At least I really need to make some kind of breakpoint for turns, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's still pretty not great. Maybe not E tier.
He's not great,
but yeah.
But here's the thing: is all you need is you get your own Khazra drop, you borrow a friend one, and that at like MP like 1 can do anything up to 90++. Like it'll handle 90+.
90+. Really?
Yeah, it'll handle.
I assume he's talking about their friend Khazra being a pretty good copy of her, and yours being like an MP one.
It is a very cheap comp. I will give you that.
Well, here's the thing: is the card damage is really high. Like a lot of the times I'm farming with her, I do end up having to pick a card or 2, but like it doesn't matter what card it is. All of the cards work because the card damage is so high.
Yeah, me when I get the Geronimo hand, bro.
Okay, so every once in a while you're gonna get decked by Geronimo, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Well, it's good that it can deck someone,
I
that's why you grail
like,
your Geronimo so he can do crits too.
I agree. Anyways, I do think he does have he went from like not having a role to having a role, and his MP damage is not bad. I think for AoE caster.
But there's not a whole lot of competition. But yeah, fair.
Well, yeah. But like he's not like the worst thing ever. But
yeah, I don't think he's E tier.
He has a place.
Yeah, he has a thing he does now.
Like C+. I don't know.
C+. Yeah, C+. Oh wow. I feel like that was higher than I was thinking.
That's a big improvement, though. God damn.
I would not go higher than C personally. I think.
C, who's C? Medusa.
If anything, it's like Mephisto 3rd skill tier. They're both 3rd skills as well.
I think it's more generically useful, but like I don't know. Depend. It's a C to C. I can see either.
I think I'll do
be
C.
honest.
I can't believe he's even that high. That's crazy. But, you know, he did get buffed, so. The days of
I mean, it's a
Geronimo being the
targetable
auto E
mana
are
burst,
over.
Like people. I mean, it's not as good as a actual Buster mana burst because Buster has more damage, but you know, it's still mana burst. So.
All right, next up, we're going to talk about one of the 3 extra classes we have, and it's totally the best of the bunch. Mr. Shadows himself, Andy Mayu. Oh boy. He at least lives up to his lore. He's supposed to be the weakest servant, and I feel like he's definitely in contention for that title. So, actually not even single target, he's a counter Avenger. Just works with counters.
It does do AoE damage.
Yeah.
When it counters.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Damage. Quotation marks.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, his stats obviously not very high, as because he doesn't have a rarity, but his level and stats are more or less 2-star equivalent. So that's not doing him any favors. His double arts, double quick, which he probably should have been triple quick, seeing his 3rd skill. So it's a bit unfortunate he only has 2 quicks. They're the cards that can maybe do something with him. His gains are just okay at best. Again, they're not great either. Maybe a bit better than a lot of the ones we've seen so far, which really doesn't mean too much. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, so one enemy gets minus 50% crit chance down for 3 turns. That's way too much. You don't need that much. Just put something else there and make that like minus 30%. It's just overkill at that point. But sure, it's not the worst effect to have, I guess. Considering he's also squishy, where 1 crit could make, if the enemy crits or that, could maybe mean he lives 1 or 2 more hits. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, target gets minus 1 tick of MP gauge on the enemy side, and then they also get minus 30% attack for 3 turns. This is better. This has 2 effects, and they're both not bad. Why doesn't this have 2 effects? No one knows. I guess they just wanted to go overkill with the crit chance. But yeah, this is definitely better. I don't hate this skill. Imagine not being a vampirism with 80% chance to drain. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown. He gets quick up that increases every turn for 5 turns. Then he gets this guts for 1 times 6 turns with a 50% revive and can stack with other guts. Then he gets this delayed buff for 5 turns, and after 5 turns he does sacrifice himself. Now the quick up scales from 40% to 200%. So he gets 40% quick up every single turn. That's why I really wanted him to have 3 quick cards as well, because it's like for anyone else, this could be ridiculous. Like imagine anywhere between 40 to 200% quick card effectiveness up. That's insane. But because it's on him, it's not even all that insane. Oh well. But the guts is nice, I guess. So, because before this, there was no guts here. You just had the quick up, and then you just die guaranteed. You can still lose the guts before that sacrifice goes off, of course. But, it can help a little bit, and it stacks, so. Get the Avenger passives, so he gets 20% increased MP gain on damage taken, and on all party members besides him get minus 10% debuff as down, which can be annoying, but usually not that big of a deal. He gets 10% crit damage, which is really hard to crit with him, but if you do manage to do that, then cool, I guess. Gets 2% gauge per turn as well, which is not much, but it's, bonus, I guess. He's on the caster, which, well, he's... even on rulers, I'm not sure if I would bring him. I don't know. And his MP, they're really, really not so impressive MP. So he gets the waiting buff or status for 1 turn, which is considered a demerit, because after that, he basically stuns himself. It's a stun that basically cannot be prevented. That's what it is. So then for this turn where the enemies attack, he will counter them. Like all the enemies that hit him, or rather, he does damage to all enemies based on the amount of damage he takes. But the formula also is really stupid, the way this is counted. The damage is counted on the difference from his starting HP from activating this MP compared to the HP where he leaves off. So the reason why this is dumb means that Guts no longer means that he gets a hell of a lot more damage. Like, let's say the enemy MPs him for 50k damage and your Guts procs and you're alive and you counter, you do not get to multiply that 50k because that's not the difference of the HP that wasn't done. So and also
you can do is around 45k.
I do think it is necessary because what he's doing is true damage.
Yeah, I was about to get to that, but yeah. It does true damage, but the problem is because it does true damage, it's so held back, and the MP it has a multiplier of the damage. It does anywhere between 2 to 3 times the amount of damage received back, depending on your MP level. And then on base overcharge, he gets a 1k heal on himself up to 5k. But like the problem is because obviously they had to hold back because let's say the enemy you can even buff them or something, they hit you for 1 million, you would just one shot them at that point because it would do 3 million damage because it's true damage. It pierces through invuls, defense ups, everything. It just goes through everything. But the problem is because the damage formula, because he has 2-star stats, I think I did the math long ago. If you have a level 120 copy, 2k foes and everything, you go from max HP all the way down to 1 HP. The max damage was like 50k or something. The absolute best case scenario for him to do damage with his MP. It's so bad.
It's 15.5 times 3.
Yeah, it's like it was less than 50k is the max damage. Like his MP is garbage. It's so bad. It is totally terrible. They held back way too much. But again, he's supposed to be the weakest servant, I guess. So the only legit thing he could have is these 2 skills, coupled with maybe some quick crits, because he gets a lot of freaking quick up from this skill. But besides that, man, he's just completely hopeless. And don't even get me started. Somebody's going to say, oh, he has anti-beast class on his Bonsi. You're not going to... Yeah, he gets class advantage on beast, but he's still not going to be impressive. I wouldn't honestly even bring him on rulers, which is the same case, but better because you also get the defensive advantage. So, I don't know.
He's useless.
Yeah, I agree.
That's just, that's just like, true damage should never exist in this kind of games, to be honest. Because
the problem is, I guess, on enemy side, he's insane. He's insane because then he gets Giga HP, so his scaling is bad, and then cast Doria, nothing can save you from that, so you're just gonna die.
Yeah, I mean,
only Guts can save you. So on enemy side, he's actually insanely overpowered, but on your side, he sucks.
Now we may be saying
it's in one of the CQs recently.
Yeah, that was the Valentine's CQ in NA recently.
Yeah.
Now I think everyone's thinking D, right? But I do have.
No, I'm thinking E.
I do have one counterpoint to put it in D. This is the sickest looking card. Can we get style points? This is sick. It's the
did you link something?
120 card.
Oh yeah, he gets a special card for grailing above 100. Look, they made a special frame for it. Yeah, it's cool.
We've been over this though.
Look at that.
We can't account for
coolest
grails.
Card.
It is the coolest card.
I'm actually surprised they didn't do that for Draco or something, or Space Oresh. I thought they would, because they're like beast.
No, they're still 5-star. He doesn't have a rarity. He's his own rarity. That's why they did it for him.
I guess
it is a sexy card. Okay.
It's like the one good thing about him is he has the best looking card in the game, but like that's about it.
Yeah, but otherwise,
was Otto gonna bring counterpoints or something?
No.
Otto, can you counter my style? Oh.
He has to be grailed for it, so L.
Yeah, he's just hopeless.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Yeah, he's just bad. Like I can't defend him.
If even Otto has nothing nice to say, it's doomed.
Yeah, I know I have that reputation of.
But hey, that's why we like having you here. It's nice to get these devil's advocate moments.
What
you
can
love
I say?
slop. Garbage.
I mean, yesterday I went to
in a dumpster.
Yesterday I bought like a bunch of Little Caesars. It was good.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I guess that's trash.
All right, so another assassin on the menu. We got 100 faces on the chopping block next. So single target arts DPS. Attack could be higher, especially with the assassin class mod taken into account. So there's that. double arts, double quick on the deck, which makes sense because she really is all about MP spam. Her crits potential is not their best, like face cards is just a means to get her MP more. And her gains, sadly, on base at least, they're not very impressive. They even nerfed the gain on MP specifically as well, because it has a lot of hits on it. But yeah, on base, it gets a bit better with the skills, but on base, they're just not good at all. Alright, first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns and 40% star gen for 3 turns. So again, this alleviates it a little bit. Then at least her arts cards can do something. But it's still not amazing, of course, just passable if anything. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn and then an 80% chance to get a rainbow for 3 turns, and they're all individual chances for the card types. I like the evasion being, 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown, that's good, but I don't like the RNG. You don't really care about the Buster one, arguably not that much about the arts one or the quick one either, but you definitely want to land the arts one, that's for sure.
It's just Space Rush.
Yeah,
No, Space Star.
Yeah, Space Star, yeah. Very similar case again. So this can be a really annoying skill sometimes. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 4k heal and then removes all her buffs. And it's 500% chance, so that goes to buff removal resistance too, right? Unfortunately. So that is very unfortunate. I hate this skill, I'm not gonna lie. I've seen a lot of people defend this, and yeah, you can maybe pop it on like off turns, but I hate this skill. I don't like it. It's too big of a demerit. Just losing everything that you have when you use it. For what? 4k healing? It needs to do more. It just needs to do more. I don't like that skill at all. It's not the worst skill set I've seen, but yeah, could definitely be better.
I'm shocked it hasn't been buffed out.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. 10% star gen. Honestly, is surprisingly okay on her. Despite being mostly arts focused, even her MP can generate some stars because it has so many hits, so I don't hate it. Anti-archer, not really relevant. So the buffed MP is the reason why she's still pretty relevant, I want to say. So does damage to one enemy, does minus 20% arts res on them for 3 turns. It is after damage, but, makes consecutive MPs a bit more feasible, which is exactly what you want, because again, she lives and dies by the MP spam. Then does minus 50% crit chance down on the target for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling to 100%. So that's overkill too, but at least you can make sure the enemy will never crit you when you use her. Granted, you can land those. And then, yeah, it's 13 hits. So they did nerf the game, but it still refunds quite a bit. And it also can, as an arts MP, also generate some stars too. So yeah, I think she's still a fairly legit budget single target DPS. It's fairly somewhat self-sustainable too. I think she's good. Maybe not amazing anymore, but just good. What do you guys think?
This is like victim number 60 of Ryogi Shiki.
I don't feel like this. I feel like this character is a lot better at spamming.
Yeah, she spams better.
Is she?
She does. Because of the arts res down and the high refund.
I mean,
I usually...
with Castora looping, but like if you get one card, don't just get it back for Ryogi as well.
Well, okay, so I usually don't count this as points because usually I'm talking about like Vlad who has dogshit cards, but this is a servant head that has pretty good cards and then also has ridiculous NP refund. Like it is actually kind of gross if you look at it.
Yeah, even with the nerf, it's still good.
But then again, let me check the damage. I have no idea how good her damage is. I'm on caster. Hold on. 100%.
I think overall, I still would like to use Shiki more because she has a bit more utility that I like more. But I don't think not Cursed Time, 100 Personas is bad either.
No, she's not bad, but like I do remember her
completely prevents the enemy from critting.
Yeah,
I do remember her reputation of like being super OP because was it Hanako Green that said she was like really broken?
I think Hanako loves her, yeah. He uses her old. At least when I watched his videos, it was always 100 Personas like everywhere.
So
in his low star runs.
100 Personas MP5 raw damage.
I remember him doing like a Kamazot's low star run, and I think she did a lot of lifting in that one.
Ryogi Shiki raw. I guess she has a 1-turn mana, but it's not fair. and she ramps
Yeah.
up
Also,
damage.
also, you're not looking at the damage with the
ramp up?
second skill.
Oh,
Wait,
with
really?
that.
They're
skill.
doing lowest roll. Wow. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30% is
I
quite a
mean,
bit.
Ryogi still does like almost double her damage, but I
But
guess
she doesn't ramp.
yeah, and Ryogi has a 1-turn RSUP, so she's fine. But again, I would never use her because of Ryogi. Like it's just there's zero chance I would use her over Ryogi because I think damage is better. But I can see a world where, like, in a vacuum, she's not bad.
I think this
So,
could be the first B+.
I don't got much to say on this character. I
Yeah, I don't
actually
use her,
think like I've used most of these little stars, but I
yeah,
think
she gets
she's like the one I've like actively like just not really used.
I really like her design just because, like,
I don't like her design.
because I didn't
looks
see a
weird.
lot of the main
The
100
muscles are weird,
personas in. Because I didn't see a lot of the main body of 100 personas in Fate Zero. It's mostly the one.
I mean,
of
there
the
basically
random
is
guys
no
that they
main, but that's the
stack.
whole point. There's supposed to be a
Well, I
collection
guess,
of,
yeah.
personas. We tend to
I
see
mean
this one,
the
the
ponytail one, yeah.
lady with the ponytail the most, but even we just have to have someone to represent the personas, basically. But yeah, it's a cool concept for a servant for sure.
There's also like a baby 100 personas in there somewhere. It's in her like interlude or something.
Yeah, the
Not
small
like a
girl.
literal baby, but like a child. Yeah.
It says something kind of weird if you have, because like it's supposed to be like 100 different personas that serve different purposes, and one is just being a child. It's literally it.
Is that the
I
innocence
guess
or
we all
something?
have some
Child
childlike
into-
side to us.
No, I feel like I'll go with
child
B+.
soldiers.
I don't know, maybe it's a bit high, but I feel like she's still legit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
She's
it's
better than Babbage as a DPS, that's for sure.
Yeah. Probably.
I actually might think she's not as good as ESO after the MP upgrade, though. We'll get to him later, but
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, more assassins. Next up, we got Mr. Redhead. Kotaro is up next. So, AoE, quick, DPS, not really a farmer, but most importantly, like a debuffer, if anything, and can generate some stars too. Not that that's really like a thing you need anymore these days. You don't really pick someone just for generating stars with face cards.
Yeah.
But at least he has some cool debuffs going on. Attack is okay for a 3-star as well. He's full quick, which definitely is okay for him. And we finally start to see some not so day one hit counts as well. His arts card is very legit, and his quicks are okay too, so not too shabby. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 10% attack down for 3 turns and minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. It's not the highest amounts, but just some of the debuffs he does, so can't be mad about some defensive utility. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, targeted evasion for 1 turn and gives the target 50% stargen for 1 turn too. The stargen being 1 turn and 50% usually not that big of a deal, but it's kind of cool that it's flexible with the target, so not too bad either. Third skill buff, so 5-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 100% debuffers down for 1 turn, minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, and buff block for 1 time. So this is cool because the first effect is the debuff rest down. So if you land that, you basically guarantee all his other debuffs to land. So you can do the third skill and then the first skill, and then MP if you have that too. So again, assuming you land the debuff rest down, they're not really going to resist any of his debuffs. So that's cool. Pretty cool to have the buff block not on turn timer as well. So, you're probably going to get some value out of it on bosses, guaranteed. Unless they cleanse it, which unlucky, I guess. 10.5% stargen on the passive is good because his quick cards are actually pretty legit finally. Imagine that. Santa Alter Ego on the passive, which is a bit unfortunate. Dolman again ruining more. Cavalry class anti-appends. Upgrade MP does another minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on the normal effect. It is after damage and it's flat, but more defense down never hurts. Then also does a confusion on all enemies for 5 turns. And then there's a base 30% chance to seal them for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 70% chance per turn. Can be okay too. The MP itself probably won't hit super hard, honestly. But again, he's very debuff focused. He's like a 3-star Shuten, if anything. It's kind of how I
This
see
dude
him.
sucks.
I don't think he sucks,
Alright.
personally.
God damn.
Like
I use him
he
on
has,
my free-to-play as well.
no
Granted, I don't
attack
have a lot of
buffs, really.
options.
He has the defense down, but that's kind of it. I don't know, like he
Well,
didn't.
I mean,
It's
But
just
sometimes you
targetable
want
evade,
this
you know?
defensive utility debuffs too, and not always just stuff that increases your damage.
Is targetable evade is the one thing, right?
Yeah, there's that
That's
too.
the only thing I remember about him.
And then a bunch of debuffs.
And I guess hot mom. Does that count?
What do you mean,
But yeah, I
hot
don't know.
mom?
Oh yeah, his confusion can
Bomb,
trigger
though.
multiple times because it's just 5 turns flat on the enemy.
Yeah, but I don't think like RNG skill seal every turn is that broken. Like unless you're using, I don't know, Charlotte.
Yeah, which is pretty
Courtney,
cool.
where
And
you
so
really
also
need
5
to-
turns instead of 3 like it usually is.
Yeah. I guess.
yeah, his thing is like he's got 1 buff block, and then he can give you hard survival for a turn. The rest is sort of just like little.
And some
Tagged
soft
on,
survival on the
yeah.
first skill.
So, I think he can have his use. Like sometimes you want to prevent more than 1 buff at a time.
I don't use it.
And he outdoes Mephistopheles like in an AoE scenario. But so hear me out. I think that he could be a really good low store quick support if they make him like if they made like maybe his second skill or his first skill. Like they could put 3-turn quick resist down on his first skill or quick buff on his second skill. And it's great because he has debuff resist down, which disproportionately benefits quick servants because they have so many stunners and stuff. But yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, they could
I
still
think
buff
would be
him, but I don't think he's in a terrible place right now.
Would you ever like you say that he's not in a terrible
Wouldn't
place,
dare.
but like, would you ever? When would you use him? What are you like?
I feel like he
I just
can
don't see
be
the-
again. He can be one of
feel like
those
a-
like backliners that comes in and just pops all his skills. You get a ton of debuffs, mostly useful stuff. You can protect someone, then he can also come with a taunt,
If you're
save, die.
class
He's cheap on the
stacking as
party
well.
cost. I can see uses.
I do think like for more built you would not use him, but like again, if we're gonna use this argument, then most things are in F tier. So I don't think he's really high though. I don't think he's like B plus or anything.
Well,
Like,
okay, maybe
I
not
would
that high.
much
Okay,
rather
yeah.
I would much rather have like a buff strip.
Medusa's
Just
tier.
over
I think he's
whatever he
above Medusa
has.
tier personally.
I think they're similar. Just because Medusa still has like DPS. I don't know.
I think C plus or B personally.
I'd go C plus just because.
That's yeah. C plus is the highest, I'd say.
Where would
I
you put him,
guess.
Otto?
I could understand his support isn't really specialized enough for most people.
I guess I'm okay
It's-
with
it's
C
like-
plus.
I was like, but me, a connoisseur of garbage.
No,
I enjoy him.
Here's the
Man.
thing though, like even if I'm bringing budget only, I'm not sure if I'm bringing him. You know, like it's like it's not, it's still not a hard sell for me even if I'm using budget only.
Yeah, we have only
like-
quick assassins still on C plus. No more single target bot.
Unfortunate.
All right.
It's also just not a good class, I guess, for DPS.
Yeah. Anyway, more Hassans. We had a small break with Kotaro, but now let's talk Serenity.
Decent one, I'd say.
Maybe not as nice as 100 Personas, unfortunately, despite being also single target arts focused.
Yeah.
So attack, not the highest either. Could do better there as well. Double arts, double quick yet again. Gains on base, oof, could be better. I guess the extra is okay-ish, but otherwise could definitely be better. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown. One enemy gets minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns and minus 1 tick of MP gauge. This should be 6 turns and then add 1 more effect to it. This is a bit too harsh. Yeah, it needs to do more or have less downtime or both. Second skill on a 4-turn cooldown does a 500 poison on the target for 5 turns, and then does a 100% poison amplifier on them for 5 turns, and then you get 15 stars. I don't think dot stacking is all that legit on her. We do have more anti-poison servants, but I don't think I would just bring her for poison stuff, so you can probably do better than that with someone else. So it is what it is. So I do actually like this less than the Cursed Arm buff, because yeah, I would prefer double 15 stars instead. Third skill on
I
a...
thought her poison damage is pretty high. I don't know.
I guess if you MP spam well enough, you can get some damage out of it.
Yeah, I thought her
Yeah,
poison
but
damage was
it's
decent,
not the
but-
easiest MP to spam, though, is the problem. It's far from 100 personas.
I mean, yeah, but like, sure, that's fair.
But yeah, I guess we'll get there. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% instant kill success rate for 3 turns, 50% debuff success rate for 3 turns, 30% arts for 3 turns, and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So whenever she uses arts card, she does a 1k poison on the target for 3 turns, which also counts the MP because it's all arts cards. So 3 of her cards with this can, including the MP, can do more poisons. This was a much needed buff for sure. It's a pretty good skill now. The instant death rate just sucks as it's pointless, but everything else pretty good and nice to have. And maybe even can stack enough poison to do some meaningful dot damage. Maybe not amazing, but something that can actually just hurt the enemy, which is okay. Not the best skill set overall though, but this third skill at least is nice. 10.5% star jet is not really relevant for her. She, unlike 100 personas, she doesn't really generate any stars. 10% crit damage, also not super relevant. She doesn't really have a lot of crit focus either, besides a small star bomb. She's anti-berserker, so that's at least nice. Very cool. Buffed MP, so does a 2k poison on the target for 5 turns, 40% chance to skill seal and MP seal for 1 turn, both individual calculations. Does damage, and then there's a 60% chance to instant kill on base overcharge, getting up to 100%. So I kind of like the MP, minus the instant kill, of course, because, you know, this I just don't like the RNG. But otherwise, effects-wise, there's some okay stuff in there. But yeah, I can kind of see why you would be able to stack. It's just you would need more amplifiers, right? Because you only have this one 100% amplifier. It is on a 4-turn cooldown, and it is 5 turns. But like she can stack some poisons that actually have decent numbers, but you would need more amplifiers, if anything, at that point, to do some real damage.
For a couple of seconds, forgot that Locusta existed, so never mind.
Well,
yeah, she's like a free version of Locusta, if anything.
Well, a lot worse because
no.
the anti-poison damage.
Yeah.
The anti-poison
But
the MP damage is insane on Locusta.
They should buff her first skill to give her like just 50% PMod against poison targets.
Just 50%. Like, wow.
We have so many anti-poisons now, dude. We have so many anti-poisons. Dude, we have Semiramis, we have Locusta, we have Bishone. There's a bunch of anti-poisons. A crazy amount of
as is. I
so,
think
like,
Serenity is pretty underwhelming.
Yeah, never mind.
Even with the buff to the third skill.
I like Serenity, but
I like her costume.
She is.
That's it.
Yeah,
I feel like
it's pretty
she's
cute.
generally a worse version of 100 Face. Like they're very similar in damage proportions. It's just one has like a poison gimmick instead of being a spammy.
Honestly, like if your MP damage don't scale with poison, like a lot of times you see dot as a dead effect, and then her MP has 2 dead effects because insta kill and dot, and it's just like, okay, bro.
Yeah.
The only servant that can justify that is Dolman. It's like the only good servant that has like insta kill and dot on MP and is still good. It's Dolman.
When I was very new to the game, I thought about
wait,
railing
hold on. The
Serenity.
only one with dot and insta kill. All right. What about Summer Aris? Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, she has.
Oh yeah, of course.
Ares say.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention it, but the MP is also one hitter, so
Ares
yeah, it
say
doesn't
shit
refund
like
much at all.
Wait,
compare that to
hold
100 faces who refunds quite a lot. Doesn't help.
Her MP animation is exactly like Shuten's, where it looks like it has more than 1 hit, but it doesn't.
No,
Does it?
Myst, do you
no,
say
He kisses and then it
Ares say
explodes,
or
no?
Eris?
Yeah.
Oh, what was that,
like
Rio?
3 debuffs. I
Do you
guess
say
4.
Ares say or Eris?
I don't think I say either. I think I usually say Ares. That's how I usually say it. But if in
Yeah.
fact none of
Fuck
those
you,
three are
yeah.
actually correct. If you want to do the correct way, it's Erise. That's the Japanese way. Her name. It's
Yeah, that's
Erise.
what I said.
But I say
I love the
Erise
machine
usually.
translation of that one scene where she's like, well, my name is Arise, but it's pronounced Arise, and it's spelled the same way.
Yeah, that's fine. It
Like,
doesn't really
thank you for
translate
setting
well.
that up. Because I know they have like ways of
Yeah, I say
showing
E-rice because I'm
pronunciation.
Chinese.
E-rice, electronic rice.
Yeah.
That'll be the food of the future. So where are we placing 100? Not 100 personas. Serenity. I'm saying
she's
C plus at the highest, but even that, I don't know.
Yeah. In hindsight, pretty
C.
bad.
Medusa tier.
B.
C probably.
I'd say
ugh.
like C plus. I don't think she's that much
Mm.
worse than like Jin K.
I guess. Because she's ours.
Yeah.
Man, they're actually getting centralized in the C plus area. Usually they get centralized.
Wow, they all suck.
B.
Who would have thought that all these assassins are
They all
mid?
suck. Oh my god.
Yeah, but
Oh, it is
usually,
what it is.
Like, I mean, after last
Dude,
week, kinda, like, they're-
Ryogi Shiki kill count currently. Let's count this.
All right. Back
Oh,
to
man.
some rider, or just one of them for now. But yeah, this is
God,
this is someone who
stick
people wanted to
around.
see buff with the latest buff that went to Alexander as well.
Yes.
We have Columbus, the Mr. Grin himself. So AoE Buster, DPS, his battery is too awkward to farm, unfortunately. But yeah, just a DPS, I guess. Attack is pretty low, like a lot of other, Agartha servants, unfortunately. Double Buster, double arts, and his gains on base, not very good. So yeah, that doesn't help either. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 14% attack and MP damage for 1 turn. So wait, who had the other one earlier? Blackbeard? This is even worse. That was 16%, I'm pretty sure. This is even worse.
Yes.
So it's so bad.
He does do less damage than Blackbeard, which is...
Yeah, this is a terrible skill. It's like combined, it's less than 30 and it's 1 turn. Like, why?
You'd expect him to do more because he has a more thorough spread of buffs.
Yeah.
No, because he's a 3-star and he's a 2-star. What do you
And
mean?
the 3-star, yeah, that too.
And he has an upgraded MP. Like, what's
Oh,
the...
they
so
both have
weird.
upgraded NPs.
Yes, no, that's what I mean. Like, it
Yeah, but,
isn't
like,
even because the MP upgrade. It's
Yeah,
just because Blackbeard is a bigger weeaboo, I guess. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah. Alright,
Oh,
the
man,
second
it's-
skill on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets the guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 1 HP revive and a 30% battery. So he doesn't get a permanent guts either, but like in the downtime is a bit too high. But a bit of battery, yay. Because his gains are not the best, so you don't hate it, I guess. Cooldown though. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 20% buster after 3 turns and 15 stars. I like the effects, but the numbers could definitely go up with the the amount of cooldown it has. And considering they're the only 2 effects, it should be like a 30 bomb, like 30 each, I feel like that could be like decent, but I don't know. It just doesn't do the most. It's supposed to be his unique skill, like Conquistador EX rank, but like, yeah. So wait, why does he even have Conquistador EX? Shouldn't that go to like Cortez or something if he's ever released? He's the Conquistador. Why does this guy have like the EX rank? But,
I joked about he should do extra damage to Geronimo. But that's...
Wow. Ouch.
No, well, and that
Anti-neutral
evolved
good.
into just extra damage to everyone who's not from Spain or something like that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Anyway, passives, 12.5% debuff is not much, but something. 8% quick up, pretty not great on him with his 1 quick card. That's very underwhelming. He's anti-rider, which neutral, you shouldn't probably bother with him. Upgraded MP only does damage on the normal effect, and then overcharge is a minus 50% crit chance down on enemies for 3 turns, getting up to 100%. So it's basically 100 personas, but now it's AoE. Sadly, doesn't have that nice ramp-up effect on the normal effect, though. But at least you can kind of guarantee the enemy won't crit you. You just won't get a whole lot of damage out of the MP, if anything. So, yeah, he's pretty underwhelming. Just doesn't offer really much utility at all. No love for the team. His own damage kind of sucks.
He should have
Yeah.
gotten the buff instead of Alex.
And he's not a free MP5. He's actually one of the rarest 3-stars in the game, I want to say, for people to MP5. Because he doesn't get a lot of rate-ups either. And most people don't touch the story banner. Love his VA though. Otsuka Hochu I love that guy. He's fucking amazing.
The story, like events, also love him. Like there's the Columbus egg, like enemy. Like there's like Columbus.
Like both him and
melee.
Blackbeard are in a lot of event stories, but they don't get a lot of love gameplay wise.
They like him.
Yeah.
I don't know why,
Yeah.
but like, they
Well,
love
yeah,
him.
they're funny, but like, and they just don't buff him. Like I don't get it. Like,
Yeah,
man.
it's a pretty sad case.
Again,
Also,
I
his
am.
MV feels like it lags the game, but it's not. That's
Yeah,
just
it's
how
fake
animated.
lag. It's just a weird stutter that just happens in the animation itself.
Again, I am a firm believer that he is actually just straight up worse than Blackbeard. So he has to at least be on the same tier with Blackbeard.
Yeah, they are. They are just as bad as each other. Also, he's racist.
Well, but
well,
one
that's
of
an
them
added
can
point.
Buster Loop,
I'm joking.
Epicone.
Well, now I gotta put him in C because he's
I like
racist.
that someone in chat says he's the worst and I have him 120.
Oh,
I think it's always funny to have like 120s who you're like, yeah, they're garbage. Like I got Say.
Yeah, I feel like more
Archer at
often than
120.
not,
Yeah, she's
people who
garbage.
grow like 120 a servant that's not giga popular, they say, yeah, they suck.
But you know what? That's the fun part. Like I think that's that's the charm of FGO is like every other gotcha game. You know
the
that I've
charm
seen.
is your favorites suck, dumbass.
No, the charm is that you can take your garbage favorite and you can like dump a bunch of resources into them to make them.
Yeah, in a lot of
mid.
other games,
still-
like
but they're
the
still,
low
like,
stars
usable.
at the end game are completely unusable. They're there
Yeah,
for like
yeah.
early
Or,
game
like,
fodder and to ruin your gacha rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's a whole
I
other
think
Even
topic,
the
I guess.
4 stars or like, yeah. This is off topic, but yeah.
Once again, he can Buster Loop, and
Oh, because he has 20 charge with like.
Oh, it's 30.
It's 30 charge.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
it's 30.
barely enough, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so it is
so
enough.
you also got to get
Wow.
coins. So you need 2 pins for him.
Oh,
I
it's
feel
7
like,
turn
as much
bro.
as I heard the Blackbeard comment, I feel like he's D plus still. Because he can farm. But that's about it.
What the no? Why?
Man, I was kind of joking, but all right.
I mean, look, Blackbeard has
Is he
a
the
better
same tier?
survival than him, right? They're the
Honestly,
same
they are kind of the same servant, even if he can farm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It
Doesn't matter. It's whatever, dude. It was same tier.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
There you go.
I just hope he gets more love gameplay wise, because again, he gets so much
Yeah.
love as like a villain.
Dude,
or, like, just
imagine.
as a
Remember him
joke
before the MP buff? He did negative damage.
character. Oh my god.
Okay. And then most people only had MP1 at best. Doesn't help.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Lost Belts time. Next up, we have someone I like quite a bit. Very cool servant. Maybe not the best servant ever, but certainly cool. One of my favorites from Apocrypha. Definitely a hot take. There's a lot of popular servants in there, but this guy's one of my favorites in the cast. So we got Avi Kebron next. AoE, a buster, a DPS with some utility, I guess, but mostly kind of selfish DPS stuffs. Attack could be higher, so that's not the best start. His triple art, so full caster deck again, and his arts card zone base, sadly, is just very underwhelming, and even his quick is also not that great. So gains could obviously be way better too. So everything up here, improvements could be made. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns. Sure, it's his main card types. It's not bad, it's just a bit basic. It works. Second skill on 8-turn cooldown, he basically gets 80% battery. The funny part is that if you actually use this and then pop a 20, then he gets 100% because it gets rounded up on the first 100. However, if you do it after the 100, it doesn't get rounded up to the next 100. It's only for the first one, for whatever reason. But, you know, good for him at least. Would be so annoying to miss 0.5%. That would just be a middle finger and a half. So it's not that bad.
Yep.
Third skill, on an 8-turn cooldown, he gets this on-death activation for 5 turns, which cannot stack. Not that it would really matter if it stacked too much anyway. So when he dies, the party besides him gets 3 hits of influence. This is a funny one because it has a very irregular scaling. For levels 1 to 9, your allies besides him get 2 hits of invul, but on rank 10 it gets increased to 3 hits. I don't think anyone else in the game has a scaling like this on anything else. It's very fascinating, I think. So there is a reason to max it because of that. And then he also heals the party members by 2k when he perishes. So very interesting on that, actually. But yeah, 3 hits of Invul with no... well, it does have a 3-turn limit, but yeah, it's actually a good amount of protection. For sure. Interesting. It's a pretty bare bones kit otherwise, but there is some interesting stuff there. 8% arts up is not bad. He's still triple arts, even if his own arts cards are not the best. 9% debuff success rate up. It's not the most relevant for him, needless to say. Having 0 debuffs and all. He's anti-berserker. That's great, because he's the DPS still first and foremost. He has an upgraded MP, which is nice. Does damage to all enemies. Then on overcharge, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 40%. And then after damage, the full party gets 10% MP gain for 3 turns. On base overcharge, scaling up to 30%. It's a pretty basic MP, but I don't hate the effects. Some damage for him and some gains for everyone. I think he's very comparable to Babbage, I guess. They're very similar. Maybe Babbage is better? I don't know.
He has a very strong death effect, though. Like when I'm using like low star comps, I tend to like bring him because he has a big battery as well. He can like use his it's relatively big battery. He can use his MP quite easily, and then after he uses MP a couple times, you feel like he's running out of value. He dies, and then he can protect your party member very well for another couple turns. I think he is
so fucking well with Poster Girl. Like,
oh yeah, him with Poster Girl is a really good combo for.
Oh man, if only that was ever.
Yeah, I am really mad. I think Poster Girl is like the one big thing I'm missing from my account, honestly. But,
would you be mad if I told you I have like 7-8 copies on NA?
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, well, on NA I have some, but like
yeah, on JP I have like 3 copies, I want to say, but no MOP there.
Here's about NA. NA's boring.
Yeah,
wow.
It shoves.
You just angered most of my viewers.
Comes back,
Chuds?
If Poster Girl ever comes back, I don't know how many. I might try to get MLB even. I don't know. It's just so bad. Anyways, this guy, he's good. I think he is quite often overlooked, but he is like even just as a main DPS, I think his battery size is fine. His MP damage is okay. And most importantly, the skill 3 is very unique. Probably not like that valuable for like super well built teams, but for like budget stuff, it can literally just keep your stuff alive for 3 extra turns, which is a lot. So I like him a lot personally.
Yeah, he's basic, but he has a game plan at least. So while his cooldown is high, the uptime of the effect is still, it's up most of the time. So you'd have to be pretty unlucky to miss that window if he dies on a turn when he's not active.
Yeah.
So, compared to Babbage, who's on B, where should we head towards? I'm thinking maybe the same tier, if anything.
Yeah. Like, again, I personally prefer him just because I usually have better DPSs paired with him. With like a caster DPS, for example, and then like I would rather keep those alive than because like Babbage is like instead of keeping other people alive, he's keeping himself alive. But
yeah, he's a bit more offense focused than Avi Kebron is.
Yeah. Yeah, I personally like him a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, very useful. And you can like I don't think I have much more to add.
It's a pretty straightforward kid minus the 3rd skill. Yeah. Okay. Good. So next up, our second extra class out of 3 that we have in this list, and someone who I believe has a new buff compared to last year as well. Pretty sure it's new. Yeah. And it's also a buff that actually does help, which is cool.
Oh, it's actually one of the biggest buffs compared to base form.
Oh yeah. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Salieri next. So AoE Arts Avenger. And worth noting, I believe he still has the highest 3-star attack in the whole game. So that's pretty cool. I mean, Avenger and all, I guess it makes sense. So that's not bad at all. He's double Buster, double Arts on his deck, and his gains on base, again, just not very impressive. But his MP at least refunds something. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns and 30% crit damage for 3 attacks 5 turns. Like, there's no reason to limit that if it's 30%. Like, why would you limit that to attacks? It's so weird. And this is not even the worst defender of these in her skill set, but yeah, it's like a whatever skill. It's just okay to be there, but it's not going to really have a big impact on the battle, I want to say. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, this is the worst defender. He gets 30% arts for 3 hits, 5 turns. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this so much. For farming, yeah, sure, it's fine, because you get 3 MPs worth of that. But for anything that's not farming, it just feels bad. 3 arts hits, really, bro? It should be 50% at that point, and it doesn't even do anything else. It just feels really bad. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one enemy gets minus 30% defense down for 3 hits, 5 turns. Yeah, there we go again. It's just, it gets spent immediately. Hope it's all DPS cards and not support cards. He gets 2k absorb for 1 turn and then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. So at least now he can have a crit turn, because before this, yeah, it was, especially on arts servants, absorb is not the most easiest thing to come by, and Avengers obviously need it. So you can have 1 crit turn occasionally, I guess. Otherwise, I don't like this skill either. Screw these hit-based things. I don't like them. Offense buffs. Defense buffs is kind of fine, though. There it's good. Avenger passive, so 16% increased MP gain on damage taken, and then minus 6% debuff rest on all party members besides him, including if he's backlined. So it's kind of whatever on both effects. You don't really want him to take damage either, so it's whatever on value. 8% crit damage can be nice on that 1 crit turn, otherwise pretty useless. 3.3% gauge per turn can help with refunding a bit more, because he kind of really wants to MP. He can do maybe a bit of face card damage, but he really just wants to MP a lot. His anti-caster, which, well, with the latest buff, maybe you can do a bit of neutral DPSing farming as well, depending on your copy, I guess, so I don't hate it. It's an Avenger after all. It's alright.
It makes him better at killing Mozart.
Yeah, that's what he lives for. So yeah, then the buffed MP. So he gets 10 stars on the use. Cool. Then he does minus 20% arts rest down on enemies for 3 turns on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. It is after damage, but you know, for bosses it can be ramp up too. And then he does super effective damage against star attribute enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. So that's really cool. So this gives him a very nice niche, because again, he's already a class that kind of is a universal. Yes, it's neutral most of the time, but honestly, with the buff upgrade MP, high attack to begin with, and having a niche that's not so common, considering he's a universal DPS, this is really cool. He can actually do some very legit damage on star attribute enemies now.
But he just deletes Jean for no reason.
Yeah, that's a pretty
collateral
brutal
damage, my friend.
He would do like better than single target damage on Jean at that
God,
point.
I hate French people.
But yeah, this is a very much needed buff. Before this, I was always placing him in like a C tier or something. People are mad, oh, I use Salieri, he's the legit quick arch looper. Have you used anyone else, bro? But now with this, yeah, he actually can be legit. Because that is, with the upgrade MP and anti-star, you can actually get legit numbers, even on neutral.
Until next Monday when they upgrade Ramaru's MP.
True. Is that when?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, mark my words. Anyways, but yeah, I mean, this is obviously a really good. They also removed the star gen down demerit.
Oh yeah, there was that demerit there too, which was kind of weird.
I mean, it's not necessarily that relevant, but yeah, it's a nest. I don't know why it's there. Like, realistically, is it because Mozart makes stars, so he wants to make no stars? Like, that's just logic. But yeah, it's a really big MP upgrade.
Yeah.
He's still like, lacking a battery and all that, for like to be a looper, but
and that 3 hits arts is still, I think.
Well, if he's a looper,
thing.
It doesn't matter. If he's a looper, it's 3 MPs. Right, so it doesn't matter if he's a looper.
Yeah, I really wish he didn't, because I would like to see. I think he would have potential for bosses too, but those defense down and the arts up just being instantly depleted, it just feels really bad. Yeah, they should fix those too. But they only buffed the third defense down when they didn't fix it, so oops.
Yep.
There's no reason for them to be that handicapped when they, like, especially when the second skill doesn't do anything else. It's only that arts for 3 hits on a 30%. Like, come on, bro. Why is it that gimped?
They should just buff it. They're gonna make the skill like, just make it 3 turns.
And make it 3
give 'em-
turns and put like anything on it, basically.
Yeah, that would just fix a
Dude,
lot.
it is such a good glow up. Like it's so funny how we went from reducing star gen for everyone
To making stars.
Yeah.
making stars. Yeah, so he makes 20 per turn. Unfortunately, he still sucks at using them.
Yeah, he has that
Because,
one
he's so
turn.
busy.
If he was Buster, it would be a bit easier because of supports, but Arts is still a bit hard. You would probably need to slap Johanna next to him.
Yep. Or Mozart. Okay.
True.
but
Yeah, just
I mean,
brute force the
I'll work
crits,
with
yeah.
it.
Yeah, he's I would say good because like he in terms of like budget loopers, he's the one with like I think one of the best refunds, but he has no battery. Like that's kind of like the two sides. Like
It's like
do you
Summer
want,
Musashi again.
yeah, do you want better refund? Like if you want a battery, you probably would go for like EO, right? But like if you want a better refund, you'd probably go for him.
And if they're star, then you
So-
definitely go Zolieri.
Oh yeah, so he's
I
pretty
just
good.
got killed by someone's name. I love fat bitches. Sorry.
What are you playing now?
The TF2,
Team Fortress 2.
of course.
It's obviously not
You gotta
Overwatch. You can't have the luck of it.
concentrate.
Yeah, can you just concentrate, bro?
Yeah, I'm concentrating on multiple things.
He's concentrating on
Yes.
getting killed by I love fat bitches, okay.
bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's definitely gonna go up in the ranking. I don't remember what we placed him in last year. I remember, if I had to guess, maybe a flat C or something. But he's definitely
him,
gonna go
like,
up now.
B to B.
B+.
I don't know. B to B
plus.
plus.
B+.
Yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
B plus would be okay.
Yeah. I mean, I still don't. I still haven't used him a bunch. Like I used him a couple times after his buff, but yeah, it's pretty. It sounds pretty nice.
Hmm. Yeah, he like Otto said, he had a good glow up, so can only go up from here. Hopefully, fix this a good skill.
I mean, no, he could go down. They could give him a buff that makes him terrible.
Well,
I don't know
when-
if they've ever
when
done
did
that,
happen?
but like,
I guess, yeah,
I
theoretically,
don't know.
if
Have
they
you
ever
made
changed
a
their
buff
mind.
that actively makes a servant worse.
No.
Well, we did
no.
have the cool caster buff, which is not
debatable
just a
ones.
positive. So there's that as an example. But
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they avoid because I see a lot of buff ideas where people are like, "Oh, Plushie, what do you think about this buff idea?" And then the buff idea would add a demerit, and I'm like, FGO almost never does that because they want to like avoid complaints probably. Other than again, Kucaster, he's like the only example. But yeah, anyways,
But yeah, he's good now. All right. Anyway, next up, back to assassins. We got Okada Izo. Let's talk. He has a new buff too. Very nice. So single target arts manslayer. Attack could be higher, unfortunately, especially for an assassin who gets an attack penalty. Double arts, double quick on the normal deck, and on base his gains again. Despite not being even close to day one, it's still not very impressive. Unfortunately. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% anti-humanoid damage for 1 turn and a 30% crit damage boost for 1 turn. So again, this is humanoid and not human. Take note, Sadsud. This is the good one. This is 99% of the servants in the game. It works, okay? Now, granted, it is kind of a mana burst still, because, you know, it's 2 offensive effects of 1 turn uptime, 5-turn cooldown, so I still don't love the skill, but at least it can give him some serious damage against servants, which is cool. Occasionally. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 1 turn evade and 32% crit damage for 3 turns. Not bad. He kinda can do some crits too, so don't mind it. Some self-sufficient sustain as well in the form of the, well, not sustain, but survival on the evade. Then the new buff. So now on a, it was always a low cooldown, so it's the 3-turn cooldown, but now he gets 20% arts up for 1 turn, 500% absorb for 1 turn, and 15 stars. So yes, it's only 1-turn buffs, but it's on a 3-turn cooldown, so you can use this occasionally, especially if you have a Pen 5. The first one is on a 2-turn cooldown, so that's pretty cool. I kind of like this. It's like it's a 1-turn. Like normally, I always dislike 1-turn effects, but when it's done like this, it's interesting. Definitely interesting. I don't hate it.
3-turn cooldown. I definitely like underestimated it when I first saw it because I forgot how short the cooldown was. I'm like, oh, never mind. Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like Shinpachi's skill, like low cooldown,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, basically.
low value, high uptime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just pop it and you're always going to be happy about it. So yeah, not the worst skill set now. It's decent, especially for a low star. Some downtime, but you know, still not terrible. 8% star gen, not that much, but I guess it gets better when you add a bunch more with his MP, I guess. His anti-saber, which maybe you could do some stuff with that, depending on, you know, if they're a man attribute or not. And speaking of which, the MP does damage to enemy, no other normal effects. Then he gets 100% star gen for 3 turns before damage on base overcharge, getting up to a plus 200%. So while he is very blue focused and his hit counts are not high either, you can actually get a lot of star gen from his MP to the point that he can actually generate some okay amount of stars as well. But then he also does anti-man attribute super effective damage, so the base 150 to 200 range again. So if you combine that
So
with the anti-humanoid thing and the servant, of course, then yeah, he can do some serious damage at that point. And man attribute, obviously the most common of the attributes, so that's cool too.
I'm so glad that they added it in the MP upgrade, but it still scales with overcharge. Usually these, if they add it, it's just
It's
flat.
like a flat 150, yeah.
Yeah, the fact that it's scaled, because like with arts, it's
Yeah.
very easy to use like Castor MP and then his MP, right? And then he would have like even more anti-man, which is a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So,
In a way, he reminds me a bit about Lee Assassin. He just has anti-traits too. But there's some similarities.
I think like
He's very bursty.
The important part here. Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say the important part is like again, you know, why isn't he like a victim of Rogishi? Because he has that anti trait. I think against anti-man, I would pick him like most of the time. And also he has the crit thing, like you said, it's a little bit more unique, I'd say. So I personally rated him very high, mainly because of the upgraded MP with anti-man. Like again, you know, he just does a lot of anti-man damage. Like it's just
Yeah, as a 3-star, he can
you
do some
obviously need
serious
MP5,
numbers.
But yeah, you obviously need MP5 because he is a 3-star, but yeah, he has super high anti-man burst damage. Like it's insanely high.
Yep. Yeah,
Like
it's
God, if you
just,
hit both, look at that damage. If you hit both, that's like higher than higher than most 5-stars.
I'm so happy they didn't give him any anti-human because he's the manslayer. They went, well, let's go man trait instead. That's way better. I'm so happy there's no anti-human anywhere.
Sanson crawled so Izo could.
Yeah, he was the beta version.
Yeah. Oh man.
Sanson crawled so Izo could do actual damage.
Sanson is permanently on a wheelchair.
This is so sad.
one of these days they'll give him new legs, but
No, they won't.
One
It's
pump
an
jump.
internal
I mean,
joke.
I
They'll give
wouldn't
him
call
one new
him
leg.
a one pump jump because his MP is still anti-man. Like if you spam it against a man,
And his
attribute,
third skill has
even without
decent
the
uptime
PMOD,
and
it's
good
still
effects now. It used to be only absorb, and it was like, okay, and then what? But now it gives you the art
Yeah.
boost and the stars too.
Yeah, like he still has really good damage even without the PMOD. He obviously has insane damage if he has the PMOD, but like
I think he's at least an A.
for sure.
sure.
He's like one of the
Sure.
good.
Is he
I
A
like
plus?
that he's
Yeah, go
I
for
like
it.
that even though he's not as spammy because he doesn't have his battery, he doesn't have like longer lasting NP gain or arts buffs. He still carves out a niche in being good at doing damage against something, which not every low
Not every
star
3-star,
ends up justifying.
Yeah. Is he A plus?
I'm 8A plus. I'm not sure. I'm still torn because like again, I could still use him if I grailed him, but like normally I probably still won't use him if it's not against man. But if it's against man, he would be a pretty high choice compared to like.
What would you say, Rio?
I think, oh gosh, I think A plus. If like
Just because the damage potential is so high.
He has like the damage that others don't have.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's remarkable for a 3-star.
I know this is like TA talk.
Like as far as like single target DPS go and 3-stars, like is he the best single target 3-star DPS?
DPS no, but like assassin,
Wait, single target 3-star. Like, what other 3-stars are better? Like
he can
DPS?
probably have the best damage potential of all single target 3-stars though.
Yes. If you hit trait, yeah, he might have the highest damage potential.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anyone else would have higher anything though, because again, it's double. It's high power mod with a super effective.
Yeah, like he could. I know. Again, I'm because everybody already rated him. So I say this, so this doesn't affect rating, but he can winter the Okuni CQ
Just because of hitting both trades. Yeah.
because he's anti-man.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
funny.
it's a caster with like effectively 5 million HP on last. So, I mean, obviously, I think it's a grilled one, but like, come on, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right, let's talk about a rider next. Someone I still think needs more buffs. We got red hair next.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Totally not Lubu. It's the bounce. So yeah, AoE quick DPS, not really a farmer, definitely a DPS more so. And much like a lot of Lost Belt 3 servants, his attack is not very impressive, which is the first problem. He's double large, double quick on his deck, which I also think is a problem. I feel like he should have been double buster, double quick, or maybe even triple quick. But this deck I'm not a huge fan of on him, especially because his arts cards are not super impressive on gains. So it is what it is. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% quick for 3 hits, 5 turns, and 50% star gen for 3 hits, 5 turns. Like, come on, why are we doing this? Like, even if it was both of the effects for 3 turns flat, it would just be like, yeah, it's okay. But now it's like, why? Just why? I don't get it. It feels bad. Stop doing this. And they kind of did stop doing this, but I'm retroactively being mad here.
It's so fun. It's called 1,000-mile sprint, so you think it would last a long time.
Yeah, it would have like longevity. More like 3-meter sprint. Yeah,
it's like a 3-meter dash.
It should be called start dash, like the spurt you get from the starting the dash. But no, it's like there's not longevity at all. Man. Someone needs to bring him to a marathon course or something. Anyway, second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. This is at least something. He gets an Invul Pierce for 3 turns. He gets 600% Absorb for 3 turns. Evasion for 1 turn. 15 stars per turn for 3 turns. And then 15 stars on use. This skill at least, ridiculously good. Is literally amazing. Like anyone else would be just absolutely game breaking. This skill is ridiculous how good it is. It's just it does everything.
Top tier like 5-star skill you put.
Like this is a god tier skill in the whole game, including limited 5 stars and everything. Yeah. Absolutely broken.
3-turn Invul Pierce. It's so good. But it's on
the evasion is on a 1-turn cooldown at like 5 turns as well. It's crazy.
I mean, it's a lot of lines, but what is it really?
Ishtar fans could never.
What a crazy ass skill.
Invul Pierce, star per turn, star absorb, star bomb. Like
that all in one skill. This is more than some servants' full kits.
Isn't that just Summer Melusine skill 2, but with an Invul Pierce for 3 turns? Like, what do you mean?
Well, at least he has this going for him, so yeah,
it's
cool.
good. No, I'm talking to Rio. Like, yeah, see, it's good.
Okay.
It's a better SSR skill, right?
Probably.
Maybe.
Anyway, the third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% crit damage for 3 hits, 5 turns, and 20% attack for 3 hits, 5 turns. Why? It's so bad. Look at the numbers are so tiny too for hit-based stuff. Why? I don't understand. So he has one amazing game-breaking skill, but it's fine because it's on him, and 2 skills that are just absolute whatever burgers. Holy.
He literally ran for an infinite amount of time in Lost Belt 6, and then his skills are
he traversed the country and back several times.
Oh no.
Anyway, 12% quick up on his passive. That's great. His main card type, so that's good. Anti-Berserker, also great on the append. Unupgraded MP is a bit unfortunate. So he has damage that ignores defense. That's cool. And then he has a 60% chance to skill steal enemies for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 100%. Man, if he gets an MP buff, he could be a lot better. I feel like the MP is still
pretty underwhelming. He has the combo. He has the ignore defense pierce invul combo.
He does, actually, he does. Yeah, he can actually have some okay crits at least, but I just hate these for this first and the third skills. They're so bad. There's no
Yeah,
reason
he
for them
just-
to be this bad.
He has one good skill. That's his
One
problem. He has one
amazing
good
skill even, but yeah.
mid MP, mid like other two, bad other two.
It's such a
skills.
weird bag of stuff.
Yeah.
He's still better than
Could've buffed
Medusa, I
him.
want to say, even with an unupgraded MP, but I don't know how much higher.
Well,
Higher
the
than who?
invuln pierce definitely helps.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think Pierce
um,
Invuln and Ignore Defense together is
It-
what other low
he's-
star has that? I mean, probably another, but I can't think
Mm.
of it for now.
it is pretty rare to be able to do both.
Yeah.
It is nice to get double, like just being able to always do damage. Of course, that hinges on him getting his NP, which is like, I mean, his NP gain is okay, and he's a rider, so. But and then he has absorb, and he makes stars, so he has a lot of nice things. It's just his damage isn't really that great, and that's because of how he's constructed. He's not constructed correctly.
Well, he
built
certainly
wrong.
isn't. He's a horse and a person. He's
Yeah.
definitely is
Yeah,
not constructed.
someone in the chat
correctly.
did mention it's the year where they decided to make all servants hit base kits. They do have like they go through like phases of like how they
Polyaritis.
design kits, and it's like, you know, you can see it sometimes. Like they nerf like NP gain for some units, you know, at certain times, or like they give hit based things, or they stop caring.
And,
You
and,
know,
and
we're in the
last
stop
year is
caring phase.
the only thing I can think of last year is AOE attacks because they did Phantasmoon and Aoko.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, last year was more so buff quick units. That was their
Oh, true.
gimmick.
They just made a lot. They MP upgrade a bunch of quick, and then Kazo drop, and then like low heat.
I like that we
as
have
your-
someone called Red Hair Simp in the chat as well, and he also agrees with it. But yeah, you can't defend that at all. It's so bad. Anyway, I think he's a bit better than Medusa, but how much better is the question?
Not that much better.
Well, I
in
don't
my
want him in
opinion.
C plus because I like that C plus is all assassins. So B.
Do you think he's worth a B?
B, really?
I just don't
really
want to
that-
mess up
I feel
C+.
like B is a bit high, maybe.
You know what? We can
Is
put
he
him in
that
C.
much further?
We can put him in C. I don't want to mess up C.
I feel like we have to mess it up. I'm sorry, but it has to happen.
No,
Is he that
don't
much
mess
better
it
than
up.
Medusa?
No,
I
he's not.
like him a
You
bit
know what?
better.
I'm gonna argue.
He has way more crit
bad.
potential. He has the invul pierce, the ignore
true.
defense.
Ignore defense involve. Yeah, never mind. I think I really think ignore defense involve Pierce is a very good because like if you're running a budget team and
There's a lot of
trying
stars
to do
too.
like a CQ, you can't deal with that. Like you literally cannot deal with that. You know, like
I'm gonna
I guess you
ruin
can
it.
deal with the.
I'm gonna
C
put in the
or
rider in
whatever.
the C plus.
Damn.
Yep. Yep.
Ruined it.
There it is. All right.
I kind of get why they didn't buff him because he just got. Well, he didn't just get.
Yeah,
what was
I
his
forgot
buff?
about that. That's why I made my
Amazing.
prediction. I forgot that he had that new buff last year, so that makes sense that he didn't
Yeah.
get the new one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he definitely can get more.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
and he should.
Yeah, he's
Right.
another story lock one. He's a
Yeah, next
cool
up we got a caster and a support again. We got Asclepius. Very interesting. Sustain support, art support, MP gain, guts. Does quite a bit of things. Heals. Obviously attack low, but that's good. You want as much HP as possible because he's not a DPS. He's triple arts, the standard caster deck. Gains on base, just okay. Nothing too remarkable. Passable. That's about it. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. He heals the target for 5k and gives them 50% debuffers for 3 turns. Basic, but I don't really hate it. It's alright. The debuffers won't be super reliable, but, you know, certainly cute to have, I guess. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown. One enemy gets MP sealed for 1 turn, and then all allies get 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Pretty good. Yeah, delays the enemy, gives you all your servants more gains. Sure, it's pretty basic, but it works. And then, yeah, this is the thing. Third skill on a 7-turn cooldown. The full party gets 20% gauge. They get all their buffs or debuffs cleansed. They get 20% arts for 3 turns. 100% healing received increase for 3 turns. And then he himself gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. So yeah, they just completely buried the Helena skill with this because this was already better than that with the cleanse. And they're like, yeah, let's do more on a servant that's a lower rarity as well because why not? Hell yeah, dude. There's some downtime to it, yes, but considering how many things it does now, I feel like it's kind of warranted. So yeah, it does a lot. Definitely does a lot. Pretty good skill set for a 3-star overall. 10% arts is great to get his MP a bit easier. 12% debuff success rate up. Sure, I guess. To help with the second skill land better. He gets a bit of flat damage, which is irrelevant. He's anti-archer, which is irrelevant because he's a support. Then his MP. So all allies besides him get a guts for 1 time 3 turns. On an MP5, it's a 3k revive. Then everyone in the party, including him, get a debuff immunity for 1 time 3 turns. Then everyone in the party gets a healing per turn. 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, scaling up to 3k healing per turn for 3 turns on max overcharge. So it's a very defensive MP, only defensive stuffs. It used to be awkward because he himself did not get this guts, so he might die early. Maybe you wanted that, but now he can also get a guts for himself from the 3rd skill, which is cool. Granted, the uptime on that won't be as good as the MP. Most likely, it could be, but yeah. Yeah, he's just really solid. He's honestly very good for a 3-star. Very, very good.
So like, Medea Lily's dead.
Iris
Field's
Field
dead. Like the best healer in the game, I'd say, and then also the best like debuff control. Like if you really
this healing boost now on this too. It doubles the healing per turn on the MP. It's like it goes from 2k to 6k per turn.
It's why did they make
like,
it? Why
You can
he
pair him
heals
with
like
Rhinus and like your
Medea
debuff
Lily,
immune, right?
yeah.
Medea Lily has like she has 100% for 1 turn on 1 target, and he has 100% for 3 turns on.
And all her heals are AOE.
And then he does like he can just instantly heal someone 10,000.
Yeah, there's a 10k heal with the 3rd skill active.
Yeah, the skill 1 is ridiculous.
It's like Enkidu's 3rd skill, but you click on it on someone.
It's ridiculous. It's just it's before the buff, he was already like one of the best units to use against like Sir Nunos, right? Like that's what I feel like what he's like best known for. But like in general, any like debuff heavy fights, you would bring him. And now he gets slightly more party buff, which I don't think actually is that big of a point. But like the heal boost is huge. The
self guts is nice.
Self guts. I get like some people that, including Otto, like they do believe like it does sometimes ruin your
I'm
certain script, but
I'm not sure about that anymore.
Because now even if he gets a 3k revive, he can go to max HP afterwards if there's healing per turn still.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's the one thing that people said about like what Iris Field had over him is like, oh, Iris Field can keep herself alive, but how can? Well, guess what? Guess what? They just invalidated the only argument to maybe justify that one character. So yeah, this is in my opinion, this is an EX. This is like because he's the best in slot for a job in the game.
Yeah, after this buff, I think EX is pretty warranted. I was maybe A or A plus before, maybe something like that, but EX I feel like is appropriate at this point. This is a 3-star servant. That's pretty crazy.
It heals so much. Like, why does it heal so? It's the heal number is ridiculous. I just don't understand.
Wow, it's crazy.
I guess this is how much you need to heal for it to feel good in FGO. Like if you want to dedicate.
Yeah, healing is still not the best defensive meta, but if you do so much of it, then yeah, sure, it works.
Just heal the full. Like who cares?
It's just always full. So unless you get one shot at, you're kind of fine. Anyway,
and also the thing we talked about. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say just the thing we talked about Asclepius, not Asclepius, Paracelsus, where like, oh, at least he had the arts up, and now he has it as well. It's just why.
And he's even though his cooldown is still like, high, it's still lower cooldown than Paracelsus.
Yeah, I like pairing him with like you can pair him with like Rhinus and stuff like that, and like have debuff immunity.
Yeah.
And you get the overcharge boost, so you get like giga heals every turn.
Yeah, that's the dumb.
Yeah. I'm gonna be very hyped for that buff one, and I'm gonna be using Rhinus and him all the time together. Oh yeah. Anyway, now we get the 3 servants from the anniversary bronze batch. We covered the rest already last week, but we have 3 on this side too. So we're gonna go for the Rider one first, and we're gonna talk about the Bartholomew Roberts, or just Bart. So he's a AoE quick TPS, but mostly a I want to say a burst support, if anything. I feel like you can maybe find some damage out of him, but I feel like he's not really all that good for that. But he has some interesting skills and whatnot going for him. So yeah, 1-star stats, obviously pretty trash, needless to say. He's double arch, double quick, which I feel like also don't help with his DPS case. His gains also not good at all. They're just really ugly as well. First skill, it's back. So on a 5-turn cooldown, hey, it's the best one so far though today. You get 17% attack and MP damage for the full party for 1 turn. So we had 16, we had 14, and now we have 17. Wow, so much upgrades. Oh well. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets minus 100% star absorb for 3 turns. The full party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns and 10% spread gauge. So that's pretty cool, because otherwise it would be a bit awkward for his star bomb and whatnot, because he's a rider. So now basically he's not really, you don't have to worry about him stealing your stars. So I like that. Speaking of
stars.
Yeah, speaking of the star bomb, we have the 3rd skill. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he himself gets 20% quick for 3 turns. All enemies get a minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns, and you get 20 stars on use. I really wish the quick was AoE as well. I feel like they could have done that.
It would be really good.
Yeah. He still has stuff going for him, but I really wish that quick was AoE as well. But yeah, it's despite me hating Voyager of the Storm, I don't hate this skill set overall, especially for a 1-star. Still definitely usable. Very Mata Hari-esque. You know, you use their stuff, they probably die, and you're going to be happy about it. You get your other supports and DPS, as you name it, depending on your comp. Can still do stuff. But anyway, the rest of the kit first. 4% quick up is okay. This is main card type, but it's not a whole lot. 10% debuff res is okay, but, you know, how much value are you going to get out of bosses before he just dies anyway? He's anti-berserker, which if you are DPSing, sure, it's something. And then he's unupgraded MP, so he does AoE damage, does minus 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. It is after damage, but, you know, can be a bit more supporting as well. And then his fun super effective. He does super effective damage to base 150 to 200 range against bronze enemies. So as long as they're bronze on the nameplate and whatnot, he does super effective damage, which is pretty amusing, I guess. In bosses, it's hardly ever relevant. There's very rarely you see bronze mobs on bosses. And farming, it could be a thing, but even on 90++, most mobs are silver or gold only. So it's kind of rare to see bronze there too. But I feel like, again, I think he's just like a burst support thingy, and then much like Mata Hari, they're very similar, right? You just kind of rotate them out pretty fast.
It's like Mata Hari with a star bomb and a charge.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I need him, sometimes I need Mata Hari, but like it's decent. And also like I guess more MP down. But like losing the 40% defense down is a lot less sustained damage. So it depends. Like usually when I really need a 10 charge, then I would use him. But otherwise I would use like Mata Hari probably. But he's okay. Again, like he's 1 support away from feeling more like Mary Anning or something for quick, maybe.
Buff
that first Voyager to 3 turns.
And then we're in.
Exactly.
Yeah, either the quick AoE or make the Voyager of the Storm 3 turns. Yeah, either way, I think it will work.
Voyager 3 turns would make him more universal.
Yeah.
He's all right. Like, I'll use him instead of Mata Hari when I need 10% charge. That's generally best use case.
Yeah, he has the stars too, but I feel like those can be made up easier than the spread gauge of the stuff that Mata Hari doesn't do.
Yep.
Yeah, he's fine. Does he have as many use cases as Mata Hari though? I want to say she's used more, right?
I don't know anymore. Me personally, I feel like it's almost equal.
I think I use them about the same, to be honest.
Okay.
Just because the 10 charge sometimes really matter. Like the game's stupid like this, but sometimes the 10 charge is just like that.
I'm between B plus and A.
I'm also between B plus and A. Any tiebreakers here?
Yeah, I'm also between B plus and A. Rio,
How
it's your turn.
convenient.
Hey, you
Your
know what?
turn.
I'm gonna say B plus.
You know what? I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
There you go. Now, you
Also,
didn't have to
doesn't
do
he
it this
play
time, Otto. Look
FGO?
at that. You're free.
He
Also,
does play FGO.
He plays
so he's a
FGO. He's the
loser.
only He's the only FGO character that plays FGO on his phone.
Oh yeah, true. Meta moment. He needs to buff himself more.
True. Damn.
Anyway, spicy time. This is a topic and a half. We're gonna talk about the Gongster. Chen Gong. Okay, so the caster of the bronze badge of that anniversary. So he's an AoE arts DPS and also a support. His attack pretty much not great because again 2-star stats, but you know I guess he has ways of around that. You know if you're willing to go to the lengths. He's full arts on his normal deck, you know, full caster deck. Gains on base, pretty much atrocious level, so that's not great. Actually, not that bad. I thought it was 3 hits for some reason. Okay, they're okay. They're okay. Anyway, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. You target one ally for a taunt for 1 turn. So it's a targeted taunt, and then all enemies get a minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns. Pretty good, actually. Very decent for supporting. It kind of neutralizes all the enemy crits on base, and then you know this taunt has so much versatility. You can use it on himself, you can use it on someone else to rotate better. There's a lot of things you can do with this. It's versatile. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, party gets 24% defense for 3 turns, 350 damage cut for 3 turns, and 10% gauge. So it's the weakest of the skill ranks between him, Rhinus, and Waver, but still honestly very solid as a defensive skill. Especially for a 2-star to have this is pretty impressive. Then the third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one ally gets 50% buster for 1 turn, and if they happen to be a berserker, they also get 100% crit damage for 1 turn and 3k max HP for 1 turn. So yeah, there's his hero creation thing, I guess, for Zerks, which honestly, it can be a big damage boost, like a burst, because, you know, 50% buster, 100% crit on a berserker can actually be a huge amount of boost. So it's a good skill set. It's versatile. For his own farming, it's obviously not the most relevant thing, but because of his MP works, he doesn't really need his skills for farming anyway, I guess. So it's there mostly when he uses him as a support. Anyway, 6% arts upgrade because, you know, more damage to his MP, I guess. And some more gains. 8% debuff success rate up it helps a little bit, I guess, with the first skill to land that crit chance down. He's anti-Lancer, and there will be crazy people to neutral with him as well because of the way you can, you know, do farm with him with the MP. So yeah, let's talk about the MP. So AoE damage does, and then he sacrifices the first ally in the lineup except for himself. So again, basically starting from the left side, whoever is the most left side minus himself, they're gone. Unless they have a guts, then they are not gone. But yeah, otherwise they get yeeted out. And then he does overcharge, does bonus hits for way more additional damage from 0% to 900%. But yeah, it's always going to be, it goes from 4 hits to 8 hits with the double hits. So yeah, the Gongster is interesting because he has two very different uses. You can use him as a support, but then you can use him as like the farming thing is the big elephant in the room, I guess. Because yes, he can absolutely Black Grail loop, and because he gets a free sacrifice, you can basically bring like 5 SSR supports with him if you want to. Granted, your party cost is gonna suck, but I guess the potential is there, and there's a lot of different supports you can bring depending on what you want. It's a free rotation.
I guess that's the one instance in which they nerfed Asclepius, because now he doesn't die with Gong if you're using him in a Gong setup.
Actually, for Gong
Unless
restricted runs, if you want to do like frontline only, having guts is better. Because you can, it's 2 bullets instead of 1. It depends on the situation. Yeah.
But yeah, sure. I guess we should talk about the farming first before we even talk about his supporting, because it divides opinions. Obviously, I will acknowledge the fact that he can do some crazy numbers. In fact, we should have numbers here too. Just because, again, he can rotate supports like no one else can of all the farmers in the game. Like, look at his literal, like this freaking short hat on with the supports. It literally says cola. It's Coke. Like, what the hell, dude? It's whack.
Okay. So, here's my hot take though. I think he should get an MP upgrade
Okay.
because
Yeah.
Arash has one. Because Arash has one, so he should.
But
too.
I feel like their
Rush
MPs work a bit
Only
differently,
uses
though.
MP once, theoretically.
Yeah, I feel like that's a bit of a different case.
It's okay. Look, I have seen
Look,
that one
Plushie,
Chengong
Plushie,
Mintern guy.
he's
suffer
the
for too
only
long.
low star caster with a single target multiplier. Stop.
He
At
needs
that
to
point,
do
he's
more.
one of
He
the
doesn't
best
have two
farmers in the
Buster
game
Cracks.
as a 2-star
He
if that
needs
happens.
to do more damage. He needs it. I can't see that guy suffer.
I think he shouldn't have that because hear me out here. I don't want him to do too much damage. If people want to do too much damage with him, they're just gonna make the 120 copy. That's the MP upgrade. Otherwise, he should be considered a support or something, and then do good damage at base level, but not insane damage. I feel like an MP upgrade would break that harmony.
that is definitely bias from my part because, I know some dedicated Chengong users trying to use him against everything, and it works most of the time. But yeah. Anyways.
What about his supporting
he's-
though? He actually has a lot of stuff he can do with his supporting.
I think it's really good for a Berserker, like almost perfect because the taunt, right? The taunt protects them protect low star Berserkers very well, and like there are a lot of like, characters like I would say mostly like obviously, the point is supposed to be Lu Bu, but like you got Mori is really good, and then some welfares are like really good with him as well. So, and he's okay. Like it's very bursty, but for these like low star berserkers, I think bursty is fine because they're probably gonna die anyway.
I guess we should mention, yeah, you can do the Hijikata thing as well.
Oh yeah, true. Of course, the perfect synergy with Hijikata can trigger the
Yeah.
1 HP thing, and also as a berserker. Yeah, that's another thing for sure.
Yeah, careful though if you use his third skill on Hijikata after he gets taken down to 1 HP. You
Oh,
reduce
because
his
it gets
damage.
max HP. Yeah, because he's no longer at 1 HP. That's so funny.
Oh yeah.
He also like there's just a lot of fun things with this character. You can like again, I think like after Rasputin's buff, he is one of the best bullets because he can just keep becoming the same bullet again and again and again and buff the party's MP damage whenever he dies. But like realistically, I don't know if you'll ever like seriously DPS with a bronze copy, to be honest.
Well, if you
like-
have all the premium supports and you're willing to put them in your party with all the Z's and whatnot, you can do it with a base copy as well.
Well, yeah, but you are giving up on a lot of stuff because like you're bond farming stuff that you probably have at really high bond already, and like they have a big cost and it takes. I don't know if it actually takes longer because his MP animation is short, so maybe it balances out. But I don't know.
I'm gonna hate
He's
ranking this
okay.
guy.
He is. I'd still say like probably A at least. Like
A probably
Like,
minimum at the very least. Yeah, is the thing.
yeah.
Hey,
I don't know. Yeah.
I thought you guys were gonna go higher than that.
No, I kind of think he could be EX, but I
yeah.
don't like the way he works with his farming. I hate the fact that you you bring
I
only
don't
premium
think he-
supports.
cost is
People are
so
saying like, "Oh,
high.
he's a 2-star. He's the most accessible too." No, he's not. You need all the premiums. Like, what are you talking about? You might as well be. At this point, if we like, it's not as bad. But I'm about to make the example anyway, or the
Why-
comparison. You might as well at that point just
so much
consider
on that-
summer Kuro
on his
comps, right?
farming?
Like, I'm so over it. I don't know.
Like who the fuck uses like his thing is he's a good support. He's a really good support. Like
If anything, I'm more excited for that.
I guess A+ is fine. But
Yeah.
yeah, I guess A+ is fine.
A plus
like,
is the
he-
most I'll tolerate.
He really is both, all right? What do you mean? Like Chengong is like the only cool thing whenever I see a Minturn run because he has some weird tech all the time. He's cool. I like him. Like obviously the arts looping thing is boring and overblown, but
Okay, so
I think
where
he
would
is
everyone place him?
A+.
at least A plus.
What about you?
Yeah,
But
A
A.
plus.
Oh wow, okay.
I think he can be EX, but I just kind of don't want to put him there.
Yeah, he's not as like straightforwardly broken as like Asclepius, right? Like I think people can absolutely see that because there are like Asclepius is just like is always going to be useful,
whatever team you put him in, basically. And like he's very specific. And his ceiling isn't always like his ceiling is high, but like you don't always want to do that. Is the thing, you know?
Yeah. We'll go with that for that. Okay. So the last of the anniversary bronze servants, we got sadly maybe one of the worst ones, maybe her and Gareth. I'm not sure. But yeah, we got Charlotte next to talk about. We covered Castor already some weeks back, who's definitely a more impressive variant of her. Yeah, she's a single target arts assassin, and much like Regand, one of her biggest problems is that she has 1-star stats. So that is, considering she's a pure DPS, that is a problem. She's double arts, double quick, and her gains, the arts cards are okay. Everything else kinda doo-doo. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 100% instant kill success rate for 1 turn and then an evasion for 2 attacks 3 turns. The first effect kinda just useless, but the second, hey, you know, doesn't hurt to have some survival with 1-star stats, I guess. It's okay in that sense. Second skill, it's the Dante's skill, but much lower rank. So on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn, 30% attack for 1 turn, and 20% debuff rest for 3 turns. So it has a bit of longevity with the debuff rest, but otherwise, man, that's a lot of downtime for the Invul Pierce in the attack. The attack could have been like 50% too with her stats. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. This is a new buff as well, I'm pretty sure, and I'm happy about this at least, because using this before, I hated it so much. So now, instead of RNG in your buff, you choose one of the following. 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% MP damage for 3 turns. So she gets whichever you choose, one of those. And then you also get 20 stars on use. So now this skill is very good. This is like you get 1 buff and a lot of stars, and the buff you choose is big. The crit damage is probably the least impressive one, or the one you would pick the least. But, you know, 50% MP damage is quite a lot. So that's maybe the one you would end up picking, unless you need more gains or something. Pretty interesting. Used to be absolutely horrendous to use, because if you got crit, you just cried, basically. And there was no star bomb here either, so it was even worse. So this skill set, it's not even as good as Regand's, really. It's just kind of all over the place. 6% star gen, also not that great for her in particular. Anti-Berserker is great, always good to see that on any DPS. That's not like Berserker, I guess, but they wouldn't have antis anyway. MP removes evasion buffs from the target before damage, so it's like a interesting version of a sure hit. It's arguably worse though, because if there's an unremovable evasion, then it just doesn't do anything. It does ignore defense on damage, so that's cool. And then there's a 60% chance to insta-kill the target on base OC, scaling up to 100%. Also, I guess she was another one that has the Invul Pierce sure hit, not Invul Pierce, Invul Pierce defense ignore combo.
Ooh.
But man, she does not enough damage. She has no niche, not enough damage, face cards, there's no crit potential. Yep. I think she's terrible.
The buff is like a quality of life update. It wasn't even actually.
It is a quality of life update.
Like 50% NP damage sounds like a lot, but she's a low star without an NP upgrade, so it just does not end up being
and no
that much.
niches of any kind for damage.
Yeah. I mean, she does have Pierce Invul and an evasion removal, which is kind of
although it's
cool,
on a 5-turn downtime.
But again, I don't
okay,
think like I think maybe a hyper version could be fine, but yeah, it's just the 1-star. It's just no. I don't think she's very good at all.
Rio Emerald here with a hot take. I think she's better than
Kojiro?
Wait, really?
Because of arts? Yeah. It's just because of arts.
Arts, ignore invincibility on command. You know, I mean, well, it's tied to attack up, but that's fine. You have Castoria for attack up and stuff like that. She's arts. That, but... You can use her with Castoria. She's got, you know.
Does he have upgrade MP?
The 50% MP damage.
Regand does, and he has ramp up on it too with the quick up for 3 turns.
Right, but yeah, I just think she's better, like to use. Like she's easier to use.
Disagree. Well, yeah, sure,
I agree that she's easier to use, but I definitely think Regand is better.
She's an artist, so like I would rather use her versus him.
No, I would not. I would never. Because Kojiro actually Like he can push his damage as a 1-star.
Oh yeah, her
because
MP
he
is
can
also
spam a
one
bunch
hit,
of-
so it doesn't even refund much at all.
Like she cannot. She actually cannot push her damage. Like, have you tried her? I tried her against like full nerf Kiara. She with like a full arts team. She barely did it. What do you mean? It's like
Yeah,
no
but come on,
damage.
Kojiro's doing that.
Kojiro
much
does
more
it way
damage.
better. Yes, Kojiro does
Eh.
it way better. I guarantee you.
He ramps up
You
way
can't say
better.
because
You
Quick
do
does more
you.
damage. But
You know
like,
what? C plus.
So
where's
now you're
who's
trying to
C+?
settle for the same tier. I
It's
think
on
she's
the
way
same
worse.
tier.
Nope. I think she is like C.
I think she's worse than Regan. Like at least a minus worse.
I like her better, but you guys do you.
I would probably do D plus if anything.
I'm just
Ooh,
here
That's a bit
to.
harsh.
Okay, that's a little mean.
But
Don't.
I mean,
But she's a
I
one
can-
star
I-
and she
I
doesn't
forgot
stand
how
out.
much
She
her
has
da-
invul pierce,
like,
but
her-
yeah, sure,
her
okay.
damage is just so bad. I don't
Yeah.
really see anything.
Like she's a pure DPS that's a one star and has an invul pierce. Like yeah, that's all she has.
Her damage, okay, because of 50% MP damage up, it's not that. But like, if you're using like Black Grill and stuff, it just gets watered down quite a bit. I would say. I don't know.
Oh yeah, just like when you're using Black Grill with Lancer Artoria, it gets watered down.
Yeah, until you double cast it.
Mhm.
Yes, and also you don't use Black Grill with Lance Artoria. Anyways,
True.
use Rising Mud Rain, which is the same thing.
Use Rising Mud Rain. Stupid. What a
No,
dummy.
I think she's C. I don't think she's that much worse than Kojiro, but like she's C.
What would you say, Ado? We had several different opinions.
Say C or C plus.
Like,
I don't know.
Okay, so maybe my D plus is too harsh then.
Here's where I formed my opinion of her. I only use Kojiro and Charlotte in tower events, and the way I play tower events is I always start at the low stars at 1 stars, and I don't use. I only I go whatever's the lowest available, right? And I very rarely ever use like 4 or 5 stars even. I usually finish the event still using 3 stars and maybe some 4 stars, right? Because I don't even do it all in one go. So like I end up using them in like solo situations.
By using them like that.
I
Really?
find Charlotte easier to use in that situation. Yeah.
I can do
Really,
C.
with
I was
no
maybe
art
gonna go
support, you
D
think
plus, but I'll
Charlotte
just
is
do
easier to
C.
use?
Okay.
That's crazy. I don't know how you got to that
Yeah.
conclusion.
I mean,
I think Charlotte with double Castoria.
15.
So sure.
That's backline. That's backlining all the way.
Yeah.
But still.
Charlotte with double Castoria, I can see being better than Kojiro with like quick supports, but
All right. Anyway,
so that's Castoria.
next up we have 3 more to go. Another permanent 3-star.
I don't know.
We got Mandricardo. Is this the last rider? Yeah, we only have different classes anymore. So, is ya boy. Single target arts DPS. Attack could be higher, unfortunately, but it's not atrocious, I guess, for a low star. Double arts, double quick on the deck. I guess he likes to MP spam more, so I don't really hate it, I guess. His gains are just okay again. Man, there really wasn't that many like really nice gains on this list. But I guess low stars and all that. Burst gun a 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% defense for 3 turns, and the party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's a charisma that protects him, so it's better. Yeah, it's okay. It works. Makes sense. So I think this buff already existed last year as well, but they tried to fix his YOLO skill a bit. So on a 6-turn cooldown, it can only be used when he's 50% HP or less, but he gets 50% attack for 1 turn, 100% crit damage for 1 turn, then this on-attack debuff for 1 turn, so whenever he attacks an enemy, he removes all their defensive buffs. Then he gets this delayed debuff for 1 time, 1 turn. And after that 1 turn, he sacrifices himself. Also, the debuff, the defensive buff removal, it's also after his hit, right? But at least they made it so that now this is all like 1 turn instead of like 1 attack stuffs. So he can at least have a full chain now before he crashes out, I guess. So that's pretty cool, I guess. So
That's how it should have been from the beginning.
Yeah.
It still sucks that you have to be below half HP for it, but
This is another quality of life update, kind of like William Tell, I guess.
Oh yeah,
where,
and then
like,
he
it's-
also died immediately. Yeah, that was the thing. Now it's a full one turn. There's a delayed buff instead of an instant sacrifice.
Yeah, so you can use a Brave Chain.
Which is nice because it didn't make any sense before because there was a big attack buff and a big crit buff. So attack buff for the MP maybe, but then this is completely wasted. You got 0 crits, or you want to crit, but then you
gotta
can't
choose.
MP. So yeah, it was just
You
weird
gotta
as
choose
hell.
if you want a card or
Yeah. But now he
And
can
his
do
crits
an
weren't
MP
gonna
that
be
hits
that
harder
much.
and also face cards that crit afterwards before he dies. It's a weird
Now he
skill
just
though.
needs a 50 MP battery that also has a demerit that cuts his HP in half.
Yeah, I don't like this skill still. It's so hard. It's hard to use really, and he's an art
hate it.
servant.
You just lose
I-
1k HP and that's it.
You
Yeah.
basically ignore the skill too most of the time because like I do recall him being pretty good at like as like a spamming single target writer.
It's just a
But
bit
his
awkward that
skills are
you
good.
sometimes you just never can use this skill, which doesn't feel too good.
But then again, I would probably always pick Ushi because she's hotter. I mean, because she's better.
Excuse me?
Anyway, the third skill
same
though.
What,
thing.
saying Ushi's hot is weird? What?
I assume the better
not even, like,
comment.
a
I assume that
child
was
servant,
the ha for it, but okay.
Why?
What?
Okay,
Why
well
you
let's
gotta
just
bring
let's
that
just
up?
cover the rest of the
Fuck
kid
you.
first, and then we'll get to
Plus,
comparisons
how
and
often do you run
whatnot.
into people saying child servants are hot for you to have to clarify? She's not even a child
Well,
servant.
For
Wait, so she's not even a child
players?
servant,
Well.
and
No,
you think she's hot?
I'm not even saying you, but like, okay, here's the thing with Ushi. She feels a little bit juvenile, right? Like because when she talks, she's like a bit
yeah, because
childish.
she acts like a puppy. It's very juvenile.
Yeah, and she's supposed to be the young Ushi, young Yoshitsune, right? So like, anyways.
He shits in a what?
Yeah, that was an interesting emphasis
Anyway.
there, but okay.
Anyway, I grilled Tyra. There you go.
All right. Anyway, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 20% quicken arts for 3 turns, and then he gets a taunt for 1 turn, which may or may not be bad. At least it makes it easier to activate his second skill, I guess. But it also can be a bit scary because he doesn't really have that hard defense on his own kit, just some defense up. But yeah, it's not a bad skill. Main card types and all that on a good uptime, even if the numbers are not high. 50% debuff rest is cool. 8% quick is also cool. He's anti-saber, which not really neutral servant, I would say. The MP, so he not sacrifices. He gets minus 10% attack for 1 turn after using his MP, which is not that big of a deal because it doesn't even ramp up. Granted, it makes his follow-up cards a bit worse, but it doesn't matter for the MP itself because it's after damage. And then before damage, he gets a 20% rainbow for 1 turn, base overcharge scaling up to 40%. And I guess you could even use it as use energy. You just have to MP on the same turn, but I guess you can do that. Yeah, sure. But yeah, he already had some card type effectiveness on his second or third skill, so he just gets more, I guess. Rainbow is a weird effect on him, I feel like, with the Buster, but I guess Mighty Chains made it a bit better. I think he's good, but I kind of agree with Plushy. I think I would prefer Ushi a lot of the times, but he's not bad by any means. I just have mostly a peeve with his second skill. See, after the buff, it made it more usable, but I'm not a huge fan of it.
If I'm gonna force Yui synergy with him, I'd rather just give someone Ox King because he already has Quicken Arts.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, sure.
I think he's good. Just good.
The only thing with him is like he can run arts, but then again, after Ryoma got his MP upgrade, I wouldn't use him.
Yeah, you probably just always pick Sakamoto over him.
Yeah, he's just kind of stuck in a weird situation where he unupgraded MP with the weird self-sacrifice gimmick that is basically unusable.
It really, like, when they were gonna upgrade him, like, they really should have just made it so that he can kill himself on demand. That would have given him such a purpose. I mean, look what...
they removed the 50% requirement on the HP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Sojiro kill himself gives him a use.
I feel like they could have done that, yeah.
No, they were saving that for Sojiro.
Maybe, yeah. So if Uchi is A, he should probably be at least a B then, right? Because he can't be a ton lower than her.
Yeah, he's okay. I just have lost a use for him. Other than I guess if you want taunt on your main DPS for some reason.
He's kind of just like a mid arts spamming single target writer. He's worse than like basically all of his competition. He's not outright bad,
But yeah, he has so much competition. And again, like single target writers for some reason has some of the most disgusting like welfares.
I think I'll be him. I think that's fine.
You're gonna be
Yeah,
him?
you wish you could
He's
be him.
just good. Yeah, I wish.
Let's
Yeah.
be him.
Yeah, he's a handsome dude.
I don't want to be him.
Really? I think it
Yeah.
would be fun to be him.
I don't want a skill
No.
2 that kills myself.
I don't want to have something that kills me if I use
Oh,
it.
well, again, you don't have to press the button. Just don't press it. Anyway, second to last servant, we got the old man caster. Plushy, can you pronounce his name? Because I can't.
Zhang Jue.
There you go.
I mean,
That guy. Yes. That's the main reason you're here for sure, right? Totally.
Plus, she's only here to
Awesome.
pronounce the Chinese
No.
name.
confirm
I'm
the
joking, I'm
Chinese
joking.
name.
Thank you. You can
I didn't
leave
pronounce
now.
You can leave now. Bye, Flushy.
Anyway, yeah,
there's another
he's
Chinese character
interesting.
coming up. You gotta,
He's he's an AOE quick caster when they were still like very much. I mean, they're still rare to this day to have a quick caster, but he was one of the first actually to be like that,
Now
which
we
is
have
cool.
A couple for sure.
So his DAC again not super high, which is fine because a lot of times you might pick him as a support anyway. But you know he can do some damage too. He's double arts, double quick, and his gains are better than most of this list, but that does not say a lot. But still, hey, one of the by top 3 so far of gains in this list. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% arts and quick for 3 turns. Yeah, it works. It's very basic, but sure, yeah, it works. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, one ally gets 200% absorb for 1 turn, 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and a debuff cleanse. Hey, this is another one of those 200% absorbs. It's not even an assassin this time, it's targeted. Interesting. I feel like depending on the servant, it's not going to be enough to, unfortunately. And it's a shame because, you know, 100% crit damage. It's a weird skill. It has the defensive utility too that you might want to save. It's just a weird skill. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets a 50% battery. And then there's an 80% chance to activate these maps. Forest, waterside, sunlight, burning for 3 turns each. And this is the old type of map application, so if they landed, they are attached to him, meaning they're susceptible to buff removal. So that's a bit unfortunate. You'd prefer them to be attached to the map, like the UI itself. I don't know what to call it, the turn thingy. But yeah, a bunch of maps you can get. Very cool. He obviously benefits maps from himself too, but then there are always arguments. Can you bring him to bring a map for certain servants? I want to say in most cases you don't do that, but maybe in some cases you could do that. Anyway, 8% arts is alright. He still has 2 okay arts cards. 8% debuff success rate up. Also cool when you see the MP especially. Anti-caster, not really all that relevant for him, his own damage. So the MP, before damage, he gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn on base overcharge, getting up to 30%. And then if it's a forest map, enemies get 20% quick res down. If it's a water map, they get arts res down. Sunlight, they get bust res down. And burning, they get crit chance down. All 20%, all for 3 turns, and all before damage as well. Increasing his own refund, star gen, damage, you name it, assuming you land the quick one. So if you land everything, it's a pretty strong MP FX wise. That's a lot of nice debuffs to have, but again, you're not even guaranteed to land all your maps. Granted, some of them can already pre-exist. Chances are at least one of them honestly pre-exists on the map you're battling on. So yeah, there's that. Can you up this with buff success rate up? You can, I assume, right? You can, because they're buffs. You should be able to. Oh yeah, because even his Bonsi is 20% party success. Yeah, okay. So it has to be.
Oh, never
like
mind.
that.
Yeah, then.
Yeah, it's clearly
I
a
know for
nudge
sure
to
the
that.
Bonsi
Yeah.
was.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. All right. Yeah, but it's
So
alright.
he's. I feel like as a DPS himself, he's not the best, but he's kind of like this half
He's a
DPS,
decent
half
support.
map support.
Yeah,
he
potentially
like outside of the
40%
map support, he has like
arts.
crit up. Yeah. He has like okay numbers for like things that are map supports, and obviously for map supports is okay. Like changing fields. He, I don't know. Do people use him with Nemo?
No.
Probably
Probably
not.
keep him on the field kind of sucks.
I mean, you don't have to keep him on the field that long.
Yeah, plug him in.
But the thing is, again, it's not even guaranteed. If you bring him for a certain map, you might be very angry at some point.
Yeah, you kind of need the.
I don't know why did you just make these guys. I assume it's because his own MP gets effects from all of them. But come on, you can do it. It's not even upgraded. Come on.
Yeah, you kind of need the Bonsi. If you really
The problem with the Bonsi is that means you don't get the NP. So I usually go.
But it does give team-wide MP damage too, so for supporting it's not bad. But I guess you would like to get his MP though, because these debuffs are pretty nice though.
Yeah.
But he does have a 50% battery, and with the Pent he already gets 70%. So I don't know, maybe with the Bonsi you could still get it. 70% for free. It's not that bad. 50% is a lot for a low star as well. Hardly any low star has that.
Yep.
I feel like it's still doable with the Bonsi. I think he's decent. But maybe not super remarkable.
I've never really found a time to use this dude.
He should do a bit more maybe or something. I don't know.
No, but like he's like supposed to be supporty, but like he's not. He's just never really a great choice for it.
Because he definitely wants to MP. Because it helps if you bring him, like, you probably want to bring him to help someone else get a map they really want, but then you probably also really want to MP with him as well to get these juicy debuffs. Which is maybe a bit easier said than done sometimes, because you gotta RNG the map and then you gotta get some battery as well, because he doesn't have enough for a free MP. High battery though. BP plus?
Sure.
B plus, sure.
No,
I could do
like
B plus, maybe.
B.
I feel like I don't know how much better than Phantom is he. That's not a question you ask very often, by the way.
Well, I think Phantom's a little too high, maybe, but
I think he's so
I
fine.
think you're a little too high.
Whoa.
No, I've never done drugs in my life.
Well, that's good to hear.
Maybe B plus. Yeah, maybe. Let's go with that.
B.
I kind of like that he has AoE quick too. Gives him a bit more value.
What
did he make
have you
stars?
ever used him? Have you ever used him for his fields?
Once or twice, but yeah, that's about it.
Like you got to ask yourself, like, sure, he has fields, right? But like,
No, but
his
he
effect-
But the
doesn't
thing
just-
is, like, I
he
can say
doesn't
the
just
same
do
thing. I
fields.
never use 100 personas either, you know? It's just nice to have the
He-
option, I want to say.
He doesn't just do like I think the defense for him is like his buff numbers outside of the field isn't bad.
Yeah, like, if you land the MP and the debuffs and his skills, he actually does offer quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah, 100% crit for one turn. Like it goes up the more you go up in rarity. Like
Yeah, that's like his
100% crit
burst,
on,
but then he has
3
all those
stars on
other
that
stuff
button.
that last for a good while. They're like 3-turn effects for buffs and debuffs.
Yeah.
So his burst and
He
longevity.
a lot of the time he kind of feels like an NP gain support just because quick and arts buff your NP gain.
And then the debuffs, on the other side, you get the shred as well, which helps too. Yeah, I'm going to B plus. Okay. Anyway, time for the last servant of the list, the last low star of 2025, and it's an extra class, and it's the latest one to this day. It's Shufu. Let's go. Anniversary release, but still, God bless for being permitted. That's so nice.
Hey,
Imagine
Pasha,
if
how
she
do you
was
pronounce
limited, that
this
would be
one?
annoying as hell. Okay.
Shufu.
Jofuku.
Okay.
Do you want me to pronounce it in Chinese or like
Go
in
for
Yeah,
it.
what's the Chinese name?
Shufu?
No,
It's
in Japanese
it's
it's
tones.
Jofku.
You just Said Chufu?
That's very different.
Chufu.
Mm.
Yeah, Jofuku.
That's
is,
what I do when I'm hungry and I put stuff in my mouth. I Chufu.
I see what you did there. Anyway, we have
Wow, you are
a
Canadian.
support on our hands that is mostly used with arts, but certainly not entirely tied to the card type of arts, but probably the best value you can get out of her. Stats, honestly, I wish her attack was lower than this, because I would prefer her to have more HP, because in most cases she's going to take neutral hits anyway, so it can be a bit scary sometimes, but oh well. Double arts, double quick on the deck, and her gains they're fine again, just fine. Better than a lot of the ones, but nothing too remarkable in the grand scheme of things. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 2k heal. They get one of their latest debuffs removed, and also everyone gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns. Just a very solid defensive skill that helps you get more MPs as well. Not bad. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, the party gets 20% arts for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, 30% anti-undead power mod for 3 turns, and then all enemies get a minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. So the undead one is the one thing that's not always going to be a thing. Obviously, you can do some combos with Summer, Wu Zetian as well if you really want to, but otherwise, the 3 other effects, pretty good, especially for bosses. The crit chance down can be nice to have too. Again, pretty good skill for a 3-star servant, needless to say. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. One ally gets 30% gauge and also 100% buff removal resistance for 1 turn. And if the ally you target happens to be a good Chan phase, they also get 30% MP damage for 3 turns and another 20% battery. But even on non-good Chans, you still get that 30 and the buff removal resistance. It is only 1 turn. And so it has 5 turns of downtime, but if you time it well, it's totally fine, because usually you can kind of expect when buff removal might be headed your way, although chances are you might just pop it for the battery as is, because targeted 30 is still a good chunk, and especially a nice thing to have for a low star. Very, very rare. So yeah, pretty good skill set. It just works, it makes sense. Passive's got 8% arts and 8% increased MP gain on damage taken. Cool. 9% debuff success rate helps with the second skill a bit, I guess, but not that relevant. And then she does 20%, or she gets 20% attack down against good Shan enemies, which is just a cute little flavor buff. She's not a DPS to begin with, so sure, it's fine. She's anti-assassin on the append, which is actually not bad if you want a DPS with her, because she's an alter ego, so man, go nuts. Love and hate relationship is real. Then the MP, it's
exactly
pretty...
what?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, MP is pretty basic, but it's not bad. So she gets a 5k heal. Unfortunately, it's for herself only, but then she gets 20 stars per turn for 5 turns. And then she also gets 1k healing per turn for 3 turns on base overcharge, getting up to 2k healing per turn. I kind of wish at least one of those heals was party-wide. I feel like they could have done that, but yeah, you can get a lot of stars out of this MP because it lasts for 5 turns and it's 20 per turn.
Yeah. I mean, the heal is pretty big, though.
It is. It is. But her HP is still not the highest. It's still less than 10k on base.
No, I mean, like, if it's party-wide, it could be... I mean, Asclepius can heal a lot anyway.
I think they could have made the
it's
healing per
probably-
turn party-wide. Maybe keep the 5k heal for herself or something.
Yeah, maybe.
This probably could have been party-wide. But it's not
her heal's
that
only on the
big of
skill
a
that's
deal, I
party-wide,
guess.
so-
She's still mostly as, used for her skills, if anything. But stars can be very good too, depending on your needs and, what you... Because she can be used in both farming and bosses. She can be a replacement for some of the more premium supports that Arts Looping. Granted, you will probably lose out on damage or something, but sometimes you can afford it, and then it's just really nice to do, Less party cost and all that. Yeah, I think she's just really, really good. Chufu.
I mean, I think
Versatile.
she still has to be EX just because...
Probably as a 3-star.
She is the best low star in the game, right?
I think Asclepius is better than her.
No.
Yeah, that's maybe.
stars
I want to say a maybe for the best, yeah.
Because she's literally a slot in for like your farming, like your Castoria farming team.
Yeah, but
Like-
if I have a better option, I might never use her ever again. But I would never have a role like
no,
Asclepius.
eventually you're sitting there and you're like, well, my Castoria is bond 15. I might as well get bond on someone else. And then you got Zhufu sitting there for you. Then
I would use
Zhufu hits
Waver.
bond 15. And then
I
you're
would
like,
use
well,
Rhaenys.
what do I do now?
I have Neo Bright.
then
you- all of
There's
them-
no way.
Then you
There's
find
then
no
another
all of
way
them
game
I
have
would.
because the
Bond
game ends
15.
its service. Like, are you kidding me?
There's no way I'm going to devolve into like being forced because like you're losing so much damage. I'd rather use Bride, but like that's not a jab against Shufu, obviously.
Yeah, it's like
But
nitpicking
and
or
I
something.
also already
That's her
have
only
her
issue. She
Bunted, I
just
think.
doesn't offer much damage.
Yeah.
She has crits, so
Yeah,
like,
but it's
I
only
mean,
30% to prefer.
there are runs that I use her for because I need buffer mode resist and 30% charge. Like, that's it. That
She
that'll
just
be
does a
something I use her
lot.
for.
She doesn't do a
Yeah.
ton in any one thing, but she does many things, and that's impressive for a 3-star.
Chat
And many
asking
nice
why
things
AP
I
in
love her
particular.
NP, by the way.
Because-
I know it's only self-healing, but 20 stars per turn for 5 turns.
Yeah,
like,
that's
you
the
just
one nice
get it
thing.
and forget it.
Like it's Merlin
it's
who,
there
you know?
for so long.
Yeah.
Any-
If she doesn't get one shot, she doesn't die.
Yeah.
Uh,
She's a bit
So,
more durable
I
Hans
can't
in that way. But also being arts helps in survival, combo options and whatnot. But yeah, on that note, we conclude the initial placements of all the 39 low stars of this half. So again, this is now all low stars placed. But now we're going to take a little bit of time. Last time we didn't spend too much time because I was pretty happy with it. But yeah, let's see. We might move some up or down. But I want to already say that I'm pretty happy with this. But yeah, let's just spend a little bit of time discussing amongst ourselves. Maybe chat can, pour in suggestions or something. That can be someone who's at the bottom, can be someone who's at the top. Doesn't really matter. So let's take some time and discuss before we wrap up.
On Paracelsus to see, I refuse. He's trash.
I don't.
I don't think he's completely unusable. You guys
He's
are
not,
acting
but
like
that, like that's
the
why he's not at the
worst
bottom.
fucking thing. Yeah, but
That's why it's not at the bottom.
I do believe he is the worst fucking thing though. Wait, how big is his game boost again?
It's 50.
50.
It's a lot.
Okay. Maybe it's.
Okay, I could see a
I
world where
just-
he's C tier.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. I
Okay,
guess
I'm gonna
I'm
C
too caught
tier.
up by
Okay,
the role thing where he. But I would
Yeah.
never use him though.
Yeah, I'll C tier him. Okay. Anything else?
You know what? Actually, I get it. For the poor people that don't have Asclepius.
No, screw the poor people. I hate the poor. I hate the poor. That's
joking.
move them down. Screw the poor. D plus.
Capitalism.
An insight into the mind of a gacha game dev.
Bro,
Very true.
I think it would be so funny if Bartholomew gets an MP upgrade and it just extends the range of anti-trade to silver servants.
That could
You
be
know, it's
interesting.
Terrible.
Yeah, it'll do extra damage to silver. But anyways,
So anyone
are you
else
serious?
thinking about?
I don't know. Move Ushi to A+. Look, if Ushi had an anti-trade, she'd be an A+.
Her numbers just aren't the
If Uchi
prettiest in
had-
terms of gains. That's my only main issue with her. She can do
Mandrill
some
and
decent
B,
damage
there's
for
too much
sure.
competition. I genuinely think like at the end of April they're gonna add Rider Liz to the evocation shop, and then like all 3-star riders are gonna go extinct. It's just yeah. You just have like one of each card type now for the evocation, and they would just all go extinct. So this is a preemptive nerf. Is Phantom really B? Cheapest buff cheapest buff stripper. What a
Tongue
weird
We
name.
twister.
love buff strippers.
I don't know.
And his
arts
third
writer
skill
for
is pretty good
evocation?
now
Real-
too. It
real
makes him a better in like every way as well.
Phantom being in B. Oh wow, we have come so far. It's great.
Yeah, I
You
can't
just
believe
love
It's a
myself.
big
Phantom.
buff. It is a big buff though.
It is. It
genuinely is a
made
big
him
buff.
make so much more sense.
Uma is B. I have no idea where to use him. Like genuinely. He's just a mix of things that are kind of whatever. Like, do you really need to evade that much? I don't know. Gong EX. Nah, we are.
I do find the debuff resistance coming up every now and then.
I guess yeah. How big is it again? I forgot.
100%.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you land it, it's
Wait, who?
basically guaranteed
Really?
to land your
Uma?
debuffs.
Yeah, it's only one turn, but Yeah, it is
Oh.
100%. That's a big number.
Oh, so it's immune for a time. Okay, I mean, I forgot. We
Yeah.
literally just how I already forgot he had that. I am so sorry. I am not very well versed with these characters. Unfortunately, I'm just I guess he can. Where's he again? He's
C plus.
I guess he is a bit better than the ones in C plus.
I would
isn't
be
he?
okay with him in B, honestly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do think he is better than everyone else.
I'm
in B
doing
plus.
it.
C plus, sorry. Like you got bronze goobers, you got DPS that kill themselves, and you got a horse. Like is so yeah. Fuma.
It's a tier of
horse.
all time.
Yeah, and a horse.
We love horses.
Well, the other one got a buff at least. Shang Yu Horseman.
Yeah, you got a really nice buff.
Yeah, at least he got one. So maybe next time the small Chinese horseman will get a buff. But well, he's not really small, but like the
Small.
lower the low rarity one.
Mm.
Wow, Medea's alone again. Damn.
You know what? She has her own tier. That's what she's got going for her. Honestly, I'm looking at the whole list. I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah, it is okay. I don't think anything is like particularly controversial. Like the big talking points are gonna be like Gong. Why
Yeah, I'm sure there's
Gong
gonna be
that
people
high?
mad that he's not EX.
You know,
That's
like-
definitely gonna happen. But
like,
I just I
why
don't want to
Hans,
do it. I don't want to
maybe?
do it.
Why Gong not
Yeah.
that? Why is Gong that low? That's
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
dude,
what-
the
more
bad
likely.
list, Gong not EX,
Yeah.
unwatched, unsubscribed.
Yeah, why Gong not EX? Why not Boudica? Okay, yeah,
I feel like
guess
Boudica
would
won't be argued about. If anything, people are like, well, she's way too high or something.
Yeah, because it depends on if you've
Yeah.
ever tried to use Boudica. Because I mean, it's understandable because NA just got the command code.
Mhm.
Like I've genuinely see a lot of like low star only clear players. They really rely on Boudica plus command code to push damage. So it's I just still think it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
also because I have Draco and I use her a lot. Sorry.
yeah. I think I might just lock it. I'm pretty
Yes.
happy with this.
man, we're not shifting much.
Yeah, it's the same as last
how
week.
about
I'm feeling confident with this. I'm
How
happy with this.
Matahari, up or down?
I feel like she
I don't-
could go
I don't
up.
think she can go-
She's just such a
What?
solid crit support. Like
Wait,
I
who?
don't think she
She-
can go up.
she contributes a lot.
think
Yeah, who did you talk about?
Really? Matahari. I don't think
Mata.
she can be a full tier apart from Bartholomew. It's 40% defense down, yeah, but
I mean, we
Bartholomew
could
has his
bump
own
Bard
thing.
to A as well if we bump her to A plus, because we were considering A
Yeah,
for
it's
Bard
also a
too.
possibility.
Rio,
Just to
do you think
contrast
Matahari should be an
how
A plus?
low
Because
star
I
supports are
I
that
do
much
feel
more
like
useful.
you were rating him pretty high, her pretty high, right? As well, Rio.
As a
What?
support, she's the
Oh.
one I use the most out of like outside of Jufu and George. Like, I like her, but I understand where you come from on that one.
It's like I guess D40 is good. I don't know.
I think I like him in A and B
Defense
plus,
down.
respectively. They're still pretty high. I think I like that.
I mean,
there's the one Shakespeare's comment. I knew it was
No,
happening.
I'm
I
fine.
knew it was gonna
still fine
happen.
with A, but I'm not opposed to it going
I
higher.
knew it was gonna
Is all.
Otto, can you give another defense? Because I'm genuinely curious.
For
Matahari
Matahari?
in A plus, yeah. Because like,
Yeah, it's
because
just like-
you got like Hans in A plus and stuff. Like Hans is 50% crit up and all that shit.
Yeah, but
know?
like Stargen, and then like you don't have to NP to get the attack buff because you
Mhm.
get defense down instead.
True.
She's just really easy to use. You could just pop her stuff, and you can either have her sit there for a bit and she dies really easily, or you can have her taunted and like the skill seal helps her out with that, so she dies instantly. Very consistent.
I guess I'm still torn.
Yeah, I'm kind of
But
torn
yeah,
too.
I do think if you
I think
move
it's
her,
fine to
you
leave
might
it
have
where
to
it
move
is.
Matahari. Not Modern Heart. You might
Okay,
have
a
to
lot of
move
people
Mark.
think Shakespeare should be
Oh,
Media's friend in D+.
Shakespeare.
I think he's not very good, but I don't know.
But Medea's not very good either. So, I mean, look, I can see it, but I don't think it matters that much. Like, I genuinely, because I can name a couple of things that he can do. I guess more than
Oh my god, it's
Blackbeard.
a guy. He's got his mouth open and he's got a little hat on.
Shakespeare does the Naruto run in his MP.
I can see him in D+, but like I don't think it matters that much.
I think I'm
Well,
just gonna lock it in. I'm gonna lock it in.
Yeah.
Forget. Media gets your own tier. There it is. Boom. Clap is done. Okay, there it is. Your Low Stars Part 2 2025 list featuring the cavalry classes and the extra classes. Yay.
Can you rename D+ to Media?
Sure.
Because she's the only one there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh my god.
Good,
There
but
you
make
go.
the D.
That's
in
for
Media
Bench if he watches the VOD later. The biggest Media fan I know.
Make the D in Media capitalized, not a plus after it.
And then
Oh, that's
turn
funny.
D into
I
stuff
like that actually.
and then E into stuff way worse than Media.
There you go. Dude, it's in the middle too. It works. All right. So yeah, that'll conclude this list. But hey, do leave comments about how you felt about the placements. Preferably not too, hostile ones. Constructive criticism and arguments are always welcome. Arguments are healthy as long as they're civilized. So do leave comments. And also,
don't worry.
yeah, if you are
The
watching this
hostile
later
one's
on
gonna-
YouTube, hey, press the thumbs up button if you can, because that really helps out. It gives me motivation to keep doing these every single year. Yeah, we might just do these again for 2026 as well. Although these are getting how many we're gonna do? Like I think it's gonna be like 13 lists total, which is pretty insane. But yeah, so far so good, I want to say. And again, do subscribe not to miss out on future videos, including tier lists. Because starting next week, like I said in the intro, we're gonna be doing the golden extras, and they will be in 3 parts. Okay, so if we were doing 2 parts, they would be like 6-7 hours each, which maybe a bit too much, or actually maybe even longer than that, maybe even 8 hours or something. So they will be in 3 parts, but you will see all the extra golds in the following weeks. So the end is near, my dudes. Also, speaking of subscribing, do subscribe to the channels of my co-hosts. They're all linked in the description.
Yeah, hi, I'm guy number 1.
Yeah, check out guy number 1, 2, and 3. They're great.
Yes.
Good content.
It's like a Dr. Seuss thing, right?
Yeah, thing 1, thing 2, and thing 3.
But I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam.
But yeah, Otto also does his Bobcast every Sunday on his Twitch, and if you miss it, he's gonna upload it to his YouTube as well very fast afterwards.
Good old Rio. I think you really have to go.
It didn't rhyme. You suck at this.
I did. It did rhyme.
Don't argue.
We
about
just
the list.
screwed
Argue
his
about how
outro, bro.
bad
No, it's fine. I edit the intros and
I'm
outros.
sorry,
It's fine.
That's the price of creativity. All right, deal with it, sir.
But yeah, also, hey, shout out to my patrons on the screen right now, and Suit for being a big YouTube tier member supporter, and that'll be it for me. But you guys have any parting words?
Don't worry about the hostile comments. It will come next week's tier list for sure. Like that one's gonna have more controversy.
Which one is next week again?
I actually don't know, but any extra.
Let me see if I have the lists up right now. I think he already made them, so I should know what the distribution is. I think it's Ruler and Foreigner first.
Ooh.
And then Avengers and Pretenders.
Ooh.
Or wait, yeah, maybe.
Rulers
Everyone.
Oh boy.
Everyone waiting for where I'm gonna put Koyan Dark. Keep guessing. It's gonna be a spicy one.
It's E.
Keep guessing.
But yeah, there you go. Look forward to some golden extras. And with that, see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Very enthusiastic. It's fine. You don't even have to say anything.
I love you.
Woohoo!
Fade out.
All right, there you go. That's a wrap. Very good. This was longer than I thought, but it again, they need to be as long as they need to be.
That's what she said.
Wow, nice,
Otto, that's
great.
not what she said.
You don't know that?
So there you go.
Definitely don't know that.
I honestly had a good
Otto,
time with
I
these
believe
low
we've
star
had a
lists.
conversation,
These are good.
and none of us have had relations.
I think these lists went pretty well. These obviously won't be as popular as the golden ones, but they were pretty good. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, like
Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Normie?
Wait, am I normie?
this
Why?
is not a horrible
Because-
person.
Because you're in a relationship.
No, I'm
Yeah.
not. I don't have a girlfriend right now.
Oh, I didn't know.
But you had
Dude,
one.
we broke up like a year ago.
Dude,
I'm so
look,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't keep up with the lore
It's
very
fine. It's
well.
fine. It was a mutual breakup. We're still friends and all that. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, well that's good. I
That's mature.
was
Yeah.
about to say, oh shit, did it? It would really suck if this was like a bad breakup. and I
No,
just
it's
brought it
fine,
up
dude.
for
Yeah.
no fucking
If anything,
reason.
it's pretty funny. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I had fun with these lists, and we still have those 3 gold ones left, and we're probably still gonna keep chugging along
So-
with no breaks, right?
Is
Yeah,
Alter Ego Moon Cancer the last one?
I would assume so.
He has to be in that one.
Sakura
And Beast.
getting
That's
cucked
the one
again.
That's my ideal list.
Beast
That's
will
where all
definitely
my
be on the
favorite-
last one. That's all I know.
I gotta slander Drake. Oh wait, I mean what?
You're like, ooh, Draco's going in Z.
Z
No, she's
tier.
not going in Z. I mean, I got the run, so she's no longer in Z. Don't worry about it. You have it.
I
Redeemed.
didn't get the run.
So-
I'd have to gold foe to get the run. I won 20
Just do
Dalco
it.
with the grails we got, and I also started
The
grailing Lohi. So
Maybe
Based?
you should be in the foreigner one because you grilled Alco, right?
I have two
Are we-
124.
Are we still at the point
Oh,
where
and
we're
Vanguard,
like,
of course.
are we not doing triple?
I don't know. Look, it's just that.
I mean, like,
just-
I mean,
don't know which one
I'm
we
to
fine
just
with
show
whatever.
up
You
at
guys
this
figure it
point.
out. Yeah, it's fine for me. Whatever happens.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
If you want to
let
be here, then
know.
you're gonna be here. You know, as simple as that.
Premature.
Yeah.
I think.
Otto, you could just look, Otto. If
Not
you don't want to
premature,
be here,
it's
you don't have to be here. No one's forcing.
I mean, well, I'm
If
always
you're busy.
I'm always here. I've only
I know
missed
you're
one of them.
busy,
Yeah, I
and
know.
I've only
True, that's
missed.
kind of crazy.
Hopefully that changes soon. Like, dude, I got a good job interview in a couple days.
Hey, good luck with
Good
that.
luck
Oh.
on that.
This guy,
Luck getting
this
employment.
guy, this guy's name is Drew P. Balls, and he's screaming in voice chat.
You
Nice.
have voice chat up when you're streaming.
Wait, so you're
I'm not
listening to
streaming
Team
it. What?
Fortress 2? Yeah, you are You are part of a stream.
Yeah.
What?
You know,
Well, it's not like we can
why are
hear
you
the
listening?
droopy
You're-
balls,
you're-
though,
it's
so
not
it's
like
fine.
I'm talking to these people.
So-
Sometimes people
so
say
when you're-
gibberish, and that's
When
That's
you're
it.
streaming FGO and talking to your chat, do you have on your second monitor Team Fortress 2 and you're playing Team Fortress 2 the same time you're playing FGO?
you don't
No,
know that.
I just think having voice chat up is kind of wild because like how can you focus?
Well, it's
on
probably
that?
not as high as Discord, I'm guessing.
Well, it just
guess,
adds to
yeah.
the experience. Like I don't have to like.
Oh yeah,
No,
just like
voice
how
chat, like
playing Call of
in-game
Duty
voice
Modern
chat.
Warfare 2 on the Xbox 360 back in the
Oh,
day.
the class.
Voice
like
chat
I'm
adds the
interacting with these people.
experience.
Anyway, yeah, I guess we probably all have errands to run and food to eat and videos for me to
Yeah,
render as
yeah,
well and
food to
whatnot.
eat
So I'm not
for
gonna
sure.
keep you guys here for too much longer.
I actually ate breakfast during the thing.
Damn,
when
don't
you're
make me
going over skill
hungrier,
sets.
man. I
When
definitely
you're
need to
going
grab
over
some food
skill
after
sets, I
this.
just mute and I just like, I'm gonna eat.
Mans was my. I did notice at one point. I think you were a bit quiet, so maybe it was during that. Okay.
Yes.
Bro.
But yeah, hey, thank you so
Yeah.
much for joining me this week. We still have those triple
brain.
golden extras left, and yeah, who knows what happens after
Thank
that.
you for having me. Yeah, like
Thank you
extras
for
are
having me
definitely
too.
extras
I'll
are
be
definitely
gonna
the
eat some-
exciting.
I'll
ones.
gladly
Goddamn
have you
Little
guys
Caesars.
on. Yeah,
Yeah, I gotta go eat some
know.
stuff as well.
yeah,
Alright,
a lot
see
of
ya.
food ahead. But yeah, see
Yeah,
you next
really,
week.
the
Whoever
latest
ends up being
Myst
here,
lore that I
maybe all
keep up
three of
with
you,
is the
or it's
haircut.
just some of you.
That's
I
it.
have to be there.
Okay. Well, I'm gone. Bye bye.
All right, see ya, dudes.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, great. That went well again. Good, good, very nice. Despite it being a four-way, I feel like it wasn't as chaotic as it could have been, which, you know, probably a good thing. But still, definitely a near 6-hour tier list. That like it was like 5.5 hours or something, if I had to guess. But yeah, so be it. We just go as long as we need to. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. progress is real. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as well on the stream. Again, sorry I can't, respond too much to the chat because, we just kind of have to keep the tier list going. But I do see your comments though, whenever you post stuff. And sometimes when it's something that I may have missed or something on a servant, I might even mention it. But yeah, let me read some, we probably had a few resubs or something during this. Maybe not a whole lot. We had Zolo with 32 months and Joseph with 8 months. Hey, thank you so much, my dudes. Welcome back to the Go Gang. Gals in the chat for Zolo and Joseph. So yeah, that'll do it for today's stream. Very good. And tomorrow we will still be back for the last stream of the week, which will be Sunday games. So more P5 and Skyward Sword action. And this tier list, I think I can still get it up today before I go to bed. So look forward to that if you want to get a recap. If you missed something, you want to see timestamps, etc. So maybe in like, I don't know, 5-6 hours or something, it could be up already. If not, then at most like 12 hours later when I wake up. But I think I can get it up still, like the previous ones, before I sleep. Unless the render corrupts, which is a chance, but hopefully not. There you go, good shit. So for today, thank you for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, the bits, the tips, and the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here in general, hanging out with me, even if I, again, couldn't read too much of the chat, at least audibly. Thank you so much. So have a great rest of your Saturday or Sunday, wherever it is at. Whatever there's left of the weekend, have a great weekend left, whatever there is. And yeah, tomorrow, same time as usual, we're going to start with some B5 action.